Chapter 22, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. The Plan of the Escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Simon had taken her place upon the chair near the open door in the porter's lodge, and sat there with her cold, immovable face staring into empty space with her great coal-black glistening eyes, while her hands were busy flying, making the polished knitting needles click against each other. She was still sitting there, when at last her husband came down the stairs to open the outer doors of the temple, conduct his friends past the inner court, and to bring back the two officials who were to keep guard during the night. They passed the knitter with a friendly salutation and a bit of pleasantry. Toulan stopped a moment to ask the woman after her welfare, and to say a few smooth words to her about her courage and her great force of character. She listened quietly, let him go on with his talk, and when he had ended, slowly raised her great eyes from her knitting to him. "You are a traitor," she said, with coldness, and without any agitation. "Yes, you are a traitor, and you, too, will have your turn at the guillotine." Toulan paled a little, but collected himself immediately, took leave of the knitter with a smile, and hastened after the officials, who were waiting for him at the open door, the two who were to hold the watch during the night having already entered. Simon closed the door after them, exchanged a few words with them, and then went into his lodge to join his rigid better half. "This has been a pleasant afternoon, and it is a great pity that it is gone, for I have had a very good time. We have played cards, sung, smoked, and Toulan has made jokes and told stories, and made much fun. I always wonder where he gets so many fine stories, and he tells them so well that I could hear him day and night. Now that he is gone it seems tedious and dull enough here. Well, we must comfort ourselves that tomorrow will come by and by." "What do you mean by that?" asked his wife sternly. "What sort of a day do you expect tomorrow to be?" "A pleasant day, my dear Eloise, for Citizen Toulan will have the watch again. I begged him so long that he at last promised to exchange with Citizen Pelletan, whose turn regularly comes tomorrow. Pelletan is not well, and it would be very hard for him to sit up there all day, and besides, he would be dreadfully stupid. It is a great deal pleasanter to have Toulan here with his jokes and jolly stories, and so I begged him to come and take Pelletan's place. He is going to accommodate me and come." His wife did not answer a word, but broke out in a burst of shrill mocking laughter, and with her angry black eyes she scrutinized her husband's red bloated face, as though she were reading him through and through. "What are you laughing at?" he asked angrily. "I would like to be beyond hearing when you give way in that style. What are you laughing at?" "Because I wonder at you, you Jack," she answered sharply, "because you are determined to make an ass of yourself, and let dust be thrown in your eyes, and put yourself at the disposal of every one who soaps you over with smooth words. Come," said Simon, "none of that coarseness, and if you—" "Hist!" she answered commandingly. "I will show you at once that I have told you the truth, and that you are making an ass of yourself, or at least that you are on the point of doing so. Now, listen." The knitter laid her work aside and had a long conversation in a whisper with her husband. When it ended, Simon stood up wearing a dark look, and walked slowly backward and forward in the little room. Then he stopped and shook his fist threateningly at the room above. "She shall pay for this," he muttered. "By God in heaven, she shall pay for this. She is a good-for-nothing seducer. Even in prison she does not leave off coquetting and flirting and turning the heads of the men. It is disgraceful, thoroughly disgraceful, and she shall pay for it. I will soon find means to have my revenge on her." During the whole evening Mistress Tyson did not leave her place behind the glass door for a moment, and at each stolen glance which the Queen cast thither, she always encountered the malicious, glaring eyes of the keeper, directed at her with an impudent coolness. At last came the hour of going to bed, the hour to which the Queen looked impatiently forward. At night she was at least alone and unguarded. After the death of the king, it had been found superfluous to trouble the officials with the wearisome night watches, and they were satisfied, after darkness had set in and the candles were lighted, with locking the 3 doors which led to the inner rooms. Did Marie Antoinette weep and moan at night? Did she talk with her sister? Did she walk disconsolately up and down her room? The Republic granted her the privilege. She could, during the night at least, have a few hours of freedom and of solitude. But during the night Marie Antoinette did not weep or moan. This night her thoughts were not directed to the sad past, but to the future, for the first ray of hope which had fallen upon her path for a long time now encountered her. "To escape, to be free," she said, and the shadow of a smile flitted over her face. "Can you believe it? Do you consider it possible, sister?" "I should like to believe it," whispered Elizabeth, "but there is something in my heart that reminds me of Varan, and I only pray to God that He would give us strength to bear all the ills they inflict upon us. We must, above all things, keep our calmness and steadfastness, and be prepared for the worst as well as the best." "Yes, you are right, we must do that," said Marie Antoinette, collecting herself. "When one has suffered as we have, it is almost more difficult to hope for good fortune than to prepare for new terrors. I will compel myself to be calm. I will read Toulan's plan once more, and will impress it word for word upon my memory, so as to burn the dangerous sheet as soon as possible. And while you are doing that, I will unwind the ball that Toulan brought us, and which certainly contains something heavy," said the princess. "What a grand, noble heart, what a lofty character has our friend Toulan!" whispered the queen. "His courage is inexhaustible, his fidelity is invincible, and he is entirely unselfish. How often have I implored him to express one wish to me that I might gratify, or to allow me to give him a draught of some amount. He is not to be shaken. He wants nothing, he will take nothing. Ah, Elizabeth, he is the first friend of all who ever drew toward me, who made no claims, and was contented with a kind word. When I implored him yesterday to tell me in what way I could do him a service, he said, 'If you want to make me happy, regard me always as your most devoted and faithful servant, and give me a name that you give to no one besides. Call me Fidèle, and if you want to give me another remembrancer than that which will always live in my heart, present me, as the highest token of your favor, with the little gold smelling bottle which I saw you use in the logograph box on that dreadful day.' I gave him the trinket at once. He kneeled down in order to receive it, and when he kissed my hand his hot tears fell upon it. Ah, Elizabeth, no one of those to whom in the days of our happiness I gave jewels, and to whom I gave hundreds of thousands, cherished for me so warm thanks as Toulan, no, as Fidèle, for the poor insignificant little remembrancer." "God is good and great," said the princess, who, while the queen was speaking, was busily engaged in unwinding the thread. "In order that we might not lose faith in humanity and confidence in man, He sent us in His mercy this noble true-hearted one, whose devotion, disinterestedness, and fidelity were to be our compensation for all the sad and heart-rending experiences which we have endured, and therefore, for the sake of this one noble man, let us pardon the many from whom we have received only injury. For it says in the Bible that, for the sake of one righteous man, many sinners shall be forgiven, and Toulan is a righteous man." "Yes, he is a righteous man, blessings on him," whispered the queen. Then she took the paper in her hand, and began to read the contents softly, repeating every sentence to herself, and imprinting every one of those hope-bringing words upon her memory. And while she read, her poor crushed heart gradually began to beat with firmer confidence, and to embrace the possibility of realizing the plan of Toulan and finding freedom in flight. During this time Princess Elizabeth had unwound the thread of the ball, and brought to light a little packet enveloped in paper. "Take it, my dear Antoinette," she said. "It is addressed to you." Marie Antoinette took it and carefully unfolded the paper. Then she uttered a low, carefully suppressed cry, and sinking upon her knees, pressed it with its contents to her lips. "What is it, sister?" cried the princess, hurrying to her. "What does Toulan demand?" The queen gave the paper to the princess. "Read," she said. "Read it, sister." Elizabeth read, "Your Majesty wished to possess the relics which King Louis left you. They consist of the wedding ring of his Majesty, his little seal, and the hair which the king himself cut off. These three things lay on the chimney-piece in the closed sitting-room of the king. The supervisor of the temple took them from Clary's hand, to whom the king gave them, and put them under seal. I have succeeded in getting into the sitting-room. I have opened the sealed packet, taken out the sacred relics, put articles of similar character in their place, and sealed it up again. With this letter are the relics which belong to your Majesty, and I swear by all that is sacred and dear to me, I swear by the head of the Queen, that they are the true articles which the blessed martyr, King Louis XVI, conveyed to his wife in his testament. I have stolen them for the exalted heir of the crown, and I shall one day glory in the theft before the throne of God." Footnote: Goncourt, Histoire de Marie Antoinette, page 384. "See, Elizabeth," said the queen, unfolding the little things, each one of which was carefully wrapped in paper. "See, there is his wedding ring. There on the inside are the 4 letters MAAA, 19th April, 1770, the day of our marriage, a day of joy for Austria as well as for France. Then, but I will not think of it. Let me look further. Here is the seal, the cornelian engraved on 2 sides. Here on one side the French arms. As you turn the stone, the portrait of our son, the Dauphin of France, with his helmet on his head. Oh, my son, my poor dear child, will your loved head ever bear any other ornament than a martyr's crown? Will God grant you to wear the helmet of the warrior, and to battle for your rights and your throne? How pleased my husband was when on his birthday I brought him this seal. How tenderly his looks rested upon the portrait of his son, his successor, and now, oh now, King Louis XVI, cruelly, shamefully murdered, and he who ought to be the King of France, Louis XVII, is nothing but a poor imprisoned child, a king without a crown, without hope, without a future." "No, no, Antoinette," whispered Elizabeth, who had kneeled before the queen and had tenderly put her arms around her. "No, Antoinette, do not say that your son has no hope and no future. Build upon God. Hope that the undertaking which we are tomorrow to execute will lead to a fortunate result, that we shall flee from here, that we shall be free, that we shall be able to reach England. Oh, yes, let us hope that Toulan's fine and bold plan will succeed, and then it may one day be that the son of my dear brother, grown to be a young man, may put the helmet on his head, gird himself with the sword, reconquer the throne of his fathers, and take possession of it as King Louis XVII. Therefore let us hope, sister." "Yes, therefore let us hope," whispered the queen, drying her tears. "And here at last," she continued, opening the remaining paper, "here is the 3rd relic, the hair of the king, the only thing which is left us of the martyr king, the unfortunate husband of an unfortunate wife, the pitiable king of a most pitiable people. Oh, my king, they have laid your poor head that bore this white hair. They have laid it upon the scaffold, and the axe, the dreadful axe." The queen uttered a loud shriek of horror, sprang up and raised both her hands in conjuration to heaven, while a curse just trembled on her lips. But Princess Elizabeth threw herself into her arms and pressed on the cold, quivering lips of the queen a long, fervent kiss. "For God's sake, sister," she whispered, "speak softly. If Tyson hears your cry, we are lost. Hush! It seems to me I hear steps. Hide the things. Let us hurry into bed. Oh, for God's sake, quick!" She huddled the papers together and put them hastily into her bosom, while Marie Antoinette, gathering up the relics, dashed into her bed. "She is coming," whispered Elizabeth as she slipped into her bed. "We must pretend to be asleep." And in fact Princess Elizabeth was right. The glass door, which led from the sleeping room of the children to the little corridor, and from there to the chamber of Mistress Tyson, was slowly and cautiously opened, and she came with a lamp in her hand into the children's room. She stood near the door, listening and spying around. In the beds of the children she could hear the long-drawn, calm breathing which indicated peaceful slumbers, and in the open, adjoining apartment, in which the two ladies slept, nothing was stirring. "But I did hear a sound plainly," muttered Tyson. "I was awaked by a loud cry, and when I sat up in bed I heard people talking." She stole to the beds of the children, and let the light fall upon their faces. "They are sleeping soundly enough," she muttered. "They have not cried or spoken, but we will see how it is in the other room." Slowly, with the lamp in her hand, she crept into the neighboring apartment. The two ladies lay motionless upon their beds, closing their eyes quickly when Mistress Tyson crossed the threshold, and praying to God for courage and steadfastness. Tyson went first to the bed of Princess Elizabeth, and let the lamp fall full upon her face. The glare seemed to awaken her. "What is it?" she cried. "What has happened? Sister, what has happened? Where are you, Marie Antoinette?" "Here I am, Elizabeth," cried the Queen, rising suddenly up in bed, as if awakened. "Why do you call me? And who is here?" "It is I," muttered Tyson, angrily. "That is the way if one has a bad conscience. One is startled then with the slightest sound." "We have no bad conscience," said Elizabeth, gently. "But you know that if we are awakened from sleep we cry out easily, and we might be thinking that some one was waking us to bring us happy tidings." "I hope so," cried Tyson, with a scornful laugh. "Happy news for you! That means unhappy and sad news for France and for the French people. No, thank God, I did not waken you to bring you any good news." "Well," said the Queen, gently, "tell us why you have wakened us and what you have to communicate to us." "I have nothing at all to communicate to you," growled Tyson, "and you know best whether I wake you or you were already awake, talking and crying aloud. Hist! It is not at all necessary that you answer. I know well enough that you are capable of lying. I tell you my ears are open and my eyes too. I let nothing escape me. You have talked and you have cried aloud, and if it occurs again I shall report it to the supervisor and have a watch put here in the night again, that the rest of us may have a little quiet in the night time and not have to sleep like the hares with our eyes open." "But," said the Princess gently, "but dear woman—" "Hush!" interrupted Tyson, commandingly. "I am not your dear woman. I am the wife of Citizen Tyson, and I want none of your confidence, for confidence from such persons as you are might easily bring me to the scaffold." She now passed through the whole room with her slow, stealthy tread, let the light fall upon every article of furniture on the floor, examined all the objects that lay upon the table, and then, after one last threatening look at the beds of the two ladies, went slowly out. She stopped again at the cribs of the children, and looked at them with a touch of gentleness. "How quietly they sleep," she whispered. "They lie there exactly as they lay before. One would think they were smiling in their sleep. I suppose they are playing with angels. I should like to know how angels come into this old horrid temple, and what Simon's wife would say if she knew they came in here at night without her permission. See," she continued, "the boy is laughing again and spreading out his hands, as if he wanted to catch the angels. Ah, I should like to know if my dear little Solange is sleeping as soundly as these children, and whether she smiles in her sleep and plays with angels. I should like to know if she dreams of her parents, my dear little Solange, and whether she sometimes sees her poor mother, who loves her so and yearns toward her so tenderly that—" [Footnote: This Mistress Tyson, a cruel keeper of the Queen, soon after this fell into lunacy, owing both to her longings after her daughter and her compunctions of conscience for her treatment of the Queen. The first token of her insanity was her falling upon her knees before Marie Antoinette, and begging pardon for all the pain she had occasioned, and amid floods of tears accusing herself as the one who would be answerable for the death of the Queen. She then fell into such dreadful spasms that 4 men were scarcely able to hold her. They carried her into the Hotel Dieu, where she died after 2 days of the most dreadful sufferings and bitter reproaches of herself. See Goncourt, page 280. She could not go on. Tears extinguished her utterance, and she hastened out to silence her longings on the pillow of her bed. The ladies listened a long time in perfect silence. Then, when everything was still again, they raised themselves up softly and began to talk to each other in the faintest of whispers, and to make their final preparations for the flight of the morrow. They then rose and drew from the various hiding places the garments which they were to use, placed the various suits together, and then tried to put them on. A fearful, awful picture, such as a painter of hell, such as Bruegel could not surpass in horror. A queen and a princess, two tender, pale, harmless women, busied deep in the night, as if dressing for a masquerade, and transforming themselves into those very officials who had led the king to the scaffold, and who, with their pitiless iron hands, were detaining the royal family in prison. There they stood, a queen, a princess, clad in the coarse threadbare garments of republican officials, the tricolored sashes of the one indivisible republic around their bodies, their heads covered with the three-cornered hats on which the tricolored cockades glittered. They stood and viewed each other with sad looks and heavy sighs. Ah, what bright joyous laughter would have sprung from the lips of the queen in the days of her happiness, if she had wanted to hide her beauty in such attire for some pleasant masquerade at Trianon! What charming sport it would have been then and there! How would her friends and courtiers have laughed! How would they have admired the queen in her original costume, which might well have been thought to belong to the realm of dreams and fantasies! A tricolored cockade, a figment of the brain, a tricolored sash, a merry dream. The lilies rule over France and will rule forever. No laughter resounded in the desolate room, scantily lighted with the dim taper, no laughter as the queen and the princess put on their strange, fearful attire. It was no masquerade, but a dreadful, horrible reality. And as they looked at each other wearing the costume of revolutionists, tears started from the eyes of the queen. The princess folded her hands and prayed, and she too could not keep back the drops that slowly coursed over her cheeks. The lilies of France are faded and torn from the ground. From the palace of the Tuileries waved the tricolour of the Republic, and in the palace of the former Knights Templars is a pale, sad woman, with grey hair and sunken eyes, a broken heart, and a bowed form. This pale, sad shadow of the past is Marie Antoinette, once the Queen of France, the renowned beauty, the first woman in a great kingdom, now the widow of an executed man, she herself probably with one foot. No, no, she will be saved. God has sent her a deliverer, a friend, and this friend, this helper in her needs, has made everything ready for her flight. End of chapter 22, section 2, read by ebarnett. Chapter 23 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. The Separation. Slowly and heavily the hours of the next day rolled on. Where was Toulan? Why did he not come? The queen waited for him the whole of that long, dreadful day in feverish expectation. She listened to every sound, to every approaching step, to every voice that echoed in the corridor. At noon Toulan had purposed to come to take his post as guard. At 6, when the time of lighting the lamps should arrive, the disguises were to be put on. At 7, the carefully and skilfully planned flight was to be made. The clock in the tower of the temple had already struck 4. Toulan had not yet come, and the guards of the day had not yet been relieved. They had had a little leisure at noon for dinner, and during the interim Simon and Tyson were on guard, and had kept the queen on the rack with their mockery and their abusive words. In order to avoid the language and the looks of these men, she had fled into the children's room, to whom the princess, in her trustful calmness and unshaken equanimity, was assigning them lessons. Marie Antoinette wanted to find protection here from the dreadful anxiety that tortured her, as well as from the ribald jests and scurrility of her keepers. But Mistress Tyson was there, standing near the glass window, gazing in with a malicious grin, and working in her wonted quick way upon the long stocking, and knitting, so that you could hear the needles click together. The queen could not give way to a word or a look. That would have created suspicion, and would, perhaps, have caused an examination to be made. She had to bear all in silence, she had to appear indifferent and calm, she had to give pleasant answers to the Dauphin's innocent questions, and even compel a smile to her lips when the child, reading in her looks, by the instinct of love, her great excitement, tried to cheer her up with pleasant words. It struck 5, and still Toulan did not come. A chill crept over her heart, and in the horror which filled her she first became conscious how much love of life still survived in her, and how intensely she had hoped to find a possibility of escape. Only one last hour of hope left. If it should strike 6 and he should not come, all would be lost. The doors of her prison would be closed forever, never opening again excepting to allow Marie Antoinette to pass to the guillotine. Mistress Tyson had gone, and her cold, mocking face was no longer visible behind the glass door. The guards in the anteroom had also gone, and had closed the doors behind them. The queen was, therefore, safe from being watched at least. She could fall upon her knees, she could raise her hands to God and wrestle with him in speechless prayer for pity and deliverance. She could call her children to herself and press them to her heart, and whisper to them that they must be composed if they should see something strange, and not wonder if they should have to put on clothing that they were not accustomed to. "Mamma," asked the Dauphin in a whisper, "are we going to Varennes again?" The queen shuddered in her inmost soul at this question, and hid her quivering face on the faithful breast of the princess. "Oh, sister, I am suffocating with anxiety," she said. "I feel that this hour is to decide the lives of us all, and it seems to me as if death were already stretching out his cold hand toward me. We are lost, and my son, my unhappy son, will never wear any other than the martyr's crown, and—" The queen was silent, for just then the tower clock began to strike, slowly, peacefully, the hour of 6, the critical moment. The lamplight must come now. If it were Toulan, they might be saved. Some unforeseen occurrence might have prevented his coming before. He might have borrowed the suit of the bribed lamplighter in order to come to them. There was hope still, one last pale ray of hope. Steps upon the corridor, voices that are audible. The queen, breathless, with both hands laid upon her heart, which was one instant still, and then beat with redoubled rapidity, listened with strained attention to the opening of the door of the anteroom. Princess Elizabeth approached her, and laid her hand on the queen's shoulder. The 2 children, terrified by some cause which they could not comprehend, clung to the hand and the body of their mother, and gazed anxiously at the door. The steps came nearer, the voices became louder, the door of the anteroom is opened, and there is the lamplighter. But it is not Toulan, no, not Toulan, it is the man who comes every day, and the 2 children are with him as usual. A heavy sigh escaped from the lips of the queen, and throwing her arms around the Dauphin with a convulsive motion, she murmured, "My son, oh my dear son, may God take my life if he will but spare thine." Where was Toulan? Where had he been all this dreadful day? Where was Fidèle the brave, the indefatigable? On the morning of the day appointed for the flight, he left his house, taking a solemn leave of his Margaret. At this parting hour he told her for the first time that he was going to enter upon the great and exalted undertaking of freeing the queen and her children, or of dying for them. His true, brave young wife had suppressed her tears and her sighs to give him her blessing, and to tell him that she would pray for him, and that if he should perish in the service of the queen she would die too, in order to be united with him. Toulan kissed the beaming eyes of his Margaret with deep feeling, thanked her for her true-hearted resignation, and told her that he had never loved her so much as in this hour when he was leaving her to meet his death, it might be, in the service of another lady. At this hour of parting he said, "I will give you the dearest and most sacred thing that I possess. Take this little gold smelling bottle. The queen gave it to me, and upon the bit of paper that lies within it Marie Antoinette wrote in her own hand, 'Remembrancer for Fidèle.' Fidèle is the title of honor which my queen has given me for the little service which I have been able to do for her. I leave this little gift for you as that which, next to your love, is the most sacred and precious thing to me on earth. If I die, preserve it for our son, and give it to him on the day when he reaches his majority. Tell him of the time when I made this bequest to him, in the hope that he would make himself worthy of it, and live and die as a brave son of his country, a faithful subject and servant of his king, who, God willing, will be the son of Marie Antoinette. Tell him of his father, say to him that I dearly loved you and him, but that I had devoted my life to the service of the Queen, and that I gave it freely and gladly, in conformity with my oath. I have not told you about these things before, dear Margaret, not because I doubted your fidelity, but because I did not want you to have to bear the dreadful burden of expectation, and because I did not want to trouble your noble soul with these things. And now I only tell you this much. I am going away to try to save the Queen. If I succeed, I shall come back for a moment this evening at 10 o'clock. If I remain away, if you hear nothing from me during the whole night, then what?" asked Margaret, throwing her arms around him and looking into his face anxiously. "Say, what then?" "Then I shall have died," he said softly, "and our child will be an orphan. Do not weep, Margaret. Be strong and brave. Show a cheerful face to our neighbors, our friends, and the spies. But observe everything. Listen to everything. Keep the outer door open all the time, that I may be able to slip in at any moment. Have the little secret door in my room open too, and the passageway down into the cellar always free, that I may slip down there if need be. Be ready to receive me at any time, to hide me, and, it may possibly be, others who may come with me." "I shall expect you day and night," she whispered, "so long as I live." "And now, Margaret," he said, pressing her tenderly to his heart, "one last kiss. Let me kiss your eyes, your beautiful dear eyes, which have always glanced with looks of love, and which have always given me new inspiration. Farewell, my dear wife, and God bless you for your love and fidelity. Do not go, my precious one. Come once more to the cradle of our boy, and give him a parting kiss. No, Margaret, that would unman me. To-day I must be strong and master of myself. Farewell, I am going to the temple." And, without looking at his wife again, he hurried out into the street, and turned his steps toward his destination. But just as he was turning the very next corner, Lapitte met him, pale, and displaying great excitement in his face. "Thank God," he said. "Thank God that I have found you. I wanted to hasten to you. We must flee directly. All is discovered. Immediate flight alone can save us." "What is discovered?" asked Toulan. "Speak, Lapitte. What is discovered?" "For God's sake, let us not be standing here on the streets," ejaculated Lapitte. "They have certainly sent out the constables to arrest us. Let us go into this house here. It contains a passage through to the next street. Now, listen. We are reported. Simon's wife has carried our names to the Committee of Public Safety as suspicious persons. Tayson's wife has given out that the Queen and her sister-in-law have won us both over, and that through our means she is kept informed about everything that happens. The carpet manufacturer, Arnold, has just been publicly denouncing us both, saying that Simon's wife has reported to him that we both have conducted conversation with the prisoners in low tones of voice, and have thereby been the means of conveying some kind of cheering information to the Queen. Footnote, literally reproduced here. See Concours, Histoire de Marie Antoinette, page 290. On that, our names were stricken from the list of official guards at the temple, and we are excluded from the new ward committee that is forming today." "And is that all?" asked Toulan, calmly. "Is that all the bad news that you bring? Then the projected flight is not discovered, is it? Nothing positive is known against us? Nothing more is known than the silly and unfounded denunciations of two old women?" "For God's sake, do not use such idle words as these," replied Lapitte. "We are suspected. Our names are stricken from the ward list. Is not that itself a charge against us? And are not those who come under suspicion always condemned? Do not laugh, Toulan, and shake your head. Believe me, we are lost if we do not flee, if we do not leave Paris on the spot and conceal ourselves somewhere. I am firmly resolved on this, and in an hour I shall have started, disguised as a sans-culotte. Follow my example, my friend. Do not throw away your life foolhardily. Follow me." "No," said Toulan, "I shall stay. I have sworn to devote my life to the service of the Queen, and I shall fulfil my oath so long as breath remains in my body. I must not go away from here so long as there is a possibility of assisting her. If flight is impracticable today, it may be effected at some more favorable time, and I must hold myself in readiness for it." "But they will take you, I tell you," said Lapitte, with a downcast air. "You will do no good to the Queen, and only bring yourself to harm." "Oh, nonsense! They will not catch me so soon," said Toulan, confidently. "Fortune always favors the bold, and I will show you that I am brave. Go, my friend, save yourself, and may God give you long life and a contented heart. Farewell, and be careful that they do not discover you." "You are angry with me, Toulan," said Lapitte. "You consider me cowardly, but I tell you, you are foolhardy, and your folly will plunge you into destruction." "I am not angry with you, Lapitte, and you shall not be with me. Every one must do as best he can, and as his heart and his head dictate to him. One is not the better for this, and another the worse. Farewell, my friend. Take care for your own safety, for it is well that some faithful one should still remain to serve the Queen, and I know that you will serve her when she needs your help. Then give me your hand in parting, my friend, and if at last you come to the conclusion to flee, come to Normandy, and in the village of Lerne, near Dieppe, you will find me, and my father will receive you, and you shall be treated as if you were my brother." "Thanks, my friend, thanks. One last shake of the hand. There. Now you are away, and I remain here." Toulan went out into the street, walked along with a cheerful face, and repaired at once to the hall where the Committee of Safety were sitting. "Citizens and brothers," he said, in a loud, bold voice, "I have just been informed that I have been brought under suspicion and denounced. Friends have warned me to betake to flight, but I am no coward, I have no bad conscience, and therefore do not fly, but come here and ask you, is this true? Is it possible that you regard me as no patriot, and as a traitor?" "Yes," answered President Hobart, with a harsh, hard voice, "you are under suspicion, and we mistrust you. This shameful seducer, this she-wolf Marie Antoinette has cast her foxy eyes upon you, and would doubtless succeed if you are often with her. We have therefore once for all taken your name from the list of the official guards in the Temple, and you will no longer be exposed to the wiles of the Austrian woman. But besides this, as the second denunciation has been made against you today, and as it is asserted that you are in relations with aristocrats and suspected persons, we have considered it expedient, in view of the common safety, to issue a warrant for your apprehension. An officer has just gone with 2 soldiers to your house to arrest you and bring you hither. You have simply anticipated the course of law by surrendering yourself. Officer, soldiers, here!" The person summoned appeared and put Toulan under arrest, preparatory to taking him to prison. "It is well," said Toulan, with a noble calmness. "I know that the time will come when you will regret having so abused a true patriot, and I hope, for the peace of your consciences, that there will be a time then to undo the evil which you are doing to me today, and that my head will then be on my shoulders, that my lips may be able to testify to you what my heart now dictates, that I forgive you. You are in error about me, yet I know that you are acting not out of enmity to me, but for the weal of the country, and out of love for the great united republic. As the true and tenderly loving son of this noble exalted mother, I forgive you for giving ear to my unrighteous accusers, and, even if you shed my innocent blood, my dying wish will be a blessing on the republic." "Those are noble and excellent words," said Hobart, coldly. "But if deeds speak in antagonism to words, we cannot let the latter beguile us out of our sense, but we must give heed to justice." "That is the only thing that I ask," cried Toulan, brightly. "Let justice be done, my brothers, and I shall very soon be free, and shall come out from an investigation like a spotless lamb. I make no resistance. Come, my friends, take me to prison. I only ask for permission to be escorted first to my house, to procure a few articles of clothing to use during my imprisonment. But I urge pressingly that my articles may be sealed up in my presence, for when the man of the house is not at home, it fares badly with the safety of his property, and I shall be able to feel at ease only when the seal of the Republic is upon my possessions. I beg you therefore to allow my paper and valuables to be sealed in my presence. You will thus be sure that my wife and my friends have not removed anything which might be used against me, and my innocence will shine out the more clearly. I beg you therefore to comply with my wish." The members of the committee consulted with one another in low tones, and the chairman then announced to Toulan that his wish would be complied with, and that an escort of soldiers might accompany him to his house, to allow him to procure linen and clothing, and to seal his effects and papers in their presence. Toulan thanked them with cheerful looks, and went out into the street between the two guards. As they were on the way to his house he talked easily with them, laughed and joked, but in his own thoughts he said to himself, "You are lost, hopelessly lost, if you do not escape now. You are the prey of the guillotine if the gates of the prison once close upon you. Therefore escape, escape or die." While he was thus laughing and talking with the soldiers, and meanwhile thinking such solemn thoughts, his sharp black eyes were glancing in all directions, looking for a friend who might assist him out of his trouble, and fortune sent him such a friend, Ricard, Ionian's most trusted counsellor, and abettor of his plans. Toulan called him with an animated face, and in loud tones told him that he had been denounced, and therefore arrested, and that he was only allowed to go to his house to procure some clothing. "Come along, Ricard," he said. "They are going to put my effects under seal, and you have some papers and books on my writing table. Come along and take possession of your own things, so that they may not be sealed up as mine." Ricard nodded assent, and a significant look told Toulan that his friend understood him, and that his meaning was that Ricard should take possession of papers that might bring Toulan under suspicion. Continuing their walk, they spoke of indifferent matters, and at last reached Toulan's house. Margaret met them with calm bearing. She knew that every cry, every expression of anxiety and trouble would only imperil the condition of her husband, and her love gave her power to master herself. "Are you there, husband?" she said, with a smile. How hard to her no one knew. "You are bringing a great deal of company." "Yes, Margaret," said Toulan with a smile, "and I am going to keep on with this pleasant company to prison." "Oh," she cried, laughing, "that is a good joke. Toulan, the best of patriots, in prison! Come, you ought not to joke about serious matters." "It is no joke," said one of the guards, solemnly. "Citizen Toulan is arrested, and is here only to procure some articles of clothing, and have his effects put under seal." "And to give back to his friend Ricard the books and papers that belong to him," said Toulan. "Come, let us go into my study, friends." "There are my books and papers," cried Ricard, as they went into the next room. He sprang forward to the writing table, seized all the papers lying upon it, and tried to thrust them into his coat pocket. But the two soldiers checked him and undertook to resist his movement. Ricard protested. A loud exchange of words took place, in which Margaret had her share, insisting that all the papers on the table belonged to Ricard, and she should like to see the man who could have the impudence to prevent his taking them. Louder and louder grew the contention, and when Ricard was endeavoring again to put the papers into his pocket, the two soldiers rushed at him to prevent it. Margaret tried to come to his assistance, and in the effort overthrew a little table which stood in the middle of the room, on which was a water bottle and some glasses. The table came down, a rattle of broken glass followed, and amid the noise and outcries, the controversy and violence, no one paid attention to Toulan. No one saw the little secret door quietly open, and Toulan glide from view. The soldiers did not notice this movement, but Margaret and Ricard understood it well, and went on all the more eagerly with their cries and contentions to give Toulan time to escape by the secret passage. And they were successful. When the two guards had, after long searching, discovered the secret door through which the escape had been effected, and had rushed down the hidden stairway, not a trace of him was to be seen. Toulan was free. Unhindered, he hastened to the little attic, which he had some time before hired in the house adjacent to the temple, put on a suit of clothes which he had prepared there, and remained concealed the whole day. As Marie Antoinette lay sleepless upon her bed in the night that followed this vain attempt at flight, and was torturing herself with anxious doubts whether Fidèle had fallen a victim to his devotion, suddenly the tones of a huntsman's horn broke the silence. Marie Antoinette raised herself up and listened. Princess Elizabeth had done the same, and with suspended breath they both listened to the long-drawn and plaintive tones which softly floated into them on the wings of the night. A smile of satisfaction flitted over their pale, sad faces, and a deep sigh escaped from their heavy hearts. "Thank God, he is saved," whispered Marie Antoinette. "Is not that the melody that was to tell us that our friend is in the neighborhood? Yes, sister, that is the one. So long as we hear this signal, we shall know that Toulan is living still, and that he is near us." And in the following weeks the prisoners of the Temple often had the sad consolation of hearing the tones of Toulan's horn, but he never came to them again. He never appeared in the anteroom to keep guard over the imprisoned queen. Toulan did not flee. He had the courage to remain in Paris. He was constantly hoping that an occasion might arise to help the queen escape. He was constantly putting himself in connection with friends for this object, and making plans for the flight of the royal captives. But exactly what Toulan hoped for stood as a threatening phantom before the eyes of the Convention: the flight of the prisoners in the Temple. They feared the queen even behind those thick walls, behind the 4 iron doors that closed upon her prison. They feared still more this poor child of 7 years, this little king without crown and without throne, the son of him who had been executed. The Committee of Safety knew that people were talking about the little king in the Temple, and that touching anecdotes about him were in circulation. A bold, reckless fellow had appeared who called himself a prophet, and had loudly announced upon the streets and squares that the lilies would bloom again, and that the sons of Brutus would fall beneath the hand of the little king whose throne was in the Temple. They had, it is true, arrested the prophet and dragged him to the guillotine, but his prophecies had found an echo here and there, and an interest in the little prince had been awakened in the people. The noble and enthusiastic men known as the Girondists were deeply solicitous about the young royal martyr, and the application of this expression to the little Dauphin, made in the earnest and impassioned speeches before the Convention, melted all hearers to tears, and called out a deep sympathy. The Convention saw the danger, and at once resolved to be free from it. On the 1st of July, 1793, that body issued a decree with the following purport: "The Committee of Public Safety ordains that the son of Capet be separated from his mother and be delivered to an instructor, whom the General Director of the Commune shall appoint." The queen had no suspicion of this. Now that Toulan was no longer there, no news came to her of what transpired beyond the prison, and Fidèle's horn signals were the only sounds of the outer world that reached her ear. The evening of the 3rd of July had come. The little prince had gone to bed, and had already sunk into a deep sleep. His bed had no curtains, but Marie Antoinette had with careful hands fastened a shawl to the wall, and spread it out over the bed in such a manner that the glare of the light did not fall upon the closed eyes of the child and disturb him in his peaceful slumbers. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the ladies had that day waited unwontedly long before going to bed. The Queen and Princess Elizabeth were busy in mending the clothing of the family, and Princess Teresa, sitting between the two, had been reading to them some chapters out of the Historical Dictionary. At the wish of the Queen, she had now taken a religious book, Passion Week, and was reading some hymns and prayers out of it. Suddenly, the quick steps of several men were heard in the corridor. The bolts flew back, the doors were opened, and 6 officials came in. "We are come," cried one of them, with a brutal voice, "to announce to you the order of the committee, that the son of Capet be separated from his mother and his family." At these words the queen rose, pale with horror. "They are going to take my child from me," she cried. "No, no, that is not possible. Gentlemen, the authorities cannot think of separating me from my son. He is still so young and weak, he needs my care." "The committee has come to this determination," answered the official. "The Convention has confirmed it, and we shall carry it into execution directly." "I cannot allow it," cried Marie Antoinette in desperation. "In the name of Heaven, I conjure you not to be so cruel." Elizabeth and Teresa mingled their tears with those of the mother. All three had placed themselves before the bed of the Dauphin. They clung to it, they folded their hands, they sobbed. The most touching cries, the most humble prayers trembled on their lips, but the guards were not at all moved. "What is all this whining for?" they said. "No one is going to kill your child. Give him to us of your own free will, or we shall have to take him by force." They strode up to the bed. Marie Antoinette placed herself with extended arms before it, and held the curtain firmly. It however detached itself from the wall and fell upon the face of the Dauphin. He awoke, saw what was going on, and threw himself with loud shrieks into the arms of the Queen. "Mamma, dear mamma, do not leave me." She pressed him trembling to her bosom, quieted him, and defended him against the cruel hands that were reached out for him. In vain, all in vain. The men of the Republic have no compassion on the grief of a mother. By free will or by force he must go with us. "Then promise me at least that he shall remain in the tower of the Temple, that I may see him every day." "We have nothing to promise you. We have no account at all to give you." "Parbleu! How can you take on and howl so, merely because your child is taken from you? Our children have to do more than that. They have every day to have their heads split open with the balls of the enemies that you have set upon them." "My son is still too young to be able to serve his country," said the Queen gently, "but I hope that if God permits it, he will some day be proud to devote his life to him." Meanwhile the two princesses, urged on by the officials, had clothed the gasping, sobbing boy. The Queen now saw that no more hope remained. She sank upon a chair, and summoning all her strength, she called the Dauphin to herself, laid her hands upon his shoulders, and pale, immovable, with widely opened eyes whose burning lids were cooled by no tear, she gazed upon the quivering face of the boy, who had fixed his great blue eyes, swimming with tears, upon the countenance of his mother. "My child," said the Queen, solemnly, "we must part. Remember your duties when I am no more with you to remind you of them. Never forget the good God who is proving you, and your mother who is praying for you. Be good and patient, and your Father in heaven will bless you." She bent over, and with her cold lips pressed a kiss upon the forehead of her son, then gently pushed him toward the turnkey. But the boy sprang back to her again, clung to her with his arms, and would not go. "My son, we must obey, God wills it so." A loud savage laugh was heard. Shuddering, the Queen turned around. There at the open door stood Simon, and with him his wife, their hard features turned maliciously toward the pale Queen. The woman stretched out her brown bare arms to the child, grasped him, and pushed him before her to the door. "Is she to have him?" shrieked Marie Antoinette. "Is my son to remain with this woman?" "Yes," said Simon, with a grinning smile, as he put himself, with his arms akimbo, before the Queen. "Yes, with this woman and with me, her husband. Little Capet is to remain, and I tell you he shall receive a royal education. We shall teach him to forget the past, and only to remember that he is a child of the one and indivisible Republic. If he does not come to it, he must be brought to it, and my old cobbler's straps will be good helpers in this matter." He nodded at Marie Antoinette with a fiendish smile, and then followed the officials, who had already gone out. The doors were closed again, the bolts drawn, and within the chamber reigned the stillness of death. The two women put their arms around one another, kneeled upon the floor, and prayed. From this day on, Marie Antoinette had no hope more. Her heart was broken. Whole days long she sat fixed and immovable, without paying any regard to the tender words of her sister-in-law and the caresses of her daughter, without working, reading, or busying herself in any way. Formerly she had helped to put the rooms in order, and mend the clothes and linen. Now she let the two princesses do this alone and serve her. Only for a few hours each day did her countenance lighten at all, and the power of motion return to this pale marble figure. These were the hours when she waited for her son, as he went with Simon every day to the upper story in the platform of the tower. She would then put her head to the door and listen to every step and all the words that he directed to the turnkey as he passed by. Soon she discovered a means of seeing him. There was a little crack on the floor of the platform on which the boy walked. The world revolved for the Queen only around this little crack in the instant in which she could see her boy. At times, too, a compassionate guard who had to inspect the prison brought her tidings of her son, told her that he was well, that he had learned to play ball, and that by his friendly nature he won everyone's love. Then Marie Antoinette's countenance would lighten, a smile would play over her features and linger on her pale lips as long as they were speaking of her boy. But oh, soon there came other tidings about the unhappy child. His wailing tones, Simon's threats, and his wife's abusive words penetrated even the Queen's apartments, and filled her with the anguish of despair. And yet it was not the worst to hear him cry, and to know that the son of the Queen was treated ill. It was still more dreadful to hear him sing with a loud voice, accompanied by the laugh and the bravos of Simon and his wife, revolutionary and obscene songs, to know that not only his body but his soul was doomed to destruction. At first the Queen, on hearing these dreadful songs, broke out into lamentations, cries, and loud threats against those who were destroying the soul of her child. Then a gradual paralysis crept over her heart, and when, on the 3rd of August, she was taken from the Temple to the prison, the pale lips of the Queen merely whispered, "Thank God, I shall not have to hear him sing any more." End of chapter 23, read by ebarnett.
Chapter 24 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Chapter 24. The Death of the Queen. The Bartholomew's night of the murderess Catherine de Medicis and her mad son Charles IV. now found in France its horrible and bloody repetition. But the night of horror which we are now to contemplate was continued on into the day, and did not shrink even before the light. The sun shone down upon the streams of blood which flowed through the streets of Paris, and upon the pack of wild dogs that swarmed in uncounted numbers on the thoroughfares of the city, and lived on this blood, which gave back even to the tame their natural wildness. The sun shone down upon the scaffold that rose like a threatening monster upon the Place de la Révolution, and upon the dreadful axe which daily severed so many noble forms, and then rose from the block glittering and menacing. The sun shone on that day too, when Marie Antoinette ascended the scaffold, as her husband had done before, and so passed to her rest from all the pains and humiliations of her last years. That day was the 16th of October, 1793. For 4 months Marie Antoinette looked forward to it as to a joyful deliverance. It was 4 months from the time when she was transferred from the Temple to the prison, and she knew that those who were confined in the latter place only left it to gain the freedom, not that man gives, but which God grants to the suffering, the freedom of death. Marie Antoinette longed for the deliverance. How far behind her now lay the days of her happy, joyous youth! How long ago the time when the tall, grave woman, her face full of pride and yet of resignation, had been charming Marie Antoinette, the very impersonation of beauty, youth, and love, carrying out in Trianon the ideal of romantic country life, in the excess of her gaiety going disguised to the public opera-house ball, believing herself so safe amid the French people that she could dispense with the protection of etiquette, hailed with an enthusiastic admiration then, as she was now saluted with the savage shouts of the enraged people. No, the former queen, Marie Antoinette, who in the gilded saloons of Versailles and in the Tuileries had received the homage of all France, and with a smiling face and perfect grace of manner acknowledged all the tribute that was brought to her, had no longer any resemblance to the widow of Louis Capet, sitting before the revolutionary tribunal, and giving earnest answers to the questions which were put to her. She arranged her toilette that day, but how different was the toilette of the widow Cap from that which Queen Marie Antoinette had once displayed. At that earlier time, she, the easy, light-hearted daughter of fortune, had shut herself up for hours with her intimate companion, Madame Bourlier, the royal milliner, planning a new ball dress, or a new fichu, or her Leonard would lavish all the resources of his fancy and his art, inventing new styles of headdress, now decorating the beautiful head of the Queen with towering masses of auburn hair, now braiding it so as to make it enfold little warships, the sails of which were finely woven from her own locks, now laying out a garden filled with fruits and flowers, butterflies and birds of paradise. The widow Capet needed no milliner and no hairdresser in making her toilette. Her tall, slender figure was enveloped with a black woolen dress which the Republic had given her at her request, that she might commemorate her deceased husband. Her neck and shoulders, which had once been the admiration of France, was now concealed by a white muslin kerchief which her keeper Balot had given her out of sympathy. Her hair was uncovered, and fell in long, natural locks on both sides of her pale, transparent face. Her hair needed no powder now. The long, sleepless nights and the sorrowful days have whitened it more than any powder could do, and the widow of Louis Capet, though but 38 years old, had the gray locks of a woman of 70. In this toilette Marie Antoinette appeared before the Revolutionary Tribunal, from the 6th to the 13th of October. Nothing royal was left about her but her look and her proud bearing. The people, pressing in dense masses into the spectators' seats, did not weary of seeing the Queen in her humiliation and in her mourning robe, and constantly demanded that Marie Antoinette should rise from the woven rush chair on which she was sitting, that she should allow herself to be stared at by this throng, brought there not out of compassion, but curiosity. Once, as she rose in reply to the demand of the public, she was heard to whisper, as to herself, "Ah, will this people not soon be satisfied with my sufferings?" At another time, her pale, dry lips murmured, "I am thirsty." But no one around her dared to have compassion on this cry of distress. Every one looked perplexed at the others, and no one dared give her a glass of water. At last one of the gens d'armes ventured to do it, and Marie Antoinette thanked him with a look that brought tears into his eyes, and that perhaps caused him to fall on the morrow under the guillotine as a traitor. The gens d'armes who guarded the Queen, they alone had the courage to show her compassion. One night, when she was conducted from the session room to her prison, Marie Antoinette felt herself so exhausted, so overcome, that she murmured to herself, as she staggered on, "I cannot see, I cannot walk any further." The guard who was walking by her side gave her his arm, and supported by him, Marie Antoinette reeled up the stone steps that led to her prison. At last, in the night intervening between the 14th and 15th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, her sentence was pronounced. Death! Execution by the guillotine! Marie Antoinette received it with unshakable calmness, while the tumult of the excited mob was hushed as by magic, and while many faces, even of the exasperated fishwives, grew pale. Marie Antoinette remained calm. Gravely and coldly she rose from her seat, and with her own hands opened the balustrade in order to leave the hall to return to her prison. Finally, on the morning of the 16th of October, her sufferings were allowed to end, and she was permitted to take refuge in the grave. It almost made her joyful. She had suffered so much, that to die was for her really blessedness. She employed the still hours of the night before her death in writing to her sister-in-law, Madame Elisabeth, and her letter was at the same time her testament. But the widow of Louis Capet had no riches, no treasures to convey. She had nothing more that she could call her own but her love, her tears, and her farewell greetings. These she left to all who had loved her. She sent a special word to her brothers and sisters, and bade them farewell. "I had friends," she says, "and the thought that I am to be forever separated from them, and their sorrow for me, is the most painful thing in this hour. They shall at least know that I thought of them to the last moment." After Marie Antoinette had ended this letter, whose writing was here and there blotted with her tears, she turned her thoughts to the last remembrances she could leave to her children, a remembrance which should not be profaned by the hand of the executioner. This was her long hair, whose silver locks, the only ornament that remained to her, was at the same time the sad record of her sorrows. Marie Antoinette, with her own hands, despoiled herself of this ornament and cut off her long back hair, that it might be a last gift to her children, her relations, and friends. Then, after a period of meditation, she prepared herself for the last great ceremony of her career, her death. She felt herself exhausted, worn out, and recognized her need of some physical support during the hard way which lay before her. She asked for nourishment, and ate with some relish the wing of a fowl that was brought to her. After that she made her toilet, the toilet of death. At the request of the Queen, the wife of the turnkey gave her one of her own chemises, and Marie Antoinette put it on. Then she arrayed herself in the same garments which she had worn at her trial, with this single change, that over the black woolen dress, which she had often mended with her own hand, she now wore a cloak of white pique. Around her neck she tied a simple kerchief of white muslin, and as she would not be allowed to ascend the scaffold with uncovered head, she put on a plain linen cap, such as was in general use among the people. Black stockings covered her feet, and over these were shoes of black woolen stuff. Her toilet was at last ended. She was done with all earthly things. Ready to meet her death, she lay down on her bed and slept. She was still sleeping when it was announced to her that a priest was there, ready to meet her, if she wanted to confess. But Marie Antoinette had already unveiled her heart before God. She wanted none of those priests of reason whom the Republic had appointed after it had banished or guillotined the priest of the Church. "As I am not mistress of my own will," she had written to her sister Elizabeth, "I shall have to submit if a priest is brought to me, but I solemnly declare that I will not speak a word to him, and that I shall treat him as a person with whom I wish to have no relations." And Marie Antoinette kept her word. She did not refuse to allow Giraud to enter. But when he asked her if she wished to receive the consolations of religion from him, she declined. Then, in order to warm her feet, which were cold, she walked up and down her little room. As it struck 7, the door opened. It was Samson, the public executioner, who entered. A slight thrill passed through the form of the Queen. "You have come very early, sir. Could you not delay a little?" When Samson denied her request, Marie Antoinette put on her calm, cold manner. She drank, without resistance, a cup of chocolate which was brought to her. She remained possessed, and wore her wonted air of dignity as they bound her hands behind her with thick cords. At 11 o'clock she left her room, and passed through the corridor, and ascended the car, which was waiting for her beside the prison door. No one accompanied her, no one bade her a last farewell, not a look of pity or compassion was bestowed upon her by her keepers. Alone, between the rows of gens d'armes that were placed along the sides of the corridor, the Queen advanced, Samson walking behind her, carrying the end of the rope with which the Queen's hands were bound, and behind him his 2 assistants and the priest. This is the retinue of the Queen, the daughter of an emperor, on the way to her execution. It may be that at this hour thousands are on their knees, offering their fervent prayers to God in behalf of Marie Antoinette, whom, in their hearts, they continue to call the Queen. It may be that thousands are pouring out tears of compassion for her, who now mounts the wretched car, and sits down on the board which is bound by ropes to the sides of the vehicle. But those who are praying and weeping have withdrawn to the solitude of their own apartments, and only God can see their tears and hear their cries. The eyes which witnessed the Queen in this last drive were not allowed to shed a tear. The words which followed her on her last way could express no compassion. All Paris knew the hour of the execution, and the people were ready to witness it. On the streets, at the windows, on the roofs, immense masses had congregated, and the whole Place de la Révolution, now the Place de la Concorde, was filled with a dark, surging crowd. And now the drums of the guard stationed before the concierge began to beat. The great white horse, which drew the car in which the Queen sat, side by side with the priest, and facing backward, was driven forward by a man who was upon his back. Behind Marie Antoinette were Samson and his assistants. The Queen was pale. All the blood had left her cheeks and lips, but her eyes were red. Poor Queen! She bore even then the marks of much weeping. But she could shed no tears then. Not a single one obscure her eye as she looked ranged, gravely and calmly over the mass, up the houses to the very roofs, then slowly down, and then away over the boundless sea of human faces. Her face was as cold and grave as her eyes. Her lips were firmly compressed. Not a quiver betrayed whether she was suffering, and whether she shrank from the 1,000 and 10,000 scornful and curious looks which were fixed upon her. And yet Marie Antoinette saw it all. She saw a woman raise a child. She saw the child throw her a kiss with its little hand. At that the Queen gave way for an instant. Her lips quivered. Her eyes were darkened with a tear. This solitary sign of human sympathy reanimated the heart of the Queen, and gave her a little fresh life. But the people took good care that Marie Antoinette should not carry this one drop of comfort to the end of her journey. The populace thronged around the car, howled, groaned, sang ribald songs, clapped their hands, and pointed their fingers in derision at Madame Veto. The Queen, however, remained calm, her gaze wandering coldly over the vast multitude. Only once did her eye flash on the route. It was as she passed the Palais Royal, where Philippe Eglet, once the Duc d'Orléans, lived, and read the inscription which he had caused to be placed over the main entrance of the palace. At noon the car reached its destination. It came to a halt at the foot of the scaffold. Marie Antoinette dismounted, and then walked slowly and with erect head up the steps. Not once during her dreadful ride had her lips opened. Not a complaint had escaped her. Not a farewell had she spoken. The only adieu which she had to give on earth was a look. One long, sad look, directed toward the Tuileries. And as she gazed upon the great pile, her cheeks grew paler, and a deep sigh escaped from her lips. Then she placed her head under the guillotine. A momentary, breathless silence followed. Samson lifted up the pale head that had once belonged to the Queen of France, and the people greeted the sight with a cry, "Long live the Republic!" That same evening one of the officials of the Republic made up an account, now preserved in the Imperial Library of Paris, and which must move even the historian himself to tears. It runs as follows: Cost of interments, conducted by Joly, sexton of Madeleine de la Vique, Of persons condemned by thy tribunal of the Committee of Safety, to wit, Number 1. Then follow 24 names and numbers, and then Number 25, Widow Capet. For the coffin, 6 francs. For digging the grave, 25 francs. Beneath are the words, Seen and approved by me, President of the Revolutionary Tribunal, that Joly, sexton of the Madeleine, received the sum of 264 francs from the National Treasury, Paris, 11th Brumaire, year 2, of the French Republic. Hermain, President. The interment of the Queen of France did not cost the Republic more than 31 francs, or $6 American. End of chapter 24. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee.
Chapter 25 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. King Louis the 17th. The one and indivisible republic bad gained the victory over the lilies of France. In their dark and unknown graves, in the Madeleine churchyard, King Louis the 16th and Marie Antoinette slept their last sleep. The monarchy had perished on the guillotine, and the Republicans, the preachers of liberty, equality, and fraternity, repeated triumphantly, "Royalty is forever extinguished, and the glorious Republic is the rising sun, which is to bring eternal deliverance to France." But in spite of this jubilant cry, the foreheads of the Republican leaders darkened, and a peculiar solicitude took possession of their hearts when their eyes fell upon the Temple, that great dismal building that threw its dark shadows over the sunny path of the Republic. Was it regret that darkened the brows of the regicides as they looked upon this building, which had been the sad prison of the King and Queen? Those hearts of bronze knew no regret, and when the heroes of the Revolution crossed the Place de la Guillotine, on which the royal victims had perished, their eyes flashed more proudly and did not fall, even when they passed by the Madeleine churchyard. No, it was not the recollection of the deed that saddened the brows of the potentates of the Republic when they looked at the dismal temple, but the recollection of him who was not yet dead, but who was still living as a captive in the gloomy state prison of the Republic. The prisoner was indeed only a child of 8 years, but the Legitimists, and there were many of them still in the country, called him the King of France, and priests in royal Vendée, when they had finished the daily mass for the murdered king, prayed to God with uplifted hands for grace and deliverance for the young captive at the temple, the young king, Louis the 17th. Le roi est mort, vive le roi. There were, it must be confessed, among the royalists and legitimists, many who thought of the young prisoner with bitterness and anger, and who accused and blamed him as the calumniator of his mother, as if the child knew what he was doing, when at the command of his tormentor Simon he wrote with trembling hand his name upon the paper which was laid before him in the open court, as if the poor innocent boy knew what meaning the dreadful questions had, which the merciless judges put to him, and which he answered with no or with yes, according as his scrutinizing looks were able to make out the fitting answer on the hard face of Simon, who stood near him, for the unhappy lad had already learned to read the face of the turnkey, and knew very well that every wrinkle of the forehead which was caused by him must be atoned for with dreadful sufferings, abuses, and blows. The poor boy was afraid of the heavy fist that came down like an iron club upon his back, and even on his face, when he said anything, or did anything that displeased Simon or his wife, and therefore he sought to escape this cruel treatment, confirming with his yes and no what Simon told the judges, and what the child in his innocence did not understand. And therefore he subscribed the paper without reluctance, in which he unconsciously gave evidence that disgraced his mother. With this testimony they ventured to accuse Marie Antoinette of infamy, but the Queen gave it no other answer than scornful silence and a proud and dignified look, before which the judges cast down their eyes in shame. Then after a pause they repeated their question and demanded an answer. Marie Antoinette turned her proud and yet gentle glance to the women who had taken possession in dense masses of the spectators' gallery, and who breathlessly awaited the answer of the Queen. "I appeal to all mothers present," she said, with her sad, sonorous voice. "I ask whether they hold such a crime to be possible." No one gave audible reply, but a murmur passed through the ranks of the spectators, and the sharp ear of the judges understood very well the meaning of this sound, this language of sympathy, and it seemed to them wiser to let the accusation fall rather than rouse up the compassion of the mothers still more in behalf of the Queen. Her condemnation was an event fixed upon. The guilty had been spoken in the hearts of the judges long before it came to their lips, and brought the Queen to the guillotine. Marie Antoinette referred to this dreadful charge in the letter which she wrote to her sister-in-law Elizabeth in the night before her execution, a letter which was, at the same time, her testament and her farewell to life. "May my son," she wrote, "never forget the last words of his father. I repeat them here expressly. May he never seek to avenge our death. And now I have to speak of a matter which surely grieves my heart. I know what trouble this child must have occasioned you. Forgive him, my dear sister. Think how young he is, and how easy it is to induce a child to say what people want to have him say, and what he does not understand. The day will come, I hope, when he shall better comprehend the high value of your goodness and tenderness to both of my children." Footnote: Beauchesne, Louis XVII, Sa vie et son agonie, etc. Volume 1, page 150. Facsimile of Marie Antoinette's letter. At this same hour, when Marie Antoinette was writing this, there was a dispute between Simon and his wife, who had been ordered by the Convention to watch the night, in order that the enraged Legitimists might not make an effort to abduct the son of the Queen. They were contending whether the execution would really occur the next day. Simon, in a jubilant tone, declared his conviction that it would, while his wife doubted. "She is still handsome," she said gloomily. "She knows how to talk well, and she will be able to move her judges, for her judges are men." "But justice is a woman, and she is unshakable," cried Simon emphatically. And as his wife continued to contradict, Simon proposed a bet. The wager was that if the Queen of France should be guillotined the next noon, the one who lost should furnish brandy and cakes the next evening for a jollification. The next morning Simon repaired with the little prisoner to the platform of the tower, from which there was a free lookout over the streets, and where they could plainly see what was going on below. His wife, meanwhile, had left the temple at early dawn with her dreadful knitting work. "I must be on the spot early if I want a good place today," she said, "and it would be a real misfortune for me if I should not see the miserable head of the she-wolf drop and not make a double stitch in my stocking." "But you forget, Jeanne-Marie," said Simon with a grin. "You forget that you lose your bet if you make the mark in your stocking." "I would rather lose all the bets that were ever made than not make the mark in my stocking," cried the knitter grimly. "I would rather lose my wedding dress and my marriage ring than win this bet. Go up to the platform with the young wolf and wait for me there. As soon as I have made the mark in my stocking, I will run home and show it to you." "It is too bad that I cannot go with you," said Simon, sighing. "I wish I had never undertaken the business of bringing up the little Capet. It is hateful work, for I can never leave the temple, and I am just as much a prisoner as he is." "The Republic has done you a great honor," said the knitter solemnly. "She has confidence that you will make out of the son of the she-wolf out of the worthless scion of tyrants, a son of the Republic, a useful citizen. Good talk, growled Simon, and you have only the honour of the affair, and the satisfaction besides of plaguing the son of our tyrants a bit. Of taking revenge, struck in the knitter, revenge for the misery which my family has suffered from the tyrants. But I, continued Simon, I have certainly the honour of the thing, but I have also the burden. In the first place, it is very hard to make a strong and useful citizen of the Republic out of this whining, tender, and sensitive urchin, and then again it is very unpleasant and disagreeable to have to live like a prisoner always. Listen, Simon, hear what I promise, said Jean-Marie, laying her hard brown hand upon Simon's shoulder. If the Austrian atones today for her crimes, and the executioner shows her head to the avenged people, I will give up my place at the guillotine as a knitter, will remain with you here in the temple, will take my share of the bringing up of the little Capet, and you yourself shall make the proposition to the supervisor, that your wife, like yourself, shall not be allowed to leave the temple. That is something I like to hear, cried Simon, delighted. There will then be at least 2 of us to bear the tedium of imprisonment. So go, Jean-Marie, take your place for the last time at the guillotine, for I tell you, you will lose your bet. You will have to furnish brandy and cakes, and stay with me here at the temple to bring up the little Capet. So go, I will go up to the platform with the boy and wait there for your return. He called the little Louis Charles, who was sitting in the tottering rush chair in his room, and anxiously waiting to see whether his master was going to take him that day out of the dismal, dark prison. Come, little Capet, cried Simon, pushing the door open with his foot. Come, we will go up on the platform. You can take your ball along and play, and I advise you to be right merry today, for it is a holiday for the Republic, and I am going to teach you to be a good Republican. So if you want to keep your back free from my straps, be jolly today, and play with your ball. Oh, cried the child, springing forward merrily with his ball. Oh, only be good, master, and I will certainly be merry, for I like to play with my ball, and I'm ever so fond of holidays. What kind of one is it today? No matter about you knowing that, you little toad, growled Simon, who in spite of himself had compassion on the pale face of the child that looked up to him so innocently and inquiringly. Up the staircase, quick, and play and laugh. Louis obeyed with a smile, sprang up the high steps of the winding stairway, jumped about on the platform, throwing his ball up in the air and shouting aloud when he caught it again with his little thin hands. Meanwhile Simon stood leaning on the iron railing that surrounded the platform, looking with his searching eyes down into the street, which far below ran between the dark houses like a narrow ribbon. The wind now brought the sustained notes of the drums to him. Then he saw the street below suddenly filled with a darkness, as if the ribbon were turning into crape that was filling all Paris. The people are in motion by thousands, cried Simon delightedly, and all rushing to the Place de la Révolution. I shall win my bet. And again he listened to the sound that came up to him, now resembling the beat of drums, and now a loud cry of exultation. Now I think Samson must be striking the head off the wolf, growled Simon to himself, and the people are shouting with pleasure, and Jean-Marie is making a mark in her stocking, and I, poor fellow, cannot be there to see the fine show. And this miserable brat is to blame for it, he cried aloud, turning suddenly round to the child who was playing behind him with his ball and giving him a savage blow with his fist. You are the cause, stupid, that I cannot be there today. Master, said the child beseechingly, lifting his great blue eyes, in which the tears were standing, up to his tormentor. Master, I beg your forgiveness if I have troubled you. Yes, you have troubled me, growled Simon, and you shall get your thanks for it in a way you will not like. Quick, away with your tears. Go on with your play if you do not want your back to make acquaintance with my straps. Merry, I say, little Capet, merry. The boy hastily dried his tears, laughed aloud as a proof of his merriment, and began to jump about again and to play with his ball. Simon listened again and looked down longingly into the streets, which were now black with the surging masses of men. Steps were now heard upon the stairway, and Jean-Marie presently appeared on the platform. With a grave, solemn air, she walked up to her husband and gave him her stocking, on which 3 great drops of blood were visible. "That is her blood," she said calmly. "Thank God I have lost the bet." "What sort of a bet was it?" asked the boy with a smile and giving his ball a merry toss. "The bet is nothing to you," answered Jean-Marie, "but if you are good, you will get something by and by and have a share in the payment of the bet." That evening there was a little feast prepared in the gloomy rooms of the Simons. The wife paid the wager, for the Queen of France had really been executed, and she had lost. She provided 2 bottles of brandy and a plum cake, and the son of the murdered queen had a share in the entertainment. He ate a piece of the plum cake, and under the fear of being beaten if he refused, he drank some of the brandy that was so offensive to him. From this time the unhappy boy remained under the hands of the cobbler and his cruel wife. In vain his aunt and his sister implored their keepers to be allowed to see and to talk with the prince. They were put off with abusive words, and only now and then could they see him a moment through the crack in the door, as he passed by with Simon on his way to the winding staircase. At times they came up through the floor of their room, for Simon, who was no longer porter, had the rooms directly beneath those occupied by the princesses. The crying and moaning of the little prince, filling their hearts with pain and bitterness, for they knew that the horrible keeper of the Dauphin was giving his pitiable ward a lesson, i.e., he was beating and maltreating him. Why? For what reason? One day perhaps because he refused to drink brandy, the next because he looked sad, or because he asked to be taken to his mother or the princesses, or because he refused to sing the ribald songs which Simon tried to teach him about Madame Vito or the Austrian she-wolf. In this one thing the boy remained immovable. Neither threats, abuse, nor blows would force him to sing scurrilous songs about his mother. Out of fear he did everything else that his tormentor bade him. He sung the Marseillaise and the Caira. He danced the Carmagnole, uttered his loud hurrahs as Simon drank a glass of brandy to the weal of the one and indivisible Republic. But when he was ordered to sing mocking songs about Madame Vito, he kept a stubborn silence, and nothing was able to overcome what Simon called the obstinacy of the little viper. Nothing, neither blows nor kicks, neither threats nor promises. The child no longer ventured to ask after his mother, or to beg to be taken to his aunt and sister. But once in a while, when he heard a noise in the room above, he would fix his eyes upon the ceiling for a time, and with an expression of longing, when he dropped them, again the clear tears ran over his cheeks like transparent pearls. He did not speak about his mother, but he thought of her, and once in the night he seemed to be dreaming of her, for he raised himself up in bed, kneeled down upon the miserable dirty mattress, folded his hands, and began to repeat in a loud voice the prayer which his mother had taught him. The noise awakened Simon, who roused his wife to let her listen to the superstitious little monkey, whom they would cure for ever of his folly. He sprang out of bed, took a pitcher of cold water that was standing on the table, and poured it upon the head of the kneeling boy. Louis Charles woke up with a shriek and crouched down in alarm, but the whole bed was wet, only the pillow had been spared. The boy rose carefully, took the pillow, carried it into a corner of the room, and sat down upon it, but his teeth chattered with the cold in spite of himself. This awakened Simon a second time, just as he was dropping asleep. With a wild curse he jumped out of bed and dressed himself. "That is right," called Jean-Marie. "Bring the brat to his senses. Make little Capet know that he is to behave respectfully." And Simon did make the poor boy understand it. Sitting on the pillow, shivering in his wet shirt, he seized him by his shoulders, shook him so angrily from one side to another, and shouted, "I will teach you to say your Pater Noster, and get up in the night like a Trappist." The boy remained silent. Simon's rage, which knew no bounds when he thought he was defied or met with stubbornness, entirely took possession of him. He caught up his boot, whose sole was secured with large iron nails, and was on the point of hurling it at the head of the unoffending boy, when the latter seized his arms with convulsive energy. "What have I done to you, master, that you should kill me?" cried the little Louis. "Kill you, you wolf brat," roared Simon, "as if I wanted to, or ever had wanted to. Oh, the miserable viper! So you do not know that if I only took fairly hold of your neck, you never would scream again." And with his powerful arm he seized the boy and hurled him upon the water-soaked bed. Louis lay down without a word, without a complaint, and remain there shivering and with chattering teeth until morning. Footnote: Beauchesne, Louis the 17th, Volume 2, page 185. From this period there was a change in the boy. Until this time his moist eyes had fixed themselves with a supplicating look upon his tormentors when they threatened him, but after this they were cast down. Until now he had always sought to fulfill his master's commands with great alacrity. Afterwards he was indifferent, and made no effort to do so, for he had learned that it was all to no purpose, and that he must accept a fate of slavery and affliction. The face of the child, once so rosy and smiling, now took on a sad, melancholy expression. His cheeks were pale and sunken. The attractive features of his face were disfigured. His limbs grew to a length disproportionate to his age. His back bent into a bow, as if he felt the burden of the humiliations which were thrown upon him. When the child had learned that everything that he said was twisted, turned into ridicule, and made the cause of chastisement, he was entirely silent, and only with the greatest pains could a word be drawn from him. This silence exasperated Simon, and made him furiously command the boy to sing, laugh, and be merry. At other times he would order Louis to be silent and motionless for hours, and to have nothing to do with the bird cage which was on the table, and which was the only thing left that the little fellow could enjoy. This cage held a number of birds, and a piece of mechanism, an automaton in the form of a bird, which ate like a living creature, drank, hopped from bar to bar, opened his bill, and sang the air which was so popular before the Revolution. "Oh, Richard! Oh, my king!" End of chapter 25, part 1, read by BerthaMason, Nottingham, November 2021.
Chapter 25, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach, King Louis the 17th. The officials came to a halt upon the threshold, as though petrified at this unheard-of license, and fixed their cold, angry looks now upon the bird, now upon the boy, who was sitting upon his rush chair before the cage, looking at the birds with beaming eyes. A second time the automaton began the unfortunate air, and the exasperated inspectors strode up to the cage. "What does this mean?" asked one of them. "How does anyone dare to keep up, in the glorious Republic, such worthless reminders of the cursed monarchy?" "Only see," cried another, "see the order that one of the birds is wearing. It is plain that the old passion of royalty still lurks here, for even here ribbons are given away as signs of distinction. The Republic forbids such things, and we will not suffer such infamy." The inspector put his hand into the cage, seized the little canary bird with the red ribbon, and squeezed him so closely that the poor little creature gave one faint chirp and died. The man drew him out and hurled him against the wall of the room. The little boy said not a word. He uttered not a complaint. He gazed with widely open eyes at his dead favorite, and 2 great tears slowly trickled down his pale cheeks. The next day the inspectors gave a report of this occurrence, couched in terms of worthy indignation, and all hearts were stirred with righteous anger at the story of the automaton that sang the royal aria, and of the living bird that wore the badge of an order about its neck. They were convinced that the secret royalists were connected with this thing, and it was registered in the communal acts as the conspiracy of the canary bird. The little winged conspirators, the automaton as well as the living birds, were of course instantly removed from the temple, and Simon had the double vexation of receiving a reprimand from the authorities, and then the losing his little merry companions from the prison. It was all the fault of this little good-for-nothing boy, who knew how to make long faces, and allowed himself to waken and disturb his master in the night by his crying and sobbing. "The worthless viper has spoiled my sleep for me," growled Simon the next morning. "My head is as heavy as a bomb, and I shall have to take a foot-bath to draw the blood away from my ears." Jeannie Marie silently carried her husband to the leaden foot-bath with the steaming water, and then drew back into the corner, in whose dismal shadow she often sat for hours, gazing idly at her calendar of the Revolution, the long stocking, on which traces of the blood of the Queen were still visible. Meanwhile Simon took his foot bath, and while he did so his wicked malicious eyes now fell upon his wife, who had once been so cheerful and resolute, and who now had grown so sad and broken, now upon the boy, who since yesterday, when his canaries had been taken from him, had spoken not a word, or made a sound, and who sat motionless upon the rush chair, folding his hands in his lap, and gazing at the place where his dead bird lay yesterday. "This life would make one crazy," growled Simon, with the tone of a hyena. "Capet!" he cried aloud, "take the towel and warm it at the chimney fire, so as to wipe my feet." Louis rose slowly from his chair, took the towel, and crept to the chimney fire to spread it out and warm it. But the glow of the coals burned his little thin hands so badly that he let the cloth fall into the fire, and before the trembling, frightened child had time to draw it back, the towel had kindled and was burning brightly. Simon uttered a howl of rage, and as with his feet in the water he was not able to reach the boy, he heaped curses and abuse upon him, and not alone on him, but on his father and mother, till his voice was hoarse and he was exhausted with this outpouring of his wrath. Deceived by the quiet which followed, little Louis took another towel, warmed it carefully at the chimney, and then cautiously approached his master to wipe his feet. Simon extended them to the boy and let himself be served as if by a little slave. But just as soon as his feet were dry, he kicked the boy's head with such force that without a cry Louis fell down, striking his head violently on the floor. Perhaps it was this pitiful spectacle that exasperated the cobbler still more. He beat the unconscious boy, roused him with kicks and with the noise of his curses, raised his clenched fists and swore that he would now dash the viper in pieces, when he suddenly felt his hands grasped as in iron clamps, and to his boundless astonishment saw before him the pale grim face of his wife, who had come out from her corner and fixed her black glistening eyes upon him, while she held his hands firmly. "What is it, Jeannie Marie?" said Simon, surprised. "Why are you holding me so?" "Because I do not want you to beat him to death," she said, with a hoarse, rough voice. He broke out into loud laughter. "I really believe that the knitter of the guillotine has pity on the son of the she-wolf." A convulsive quiver passed through her whole frame. A singular, gurgling sound came from her chest. She put both her hands to her neck and tore the little kerchief off, as if it were tied tight enough to strangle her. "No," she said, in a suppressed tone, "no compassion on the wolf's brood. But if you beat him to death, they will have to bring you to the guillotine, that it may not appear as if they had ordered you to kill the little Capet." "True," said Simon, "you are right, and I thank you, Jeannie Marie, that you may remind me of it. It shows that you love me still, though you are always so quiet. Yes, yes, I will be more careful. I will take care to beat the little serpent only so much that it may not bite, but cannot die." Jeannie Marie made no reply, but sat down in the corner again, took up her stocking, without touching the needles, however, and going on with her work. "Get up, you cursed snake," growled Simon, "and get up and go out of my sight, and do not stir me up again." The child rose slowly from the floor, crept to the wash-basin, and with his trembling, bruised hands wiped away the blood that was flowing out of his nose and mouth. A loud gurgling sound came from the corner where Jeannie Marie sat. It seemed half like a cry, half like a sob. When Simon looked around, his wife lay pale and motionless on the floor. She had sunk from her chair in a swoon. Simon grasped her in his strong arms and carried her to the bed, laid her gently and carefully down, and busied himself about her, showing a manifest anxiety. "She must not die," he murmured, rubbing his temples with salt water. "She must not leave me alone in this horrible prison and with this dreadful child. Jeannie Marie, wake up, come to yourself." She opened her eyes and gazed at her husband with wild, searching looks. "What is the matter, Jeannie Marie?" he asked. "Have you pain? Are you sick?" "Yes," she said, "I am sick. I am in pain. I will go to bring you a physician. You shall not die. No, no, you shall not die. You shall have a physician. The Hotel Dieu is very near. They will certainly allow me to go as far as there and bring a doctor for my dear Jeanie." He was on the point of hastening away, but Jeanie Marie held him fast. "Remain here," she murmured. "Do not let me be alone with him. I am afraid of him." "Of whom?" asked Simon, astonished, and as he followed the looks of his wife they rested on the boy, who was still busy in checking the blood that was flowing freely from his swollen nose. "Of him?" asked Simon, in amazement. Jeanie Marie nodded. "Yes," she whispered, "I am afraid of him, and I do not want to remain alone with him, for he would kill me." Simon burst into a loud, hoarse laugh. "Now I see that you are really sick, and the doctor shall come at once. But they certainly will not let me leave this place, for this despicable brat has made us both prisoners, the miserable good-for-nothing thing." "Send him away. Let him go into his own room," whispered Jeanie Marie. "I cannot bear to see him. He poisons my blood. Send him away, for I shall be crazy if I have to look at him longer." "Away with you, you viper!" roared Simon, and the boy, who knew that he was meant, that the term viper was applied only to him, hastily dried his tears, and slipped through the open door into his little dark apartment. "Now I will run and call the porter," said Simon hurriedly. "He shall send someone to the Hotel Dieu and bring a physician for my poor dear sick Jeanie Marie." He hastened out and turned back after a few minutes with the report that the porter himself had gone to bring a doctor, and that help would come at once. "Nonsense!" cried Jeanie Marie. "No doctor can help me, and there is nothing at all that I want. Only give me something to drink, Simon, for my throat burns like fire, and then call little Capet, for in his dark room his eyes glisten like stars, and I cannot bear them." Simon shook his head sadly, and while holding a glass of cold water to her lips he said to himself, "Jeanie Marie is really sick. She has a fever, but we must do what she orders, else it will come to delirium, and she might become insane." And with a loud voice he called, "Capet, Capet, come here, you viper, you wolf's cub, come here." The boy obeyed the command, slowly crept into the room, and sat down in the rush chair in the corner. "He shall not look at me!" shrieked Jeanie Marie. "He shall not look into my heart with his dreadful blue eyes. It hurts me, oh, so much, so much!" "Turn around, you viper," said Simon. "Look round this way again, or I'll tear your eyes out of your head. The door leading to the corridor now opened, and an old man, leaning on a cane, entered, wearing on his head a powdered peruke, his bent form covered with a black satin coat, beneath which a satin vest was seen, on his feet silk stockings and buckled shoes, in his lace-encircled hand a cane with a gold head. "Well," cried Simon with a laugh, "what sort of an old scarecrow is that, and what does it want here?" "The scarecrow wants nothing of you," said the old man, in a kindly way, "but you want something of it, citizen. You have sent for me. Ah, so you are the doctor from the Hotel Dieu. Yes, my friend, I am citizen Nudin." "Nudin, the chief physician at the Hotel Dieu!" cried Simon, "and you come yourself to see my sick wife? Does that surprise you, citizen Simon?" "Yes, indeed, it surprises me, for I have been told so often that citizen Nudin, the greatest and most skilful physician in all Paris, never leaves the Hotel Dieu, that the aristocrats and ci devants have begged him in vain to attend them, and that even the Austrian woman, in the days when she was queen, sent to no purpose to the celebrated Nudin, and begged him to come to Versailles. We heard that the answer was, 'I am the physician of the poor and the sick in the Hotel Dieu, and whoever is poor and sick may come to me in the house which bears the name of God, but whoever is too rich and too well for that must seek another doctor, for my duties with the sick do not allow me to leave the Hotel Dieu.' And after that answer reached the palace, so the great Dr. Marat told me, the queen had her horses harnessed and drove to Paris to consult Dr. Nudin at the Hotel Dieu and to receive his advice. Is the story really true, and are you Dr. Nudin?" "The story is strictly true, and, my friend, I am Dr. Nudin." "And you now leave the Hotel Dieu to come and visit my sick wife?" asked Simon, with a pleasant look and a flattered manner. "Does your wife not belong to my poor and sick?" asked the doctor. "Is she not a woman of the people, this dear French people, to whom I have devoted my services and my life? For a queen, Dr. Nuda might not leave his hospital, but for a woman of the people he does it. And now, citizen, let me see your sick wife, for I did not come here to talk." Without waiting for Simon's answer, the physician walked up to the bed, sat down on the chair in front of it, and began at once to investigate the condition of the woman, who reached him her feverish hand, and, with an almost inaudible voice, answered his professional questions. The cobbler stood at the foot of the bed, and directed his little cunning eyes to the physician in amazement and admiration. Behind him, in the corner, sat the son of Marie Antoinette, humiliated, still, and motionless. Yet, in spite of the injunction of Jeannie Marie, he had turned round, and was looking toward the bed, but not to the knitter of the guillotine were his looks directed, but to this venerable old gentleman with his powdered peruke, his satin coat, silk stockings, breeches, shoe buckles, gold-embroidered waistcoat, and lace ruffles. This costume reminded him of the past. The halls of Versailles came back to him, and he saw before him the shadowy figures of the cavaliers of that time, all clothed like the dear old gentleman who was sitting before the bed there. "Why do you look at me in such a wondering way, Citizen Simon?" asked Nuda, who was now through with his examination. I really do wonder immensely," said Simon, "and there is a saying much for, in these times, when there are so many changes, a man can hardly wonder at anything. Still I do wonder, Citizen Nuda, that you can venture to go around in this costume. That is the style of clothing worn by traitorous ci devants and aristocrats. Anybody else who dare put it on would have only one more walk to take, that to the guillotine, and yet you venture to come here." "Venture?" repeated Nuda with a shrug. "I venture nothing, citizen. I wear my clothes in conformity with a habit of years' standing. They fitted well under the monarchy, they fit just as well under the republic, and I am not going to be such a fool as to put by my soft and comfortable silk clothes, and put on your hateful, uncomfortable, thick ones, and strut about in them. I am altogether too old to take up the new fashions, and altogether too well satisfied with my own suit to learn how to wear your cloth coats with swallow tails, and your leather hose and top boots. Defend me from crowding my old limbs into such stuffs." "Citizen Doctor," cried Simon with a laugh, "you are a jolly good old fellow, and I like you well. I do not blame you for preferring your comfortable silk clothes to the new style that our revolutionary heroes have brought to mode, that nothing might remind us of the cursed, God-forsaken monarchy. I wonder merely that they allow it and do not make you a head shorter." But how would they go on with matters in the Hotel Dieu? Without a head nothing could be done with the sick and the suffering, for without a head there is no thinking. Now, as I am the head of the hospital, and as they have no head to take my place, and as, in spite of my old-fashioned clothes, my sick are cured and have confidence in me, the great revolutionary heroes wink at me and let me do as I please, for they know that under the silk dress of an aristocrat beats the heart of a true democrat. But that is not the question before us now, citizen. We want to talk about the health of your wife here. She is sick, she has a fever, and it will be worse yet with her unless we take prompt measures and provide a cooling drink for her." "Do it, Citizen Doctor," said Simon. "Make my Jeannie Marie well and bright again, or I shall go crazy here in this accursed house. Jeannie Marie is sick just with this, that she is not accustomed to be idle, and to sit still and fold her hands in her lap, and run around like a wild beast in its cage. But here in the Temple it is no better than in a cage, and I tell you, citizen, it is enough to make one crazy here, and it has made Jeannie sick to have no fresh air, no exercise and work." "But why has she no exercise, no work? Why does she not go out into the street and take the air?" "Because she cannot," cried Simon passionately, "because the cursed little viper there embitters our whole life, and makes us prisoners to this miserable, wretched prisoner. Look at him there, the infernal little wolf. He is the one to blame that I cannot go into the street, cannot visit the clubs, the convention, or any meeting, but must lie here like a Trappist, or like an imprisoned criminal. He is the one to blame that my wife can no longer take her place at the guillotine, and knit and go on with her work there." "Yes," cried Jeannie Marie with a groan, raising her head painfully from the pillow, "he is to blame for it all, the shameless rascal. He has made me melancholy and sad. He has worried and vexed and changed me. Oh, oh, he is looking at me again, and his eyes burn into my heart. Miserable viper!" cried Simon, dashing towards the boy with clenched fists. How dare you turn your hateful eyes toward her, after her expressly forbidding it? Wait, I will teach you to disobey, and give you a lesson that you will not forget." His heavy hand fell on the back of the boy, and was raised again for a second stroke, when it was held as in an iron vice. "You good-for-nothing, what are you doing?" cried a thundering voice, and two blazing eyes flashed on him from the reddened face of Dr. Newdaw. Simon's eyes fell before the angry look of the physician. Then he broke out into a loud laugh. "Citizen Doctor, I say, what a jolly fellow you are," he said merrily. "You did that just as if you were in a theatre, and you called out to me just as they call out to the murderers in a tragedy. What do you make such a halloo about when I chastise the wolf's cub a bit, as he has richly deserved?" "It is true," said Newdaw, "I was a little hasty, but that comes from the fact, citizen, that I not only held you to be a good Republican, but a good man as well, and therefore it pained me to see you do a thing which becomes neither a Republican nor a good man." "Why, what have I done that is not proper?" asked Simon, in amazement. "Look at him, the poor beaten, swollen, stupefied boy," said Newdaw solemnly, pointing to Louis, who sat on his chair, weeping and trembling in all his limbs. "Look at him, citizen, and then do not ask me again what you have done that is not proper." "Well, but he deserves nothing better," cried Simon, with a sneer. "He is the son of the she-wolf, Madame Veto." "He is a human being," said Dr. Newdaw solemnly, "and he is, besides, a helpless boy, whom the one indivisible and righteous republic deprived of his father and mother, and put under your care to be educated as if he were a son of your own. I ask you, citizen, would you have struck a son of your own as you just struck this boy?" A loud convulsive sob came from the bed in which Jeannie Marie lay. It entirely confused and disturbed Simon. "No," he said softly, "perhaps I should not have done it. But," continued he eagerly, and with a grim look, "a child of my own would not have tried and exasperated me as this youngster does. From morning till evening he vexes me, for he does nothing that I want him to do. If I order him to sing with me, he is still and stupid, and when he ought to be still he makes a noise. But you believe me, citizen, this son of the she-wolf leaves me no quiet for sleep. Lately in the night he kneeled down in the bed and began to pray with a loud voice, so as to wake both my wife and myself." "From that night on I have been sick and miserable," moaned Jeannie Marie. "From that night I have not been able to sleep." "You hear, citizen doctor, my wife was so terrified with that it made her sick, and now you shall have a proof of the disobedience of the little viper. Capet, come here." The boy rose slowly from his chair, and stole along with drooping head to his master. "Capet, we will sing," said Simon. "You shall show the doctor that you are a good Republican, and that you have entirely forgotten that you are the son of the Austrian, the rascally Madame Veto. Come, we will sing the song about Madame Veto. Quick, strike in, or I will beat you into a pulp. The song about Madame Veto, do you hear? Sing." A short pause ensued. Then the boy raised his swollen face and fixed his great blue eyes with a defiant flaming expression upon the face of the cobbler. "Citizen," he said, with clear decided tones, "I shall not sing the song about Madame Veto, for I have not forgotten my dear mamma, and I can sing nothing bad about her, for I love my dear mamma so much, and—" The voice of the boy was drowned in his tears. He let his head fall upon his breast, ready to receive the threatened chastisement. But before the fist of Simon, already raised, could fall upon the poor head of the little sufferer, a thrilling cry of pain resounded from the bed. "Simon, come to me!" gasped Jeannie Marie. "Help me draw the dagger out of my breast. I am dying. Oh, I am dying!" "What kind of a dagger?" cried Simon, rushing to the bed and taking the convulsed form of his wife in his arms. "Hush!" whispered the doctor, who also had gone to the bed of the sick woman. "Hush! She is speaking in a fever, and the dagger of which she talks she feels in her heart and conscience. You must spare her, citizen, if you do not want her to die." everything must be quiet around her, and you must be very careful not to agitate her nerves, lest she have an acute typhoid fever. I will send her some cooling medicine at once, and tomorrow morning I will come early to see how it fares with her. But above everything else, Simon, remember to have quiet, that your good wife may get well again." "Who would have told me 2 weeks ago that Jeannie Marie had nerves?" growled Simon. "The first knitter of the guillotine, and now all at once nerves and tears. But I must be careful of her, for it would be too bad if she should die and leave me all alone with this tedious youngster. I could not hold out. I should run away. Go, Capet, get into your room, and do not get in my way again to-day, else I will strangle you before you can make a sound. Come, Scud, clear, and do not let me see you again, if your life is worth anything to you." The child stole into his room again, sat down upon the floor, folded his little hands in one another, and fixed his great blue eyes on the ceiling above, and held his breath to listen to every little sound, every footfall that came from the room above. All at once he heard plainly the steps of someone walking up and down, and a pleased smile flitted across the face of the boy. "That is certainly my dear mamma," he whispered to himself. "Yes, it is my mamma Queen, and she is taking her walk in the sitting room, just as she has done since she has not been allowed to go out upon the platform. Oh, mamma, my dear mamma, I love you so much." And the child threw a kiss up to the ceiling, not knowing that she to whom he sent his greeting had long been resting in the silent grave, and that, with the very hand which was throwing kisses to her, he had himself signed the paper which heaped upon his mother the most frightful calumnies. Even Simon had not had the cruel courage to tell the boy of the death of his mother, and of the unconscious wrong that he, poor child, had done to her memory, and in his silent chamber his longing thoughts of her were his only consolation. And so he sat there that day, looking up to the ceiling, greeting his dear mamma with his thoughts, and seeing her in spirit greeting him again, nodding affectionately to him, and drawing her dear little Louis Charles to her arms. These were the sweet transporting fancies which made the child close his eyes so as not to lose them. Immovably he sat there, until gradually thoughts and dreams flowed into each other, and not only his will but sleep as well kept his eyes closed. But the dreams remained, and were sweet and refreshing, and displayed to the sleeping child, so harshly treated in his waking hours, only scenes of love and tenderness. And it was not his mother alone who embraced him in his happy slumbers. No, there were his aunt and his sister as well, and at last even, oh, how strange dreams are, at last he even saw Simon's wife advancing toward him with kindly and tender mien. She stooped down to him, took him up in her arms, kissed his eyes, and begged him in a low, trembling voice to forgive her for being so cruel and bad. And while she was speaking, the tears streamed from her eyes and flowed over her face. She kissed them away with her hot lips, and whispered, "Forgive me, poor unhappy angel, and do not bring me to judgment. I will treat you well after this. I will rescue you from this hell, or I will die for you. Oh, how the bad man has beaten your dear angel face! But believe me, I have felt every blow in my own heart, and when he treated you so abusively, I felt the pain of hell. Oh, forgive me, dear boy, forgive me." And again the tears started from her eyes and flowed hot over his locks and forehead. All at once Jeannie Marie quivered convulsively, laid the boy gently down, and ran hastily away. A door was furiously opened now, and Simon's loud and angry voice was heard. The tones awakened the little Louis. He opened his eyes and looked around. Yes, it had really all been a dream. He had heard neither his mother nor Simon's wife, and yet it had been as natural as if it had all really transpired. He had felt arms tenderly embracing him, and tears hot upon his forehead. Entirely unconscious, he raised his hand to his brow and drew it back affrighted, for his hair and his temples were wet, as if the tears of which he had dreamed had really fallen there. "What does this mean, Jeannie Marie?" asked Simon angrily. "Why have you got out of bed while I was awake, and what have you had to do in the room of the little viper?" If you leave me alone with him, I have to watch him, sick as I am," moaned she. "I had to see whether he was still there, whether he had not run away and gone to report to the convention that we have left him alone and have no care for him." "Oh, bah! He will not complain of us," laughed Simon. "But keep quiet, Jeannie Marie. I promise you that I will not leave you alone again with the wolf's cub. Besides, here is the medicine that the doctor has sent, and tomorrow he will come himself again to see how you get on. So keep up a good heart, Jeannie Marie, and all will come right again." The next morning Dr. New came again to look after the sick woman. Simon had just gone upstairs to announce something to the two princesses in the name of the convention, and had ordered the little Capet to remain in the anteroom, and, if the doctor should come, to open the door to him. Nobody else was in the anteroom when Dr. New entered, and the door leading into the next room was closed, so that the sick person who was there could see and hear nothing of what took place. "Sir," whispered the boy, softly and quickly, "you were yesterday so good to me. You protected me from blows, and I should like to thank you for it." The doctor made no reply, but looked at the boy with such an expression of sympathy that he felt emboldened to go on. "My dear sir," continued the child, softly and with a blush, "I have nothing with which to show my gratitude to you but these 2 pears that were given me for my supper last night, and just because I am so poor, you would do me a great pleasure if you would accept my 2 pears." [Footnote: The boy's own words. See Beauchesne, Volume 2, page 180. He had raised his eyes to the doctor with a gentle, supplicatory expression, and taking the pears from the pocket of his worn, mended jacket, he gave them to the physician. Then happened something which, had Simon entered the room just then, would probably have filled him with exasperation. It happened that the proud and celebrated Dr. New, the director and first physician of the Hotel Dieu, sank on his knee before this poor boy in the patched jacket, who had nothing to give but 2 pears, and that he was so overcome, either by inward pain or by reverence, that, while taking the pears, he could only whisper, with a faint voice, "I thank your Majesty. I have never received a nobler or more precious gift than this fruit, which my unfortunate king gives me, and I swear to you that I will be your devoted and faithful servant." End of chapter 25, part 2, read by ebarnett. Chapter 25, Part 3 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. King Louis XVII. It happened further that Dr. New pressed to his lips the hand that reached him the precious gift, and that upon this hand 2 tears fell from the eyes of the physician, long accustomed to look upon human misery and pain, and which had not for years been suffused with moisture. Just then, approaching steps being heard in the corridor, the doctor rose quickly, concealed the pears in his pocket, and entered the chamber of the sick woman at the same instant when Simon returned from his visit above stairs. The boy slipped with the doctor into the sitting-room, and as no one paid any attention to him, he stole softly into his room, crouched down upon his straw bed with fluttering heart, to think over all he had experienced or dreamed of that day. "And how is it with our sick one to-day?" asked Dr. New, sitting down near the bed, and giving a friendly nod to Simon to do the same. "It goes badly with me," moaned Mistress Simon. "My heart seems to be on fire, and I have no rest day or night. I believe that it is all over with me, and that I shall die, and that is the best thing for me, for then I shall be free again, and not have to endure the torments that I have had to undergo in this dreadful dungeon." "What kind of pains are they?" asked the doctor. "Where do you suffer?" "I will tell you, citizen doctor," cried Simon impatiently. "Her pains are everywhere, in every corner of this lonely and cursed building, and if it goes on so long we shall have to pack and move. The authorities have done us both a great honor, for they have had confidence enough in us to give the little Capet into our charge, but it is our misfortune to be so honored, and we shall both die of it. For, not to make a long story of it, we both cannot endure the air of the prison, the stillness and solitude, and it is a dreadful thing for us to see nothing else the whole day than the stupid face of this youngster, always looking at me so dreadfully with his great blue eyes that it really affects one. We are neither of us used to such an idle, useless life, and it will be the death of us, citizen doctor. My wife, Jeannie Marie, whom you see lying there so pale and still, used to be the liveliest and most nimble woman about, and could do as much with her strong arms and brown hands as 4 other women. And then she was the bravest and most outrageous Republican that ever was. When it came to battling for the people, we both helped to storm the Bastille, both went to Versailles that time, and afterward took the wolf's brood from the Tuileries and brought them to the Convention. Afterward, Jeannie Marie was always the first on the platform near the guillotine, and when Samson and his assistants mounted the scaffold in the morning and waited for the cars, the first thing they did was to look over to the tribune to see if Mistress Simon was there with her knitting, for it used to seem to them that the work of hewing off heads went more briskly on if Jeannie Marie was there and kept the account in her stocking. Samson himself told me this, and said to me that Jeannie Marie was the bravest of all the women, and that she never trembled, that her eyes never turned away, however many heads fell into the basket, and she was there too when the Austrian— "Hush!" cried Jeannie Marie, rising up hastily in bed and motioning to her husband to be silent. "Do not speak of that, lest the youngster hear it, and turn his dreadful eyes upon us. Do not speak of that fearful day, for it was then that my sickness began, and I believe that there was poison in the brandy that we drank that evening. Yes, yes, there was poison in it, and from that comes the fire that burns in my heart, and I shall die of it. Oh, I shall burn to death with it." She put her hands before her face and sank back upon the pillows, sobbing. Simon shook his head and heaved a deep sigh. "It is not that," murmured he. "It is not from that, doctor. The thing is, that Jeannie Marie has no work and no exercise, and that she is going to wreck, because we are compelled to live here as kings and aristocrats used to live, without labor and occupation, and without doing any more than to nurse our fancies. We shall all die of this, I tell you. But if you know this, citizen, why do you not give up your situation? Why do you not petition the authorities to dismiss you from the service and give you something else to do?" "I have done that twice already," answered Simon, bringing his fist down upon the table near the bed so violently that the bottles of medicine standing there were jerked high into the air. "Twice already have I tried to be transferred to some other duty, and the answer has been sent back, that the country orders me to stand at my post, and that there is no one who could take my place." "That is very honorable and flattering," remarked the physician. "Yes, but very burdensome and disagreeable," answered Simon. "We are prisoners while holding these honorable and flattering posts. We can no more leave the temple than Capet can, for, since his father died, and the crazy Legitimists began to call him King Louis the 17th, the chief magistrate and the Convention have been very anxious. They are afraid of secret conspiracies, and consider it possible that the little prisoner may be taken away from here by intrigue. We have to watch him day and night, therefore, and are never allowed to leave the temple, lest we should meet with other people, and lest the Legitimists should make the attempt to get into our good graces. Would you believe, citizen doctor, that they did not even allow me to go to the grand festival which the city of Paris gave in honor of the taking of Toulan? While all the people were shouting and having a good time, Jeannie Marie and I had to stay here in this good-for-nothing temple, and see and hear nothing of the fine doings, and this drives the gall into my blood, and it will make us both sick, and it is past endurance." "I believe that you are right, citizen," said the physician, thoughtfully. "Yes, the whole trouble of your wife comes from the fact that she is here in the temple, and if she must be shut up here always she will continue to suffer." "Yes, to suffer always, to suffer dreadfully," groaned Jeannie Marie. Then all at once she raised herself up and turned with a commanding bearing to her husband. "Simon," she said, "the doctor shall know all that I suffer. He shall examine my breast and the place where I have the greatest pain, but in your presence I shall say nothing." "Well, well, I will go," growled Simon, "but I think those are pretty manners." "They are the manners of a respectable and honorable woman," said the doctor gravely, "a woman who does not show the pains and ailments of her body to anyone excepting her physician. Go, go, Citizen Simon, and you will esteem your good wife none the less for not letting you hear what she has to say to her old physician." "No, certainly not," answered Simon, "and that you may both see that I am not curious to hear what you have to say to one another, I will go with the youngster up to the platform and remain a whole hour with him." "You will beat him again, and I shall hear him," said Jeannie Marie, weeping. "I hear everything now that goes on in the temple, and whenever you strike the youngster I feel every blow in my brain, and that gives me pain enough to drive me to distraction." "I promise you, Jeannie Marie, that I will not strike him, and will not trouble myself about him at all. He can play with his ball. Hullo, Capet, come, we are going up on the platform. Take your ball and anything else you like, for you shall play to-day and have a good time." The child stole out of his room with his ball, not looking particularly delighted, and the prospect of playing did not give wings to his steps, nor call a smile to his swollen face. He left the room noiselessly, and Simon slammed the doors violently behind him. "And now we are alone," said Dr. Newdaw, "and you can tell me about your sickness, and about everything that troubles you." "Ah, doctor, I do not dare to," she whispered. "I am overpowered by a dreadful fear, and I think you will betray me, and bring my husband and myself to the scaffold." "I am no betrayer," answered the doctor solemnly. "The physician is like a priest. He receives the secrets and disclosures of his patients, and lets not a word of them pass his lips. But, in order that you may take courage, I will first prove to you that I put confidence in you, by showing you that I understand you. I will tell you what the disease is that you are suffering from, and also its locality. Jeannie Marie, Simon, you are enduring that with which no pains of the body can be compared. Your sickness has its seat in the conscience, and its name is remorse and despair." Jeannie Marie uttered a heart-rending cry, and sprang like an exasperated tiger from her bed. "You lie," she said, seizing the doctor's arm with both hands. "That is a foul, damnable calumny, that you have thought out merely to bring me under the axe. I have nothing to be sorry for, and my conscience fills me with no reproaches." "And yet it is gnawing into you with iron teeth, which have been heated blood-red in the fires of hell," said the doctor, with a compassionate look at the pale, quivering face of the woman. "Do not raise any quarrel, but quietly listen to me. We have an hour's time to talk together, and we want to use it. But let us speak softly, softly together, for what we have to say to each other the deaf walls themselves ought not to hear." Simon had not returned from the platform with the boy when Dr. Newdaw ended his long and earnest conversation, and prepared to leave his patient, who was now quietly lying in her bed. "You know everything now that you have to do," he said, extending his hand to her. "You can reckon on me as I reckon you, and we will both go bravely and cheerfully on. It is a noble work that we have undertaken, and if it succeeds your heart will be light again, and God will forgive you your sins, for 2 martyrs will stand and plead in your behalf at the throne of God. Now do everything exactly as I have told you, and speak with your husband tonight, but not sooner, that you may be safe, and for fear that in his first panic his face would betray him." "I shall do everything just as you wish," said Jeannie Marie, who had suddenly become humble and bashful, apparently entirely forgetful of the republican thou. "It seems to me, now that I have disburdened my heart to you, that I have become well and strong again, and certainly I shall owe it to you if I do live and get my health once more. But shall you come again to-morrow, doctor?" "No," he replied. "I will send a man to-morrow who understands better than I do how to continue this matter, and to whom you can give unconditional confidence. He will announce himself to you as my assistant, and you can talk over at length everything that we have been speaking of. Hush! I hear Simon coming. Farewell." He nodded to Jeannie Marie, and hastily left the room. Outside, in the corridor, he met Simon and his silent young ward. "Well, citizen doctor," asked Simon, "how is it with our sick one? She has entrusted all her secrets to you, and they must have made a long story, for you have been a whole hour together. It is fortunate that you are an old man, or else I should have been jealous of your long tete-a-tete with my wife." "Then you would be a great fool, and I have always held you to be a prudent and good man. But as concerns your wife, I must tell you something very serious, and I beg you, Citizen Simon, to mark my words well. I tell you this, unless your wife Jeannie Marie is out of this temple in less than a week and enjoys her freedom, she will either lose her senses or take her life. I will say to you this, besides, if Citizen Simon does not, as soon as possible, leave this cursed place and give up his hateful business, it will be the same with him as with his wife. He will not become insane, but he will lapse into melancholy, and if he does not take his own life, consumption will take it for him, the result of his idle, listless life, the many vexations here, and the wretched atmosphere of the temple." "Consumption!" cried Simon, horrified. "Do you suppose I am exposed to that?" "You have it already," said the doctor solemnly. "Those red spots on your cheeks, and the pain which you have so often in the breast, announce its approach. I tell you that if you do not take measures to leave the temple in a week, in 3 months you will be a dead man, without giving the guillotine a chance at you. Good-bye. Consider well what I say, citizen, and then do as you like." "He is right," muttered Simon, as he looked after the doctor with a horrified look as Newdad descended the staircase. "Yes, I see, he is right. If I have to stay here any longer I shall die. The vexations and the loneliness, and something still more dreadful, frightful, that I can tell no one of, have made me sick, and the stitch in my side will grow worse and worse every day, and I must and will get away from here," he said aloud and with a decided air. "I will not die yet, neither shall Jeannie Marie. To-morrow I will hand in my resignation, and then be away." While Simon was walking slowly and thoughtfully toward his wife, Dr. Newdall left the dark building, went with a light heart out into the street, and returned with a quick step to the Hotel Dieu. The porter who opened the door for him reported to him that during his absence the same old gentleman who had come the day before to consult him had returned and was waiting for him in the anteroom. Dr. Newdall nodded, and then walked quickly toward his own apartments. Before the door he found his servant. "Old Dr. Senior is here again," he said, taking off his master's cloak. "He insisted on waiting for you. He said that he must consult you about a patient, and would not cease begging till you should consent to accompany him to the sick person's house, for, if a case seemed desperate, the good Newdall might still save it." "You're an ass for letting him talk such nonsense, and for believing it yourself, Citizen Jolly," cried Newdall with a laugh, and then entering the anteroom. An old gentleman, clad in the same old-fashioned costume with Dr. Newdall, came forward. Citizen Jolly, as he closed the door somewhat slowly, heard him say, "Thank God that you have come at last, citizen. I have waited for you impatiently, and now I conjure you to accompany me as quickly as possible to my patient." Newdall, opening the door of his study, said in reply, "Come in, Citizen Senior, and tell me first how it is with your sick one." Nothing more could Jolly, Newdall's servant, understand, for the 2 doctors had gone into the study, and the door was closed behind them. After a short time, however, it was opened. Newdall ordered the valet to order a tiaque at once, and a few minutes later Director Newdall rode away at the side of Dr. Senior. At a house in the Rue Montmartre the carriage stopped, and the 2 physicians entered. The porter, opening the little dusty window of his lodge, nodded confidentially to Senior. "That is probably the celebrated Dr. Newdall of the Hotel Dieu, whom you have with you?" he asked. "Yes, it is he," answered Senior, "and if anybody can help our patient it is he. Citizen Krage is probably at home?" "Certainly he is at home, for you know he never leaves his sick boy. You will find him above. You know the way, citizen doctor." The 2 physicians passed on, ascended the staircase, and entered the suite of rooms whose door was only partially closed, left ajar, as it seemed, for them. Nobody came to meet them, but they carefully closed the door behind them, drew the bolt, and then walked silently and quickly across the anteroom to the opposite door. Dr. Senior knocked softly 3 times with a slight interval between, and cried 3 times with a loud voice, "The 2 physicians are come to see the patient." A bolt was withdrawn on the inside, the door opened, and a tall man's figure appeared and motioned to the gentlemen to come in. "Are we alone?" whispered Dr. Senior as they entered the inner room. "Yes, entirely alone," answered the other. "There in the chamber lies my poor sick boy, and you know well that he can betray no one, and that he knows nothing of what is going on around him." "Yes, unfortunately I know that," answered Dr. Signier sadly. "I promised you that I would bring you the most celebrated and skilful physician in Paris, and you see I keep my word, for I have brought you Dr. Newdaw, the director of the Hotel Dieu, and the friend and devoted servant of the royal family, to whom we have both sworn allegiance until death. Dr. Newdaw, I have not given you the name of the gentleman to whom I was taking you. It is a secret which only the possessor is able to divulge to you." "I divulge it," said the other, smiling. "Dr. Newdaw, I am the Marquis Georget." "Georget, who made the plan for the escape of the royal family in the Temple?" asked Newdaw eagerly. "Marquis Georget, who lost his property in the service of the Queen, risked his life in her deliverance, and perhaps escaped the guillotine merely by emigrating and putting himself beyond the reach of Robespierre. Are you that loyal, courageous Marquis de Georget?" "I am Georget, and I thank you for the praises you have given me, but I cannot accept them in the presence of him who merits them all much more than I do, and who is more worthy of praise than anyone else. No, I can receive no commendation in the presence of Toulan, the most loyal, the bravest, the most prudent of us all, for Toulan is the soul of everything, and our murder queen confessed it in giving him the highest of all titles of honor, in calling him Fidèle, a title which will remain for centuries." "Yes, you are right," said Dr. Newdaw, laying his hand on the shoulder of Dr. Signier. "He is the noblest, most loyal, and bravest of us all. On that account, when he came to me a few days ago and showed me the gold and salt bottle of the Queen in confirmation of his statement that he was Toulan, I was ready to do everything that he might desire of me, and to enter into all his plans, for Toulan's magnanimity and fidelity are contagious, and excite everyone to emulate him." "I beg you, gentlemen," said Toulan softly, "do not praise me, nor think that to be heroism which is merely natural. I have devoted to Queen Marie Antoinette my life, my thought, my heart. I swore upon her hand that so long as I lived I would be true to her and her family, and to keep my vow was simple enough. Queen Marie Antoinette is no more. I was not able to save her, but perhaps she looks down from the heavenly heights upon us, and is satisfied with us, if she sees that we are now trying to do for her son what, unfortunately, we were not able to accomplish for her. This is my hope, and this spurs Rue on to attempt everything in order to bring about the last wish of my queen, the freeing of her son. God in his grace has willed that I should not be alone in this effort, and that I should have the cooperation of noble men. He visibly blesses our plan, for is it not a manifest sign of his blessing that, exactly in those days when we were trying to find a means of approaching the unhappy imprisoned son of the Queen, accident affords us this means? Exactly at the hour when I went to Dr. Newdaw and disclosed myself to him, the porter of the Temple came and desired in behalf of Simon's wife that Dr. Newdaw should go to the Temple." "Yes, indeed, it was a wonderful occurrence," said Newdaw, thoughtfully. "I am not over blessed with sensibility, but when I saw the son of the Queen in his sorrow and humiliation, I sank on my knee before the poor little king, and in my heart I swore that Toulan should find in me a faithful coadjutor in his plan, and that I would do everything to set him free." "And so have I too sworn," cried Georget with enthusiasm. "The Queen is dead, but our fidelity to her lives and shall renew itself to her son, King Louis the 17th. I know well that the police are watching me, that they know who is secreting himself here under the name of Citizen Rage, that they follow every one of my steps, and perhaps suffer me to be free only for the purpose of seeing with whom I have relations, in order to arrest and destroy me at one fell swoop, with all my friends at the same time. But we must use the time. I have come here with the firm determination of delivering the unhappy young king from the hands of his tormentors. And I will now confess everything to you, my friends. I have gained for our undertaking the assistance and protection of a rich and noble patron, a true servant of the deceased king, the Prince de Condé, with whom I have lived in Vendée for the past few months, has furnished me with ample means." and is prepared to support us to any extent in our undertaking. If we succeed in saving the young king, the latter will find in Vendée a safe asylum with the prince, and will live there securely, surrounded by his faithful subjects. The immense difficulty, or, as I should have said a few days ago, the impossibility, is the release of the young prince from the temple. But now that I have succeeded in discovering Toulan and uniting myself with him, I no longer say it is impossible, but only it is difficult. And, cried Toulan, since I am sure of the assistance of the noble Dr. Nuda, I say we will free him, the son of our Queen Marie Antoinette, the young King Louis the 17th. The plan is entirely ready in my head, and in order to make its execution possible, I went a few days ago to see Dr. Nuda at the Hotel Dieu, in order to beg him to visit the sick boy that the Marquis has here, and just at that moment Simon's messenger came to the temple. Dr. Nuda is now here, and first of all it is necessary that he give us his last, decisive judgment on the patient. So take us to him, Marquis, for upon Nuda's decision depends the fate of the young King of France. The Marquis nodded silently, and conducted the gentleman into the next room. There, carefully propped up by mattresses and pillows, lay a child of perhaps 10 years, a poor unfortunate boy, with pale sunken cheeks, fixed blue eyes, short fair hair, the stupid idiotic expression on his features. As the three gentlemen came to him, he fixed his eyes upon them in a cold, indifferent way, and not a quiver in his face disclosed any interest in them. Motionless and pale as death, the boy lay upon his bed, and only the breath that came hot and in gasps from his breast disclosed that there was still life in this poor shattered frame. Dr. Nuda stooped down to the boy and looked at him a long time with the utmost attention. "This boy is perfectly deaf," he then said, raising himself up and looking at the Marquis inquiringly. "Yes, doctor, your sharp eye has correctly discerned it. He is perfectly deaf. Is it your son?" "No, doctor, he is the son of my sister, the Baroness of Tardif, who was guillotined together with her husband. I undertook the care of this unfortunate child, and at my removal from Paris gave him to some faithful servants of my family to be cared for. On my return I learned that the good people had both been guillotined, and find the poor boy, who before had been at least sound in body, utterly neglected, and living on the sympathy of the people who had taken him on the death of his foster parents. I brought the child at once to this house, which I had hired for myself under the name of Citizen Orage, and Toulan undertook to procure the help of a physician. It has now come in the person of the celebrated Dr. Nuda, and I beg to have pity on the poor unfortunate child, and to receive him into the Hotel Dieu. Let me first examine the child, in order to tell you what is the nature of his disorder." And Dr. Nuda stooped down again to the boy, examined his eyes, his chest, his whole form, listened to his breathing, the action of his heart, and felt his pulse. The patient was entirely apathetic during all this, now and then merely whining and groaning, when a movement of the doctor's hand caused him pain. After the careful investigation had been ended, the doctor called the two gentlemen who had withdrawn to the window to the bed again. "Marquis," said he, "this unfortunate child will never recover, and the least painful thing that could happen to him would be a speedy release from his miserable lot. Yet I do not believe that this will occur, but consider it possible that the boy will protract his unfortunate life a full year after his mind has entirely passed away, and nothing is left of him but his body. The boy, if you can regard such a poor creature as a human being, is suffering from an incurable form of scrofula, which will by and by consume his limbs, and convert him into an idiot. He is now deaf, he will be a mere stupid beast. If it were permitted to substitute the hand of science in place of the hand of God, I should say we ought to kill this poor creature that is no man and no beast, and has nothing more to expect of life than pain and torture, having no more consciousness of anything than the dog has when he does not get a bone with which to quiet his hunger." "Poor unhappy creature," sighed the Marquis. "Now I thank God that he released my sister from the pain of seeing her dear child in this condition." "Dr. Nuda," said Toulan solemnly, "is it your fixed conviction that this sick person will never recover?" "My firm and undoubted conviction, which every physician who should see him would share with me." "Are you of the opinion that this child has nothing in life to lose, and that death would be a gain to it?" "Yes, that is my belief. Death would be a release for the poor creature, for life is only a burden to it as well as to others." Then, cried Toulan solemnly, I will give this poor sick child a higher and a fairer mission. I will make its life an advantage to others, and its death a hallowed sacrifice. Marquis of Jarget, in the name of King Louis XVII, in the name of the exalted martyr to whom we have all sworn fidelity unto death, Queen Marie Antoinette, I demand and desire of you that you would entrust to me this unhappy creature, and give his life into my hands. In the name of Marie Antoinette, I demand of the Marquis of Jarget that he deliver to me the son of his sister, that he do what every one of us is joyfully prepared to do if our holy cause demands it, that this boy may give his life for his king, the imprisoned Louis XVII. While Toulan was speaking with his earnest, solemn voice, Jarget knelt before the bed of the poor sobbing child, and hiding his face in his hands, he prayed softly. Then, after a long pause, he rose and laid his hand on the feverish brow of the boy. You have addressed me, he said, in the name of Queen Marie Antoinette. You demand of me as the guardian of this poor creature that I give him to you, that he may give his life for his king. The sons and daughters of my house have always been ready and glad to devote their possessions, their happiness, their lives to the service of their kings, and I speak simply in the spirit of my sister, who ascended the scaffold to seal her fidelity to the royal family with her death. I speak in the spirit of all my ancestors when I say, here is the last offspring of the Baroness of Tardif. Here is the son of my sister. Take him and let him live or die for his king, Louis XVII, the prisoner at the Temple. End of chapter 25, part 3. Read by ebarnett. Chapter 26 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. The Consultation. During the night which followed the second visit of Dr. Newdaw, Judy Marie Simon had a long and earnest conversation with her husband. The first words which the wife uttered, spoken in a whisper though they were, excited the cobbler so much that he threatened her with his clenched fist. She looked him calmly in the face, however, and said to him softly, "And so you mean to stay perpetually in this hateful prison? You ought to remain shut up here like a criminal, and get no more satisfaction out of life than what comes from tormenting this poor half-witted boy to death." Simon let his hand fall and said, "If there were a means of escaping from this infernal prison, it would certainly be most welcome to me, for I am heartily tired of being a prisoner here after having prayed for freedom so long and worked for it so much. So, if there is a means—" "There is such a means," interrupted his wife. "Listen to me." And Simon did listen, and the moving and eloquent words of his wife at length found a willing ear. Simon's face gradually lightened up, and it seemed to him that he was now able to release his wife from an oppressive, burdensome load. "If it succeeds," he muttered, "if it succeeds, I shall be free from the mountainous weight which presses upon me day and night, and shall become a healthy man again." "And if it does not succeed," whispered Judy Marie, "the worst that can happen to us is what has happened to thousands before us. We shall merely feed the machine, and our heads will tumble into the basket, with this difference, that I shall not be able to make any mark in my stocking. I would rather die all at once on the guillotine and have it over, than be dying here day after day, and hour after hour, having nothing to expect from life but pain and ennui." "And I, too," said Simon decidedly, "rather die than go on leading such a dog's life. Let your doctor come to me tomorrow morning. I will talk with him." Early the next day the doctor came in his long black cloak and with his peruke to visit the sick Mistress Simon. The guards at the gate leading to the outer court quietly let him pass in, and did not notice that another face appeared in the peruke from that which had been seen the day before. The two official guards above, who had just completed their duties in the upper story and met the doctor on the tower stairs, did not take any offence at his figure. The director of the Hotel Dieu was not personally known to him, and they were familiar with but little about him, excepting that he took the liberty of going about in his old-fashioned cloak without giving offence to the authorities, and that he had permission from those authorities to come to the temple for the purpose of visiting the wife of Simon. "You will find 2 patients today up there," said one of the officials as he passed by. "We empower you, doctor, to take the second one, little Capet, into your charge. The boy appears to be really sick, or else he is obstinate and mulish. He answers no questions, and he has taken no nourishment, Simon tells us, since yesterday noon. Examine into the case, doctor, and then tell us what your opinion is. We will wait for you down in the council room, so make as much haste as possible." They passed on, and the doctor did really make haste to ascend the staircase. At the open door which led to the apartment of little Capet and his guardian, he found Simon. "Did you hear, citizen?" asked the doctor. "The officials are waiting for me below." "Yes, I heard, doctor," whispered Simon. "We have not much time. Come." He motioned to the physician to pass along the corridor and to enter the room, while he bolted and locked the outer door. As the doctor entered, Mistress Simon lay upon her bed and looked at the newcomer with curious glowing eyes. "Who are you?" she asked, rising quickly from her bed. "You are not Dr. Newdaw, whom I expected, and I do not know you." Meantime the doctor walked in silence to her bed and stooped over Jeannie Marie, who sank back upon the pillow. "I am the one who is to help you escape from the temple," he whispered. "Dr. Newdaw has sent me, to work in union with him and you in effecting your release and that of the unfortunate Capet." "Husband," cried Jeannie Marie to the cobbler, who was just coming in, "this is the man who is going to deliver us from this hell." "That is to say," said the doctor, with a firm, penetrating voice, "I will free you if you will help me free the Dauphin." "Speak softly, for God's sake, speak softly," said Simon anxiously. "If anyone should hear you, we are all lost. We will do everything that you demand of us, provided that we can in that way escape from this miserable, good-for-nothing place. The air here is like poison, and to have to stay here is like being buried alive." "And then the dreams, the frightful dreams," muttered Jeannie Marie, with a shudder. "I cannot sleep any more in this dreadful prison, for that pale, fearful woman, with great fixed eyes, goes walking about through the temple every night, and listens at the doors to see whether her children are alive yet, and whether we are not killing them. Lately she has not only listened at the doors, but she has come into my room and passed my bed and gone into the chamber of little Capet. Simon was asleep and did not see her. I sprang up, however, and stole softly to the door, for I thought somebody had crept in here in disguise, possibly citizen Toulan, who had already twice made the attempt to release the Austrian and her children, and whom I then denounced at headquarters. There I saw, although it was entirely dark in the hall, there I saw little Capet lying asleep on his mattress, his hands folded over his breast, and with an expression of countenance more happy, altogether more happy, than it ever is when he is awake. Near the mattress kneeled the figure in white, and it seemed as if a radiance streamed out from it that filled the whole room. Its face was pale and white, just like a lily, and it seemed as if the fragrance of a lily was in the apartment. Her 2 arms were raised as if she would utter a benediction over her sleeping boy. Around her half-opened lips played a sweet smile, and her great eyes, which had the aspect of stars, looked up toward heaven. But while I was there in amaze and watched the figure in a transport of delight, there occurred all at once something wonderful, something dreadful. The figure rose from its knees, dropped its arms, turned itself around, and advanced straight toward me. The eyes, which had been turned so purely heavenward before, were directed to me, with a look which pierced my breast like the thrust of a knife. I recognized that look, that sad, reproachful glance. It was the same that Marie Antoinette gave me when she stood on the scaffold. I was sitting in the front row of the knitters, and I was just going to make the double stitch for her in my stocking, when that look met me. Those great sad eyes were turned toward me, and I felt that she had recognized me, and her eyes bored into my breast, and followed me even after the axe had taken off her head. The eyes did not fall into the basket, they were not buried, but they remained in my breast. They have been piercing me ever since, and burning me like glowing coals. But at night I saw them again, as in life, those dreadful eyes, and as the figure advanced toward me, it raised its hand and threatened me, and its eyes spoke to me, and it seemed as if a curse of God were going through my brain, for those eyes said to me murder, spoke it so loudly, so horribly, that it appeared as if my head would burst, and I could not cry, and could not move, and had to look at it, till, at last, I became unconscious. "There, see there, doctor!" cried Simon in alarm, as his wife fell back upon the pillow with a loud cry and quivered in all her limbs. "Now she has convulsions again, and then she will be for a day or two out of her mind, and will talk strangely about the pale woman with dreadful eyes, and when she goes on so, she makes even me sad and anxious and timid, and I grow afraid of the white ghost that she says is always with us. Ah, doctor, help us! See now how the poor woman suffers and twists." The doctor drew a bottle from his breast pocket and rubbed a few drops upon the temples of the sick woman. "Those are probably the famous soothing drops of Dr. Newdaw?" asked Simon, in astonishment, when he saw how quiet his wife became, and that her spasms and groans ceased. "Yes," answered the doctor, "and the eminent physician sends them as a present to your wife. They are very costly, and rich people have to pay a louis d'or for every drop, but Dr. Newdaw gives them to you, for he wishes Jeannie Marie long to enjoy good health. How is it with you now?" "I feel well, completely well," she said, as the doctor rubbed some drops a second time on her temple. "I feel easier than I have felt for a long time." "Give me your hand," said the doctor. "Rise up, for you are well. Let us go into the chamber of the poor boy, for I have to speak with you there." He walked toward the chamber door, leading Jeannie Marie by the hand, while Simon followed them. Softly and silently they entered the dark room and went to the mattress on which the child lay. The boy stared at them with great wide-opened eyes, but they were without expression and life, and only the breath, as it came slowly and heavily from the half-opened lips, showed that there was vitality still in this poor little shrunken form. The doctor kneeled down beside the bed, and bending over it, pressed a long fervent kiss on the delicate hot hand of the child, but Charles Louis remained motionless. He merely slowly dropped his lids and closed his eyes. "You see, doctor, he neither hears nor sees," said Simon, in a low, growling voice. "He cares for nothing, and does not know anything about what is going on around him. It is a week since he spoke a word." "Not since the day when you wanted to compel the child to sing the song that makes sport of his mother." "He did not sing it?" asked the doctor, with a tremulous voice. "He is a mulish little toad," cried Simon, angrily. "I begged him at first, then I threatened him, and when prayers and threats were of no use I punished him, as a naughty boy deserves when he will not do what his foster father bids him do. But even blows do not bring him to it. The obstinate youngster would not sing the merry song with me, and since then he has not spoken a word. [Footnote: Historical. See Beauchesne, Histoire de Louis XVII, Volume 2. He seems as if he had grown deaf and dumb as a punishment for not obeying his good foster father." "He is neither deaf nor dumb," said the doctor solemnly. "He is simply a good son, who would not sing the song which made sport of his noble and unfortunate mother. See whether I am not right. See these tears which run from his closed eyes. He has heard us, he has understood us, and he answers us with his tears. Oh, sire," he continued passionately, "by the sacred remembrance of your father and your mother, I swear devotion to you until death. I swear that I have come to set you free, to die for you. Look up, my king and my darling one. I entrust to you and to both these witnesses my whole secret. I let the mask fall to show myself to you in my true form, that you may confide in me, and know that the most devoted of your servants is kneeling before you, and that he dedicates his life to you. Open your eyes, Louis of France, and see whether you know me." He sprang up, threw off the great peruke and the long black cloak, and stood before them in the uniform of an official guard. "Thunder and guns!" cried Simon, with a loud laugh. "It is—" "Hush!" interrupted the other. "Hush! He alone shall declare who I am. Oh, look at me, my king! Convince these unbelieving ones here that your mind is clear and strong, and that you are conscious of what is going on around you. Look at me, and if you know me, speak my name." And with folded hands and unspeakable emotion, he leaned over the bed of the child that still lay with closed eyes. "I knew that he could hear nothing, and that he was deaf," growled Simon, while his wife folded her trembling hands and with tearful eyes whispered a prayer. A deep silence ensued, and with anxious expectation each looked at the boy. At length he slowly raised the heavy reddened eyelids and looked with a timid anxious glance around himself. Then his gaze fixed itself upon the eloquent, speaking face of the man whose tears were falling like warm dewdrops upon his pale, sunken features. A quiver passed over the countenance of the boy, a beam of joy lighted up his eyes, and something like a smile played around his trembling lips. "Do you know me? Do you know my name?" The child raised his hand in salutation and said, in a clear, distinct voice, "Toulan! Fidèle!" Toulan fell on his knees again and covered the little thin hand of the boy with his tears and his kisses. "Yes, Fidèle," he sobbed, "that is the title of honor which your royal mother gave me. That is the name that she wrote on the bit of paper which she put into the gold smelling bottle that she gave me. That little bottle which a queen once carried is my most precious possession, and yet I would part with that if I could save the life of her son. Happy if I could but retain the hollowed paper on which the queen's hand wrote the word Fidèle. Yes, you poor pitiable son of kings, I am Fidèle, I am Toulan, at whom you have so often laughed when he played with you in your prison." A flash like the sunlight passed over the face of the child, and a smile illuminated his features. "She used to laugh too," he whispered. "She too, my mamma queen." "Yes, she too laughed at our jests," said Toulan, with a voice choked with tears, "and believe me, she looks down from heaven upon us and smiles her blessing, for she knows that Toulan has come to free her dear son, and to deliver him from the executioner's hands. Tell me now, my king and my dearly loved lord, will you trust me? Will you give to your most devoted servant and subject the privilege of releasing you? Do you consent to accept freedom at the hands of your Fidèle?" The child threw a timid, anxious glance at Simon and his wife, and then, with a shudder, turned his head to one side. "You make no answer, sire," said Toulan, imploringly. "Oh, speak, my king, may I set you free?" The boy spoke a few words in reply, but so softly that Toulan could not understand him. He stooped down nearer to him, and put his ear close to the lips of the child. He then could hear the words, inaudible to all but him. "He will disclose you. Take care, Toulan, but do not say anything, else he will beat me to death." Toulan made no reply. He only impressed a long, tender kiss upon the trembling hand of the child. "Did he speak?" asked Simon. "Did you understand, citizen, what he said?" "Yes, I understood him," answered Toulan. "He consents. He allows me to make every attempt to free him, and is prepared to do everything that we ask of him. And now I ask you too, are you prepared to help me release the prince?" "You know already, Toulan," said Simon quickly, "that we are prepared for everything, provided that our conditions are fulfilled. Give me a tolerable position outside of the temple, give me a good bit of money, so that I may live free from care, and if the new place should not suit me, that I could go into the country, and not have to work at all. Give my Jeannie Marie her health and cheerfulness again, and I will help you set young Capet free. Through my assistance, and that of Dr. Newdaw, you shall have a good place outside of the temple," answered Toulan, eagerly. "Besides this, at the moment when you deliver the prince into my hands outside of the prison, I will pay you in ready money the sum of 20,000 francs. And as to the third condition, that about restoring her health to Jeannie Marie, I am sure that I can fulfill this condition too. Do you not know, Simon, what your wife is suffering from? Do you not know what her sickness is?" "No, truly not. I am no doctor. How should I know what her sickness is?" "Then I will tell you, citizen Simon. Your wife is suffering from the worst of all complaints, a bad conscience. Yes, it is a bad conscience that robs her of her sleep and rest. It is that which makes her see the white pale form of the murdered queen in the night, and read the word murderer in her eyes." "He is right, oh, he is right," groaned Jeannie Marie. falling on her knees. I am to blame for her death, for I denounced Toulan to the authorities just when he was on the point of saving her. I tortured her, oh, cruelly I tortured her, and I laughed when she ascended the scaffold, and I laughed too, even when she gave me that dreadful look. But I have bitterly regretted it since, and now she gnaws at me like a scorpion. I wanted to drive her away from me at first, and therefore I was cruel to her son, for I wanted to put an end to the fearful remorse that was tormenting me, but it grew even more powerful within me. The more I beat the boy, the more his tears moved me, and often I thought I should die when I heard him cry and moan. Yes, yes, it is a bad conscience that has made me sick and miserable, but I will do right after this. I repent, oh, I repent. Here I lay my hand upon the heart of this child and swear to his murdered mother I will do right again. I swear that I will free her son. I swear by all that is sacred in heaven and on earth that I will die myself unless we succeed in freeing this child. I swear to you, Marie Antoinette, that I will free him. But will you forgive me even then? Will you have rest in your poor grave, and not come to my bedside and condemn me and accuse me with your sad, dreadful eyes? Free her son, Jeannie Marie, said Toulan solemnly, and his mother will forgive you, and your hallowed shade will no longer disturb your sleep, for you will then have restored to her the peace of the grave. But you, Citizen Simon, will you too not swear that you will faithfully assist in releasing the royal prince? Do you not know that conscience is awake in your heart too, and compels you to have compassion on the poor boy? I know it, yes, I know it, muttered Simon, confused. His gentle eyes and his sad bearing have made me as weak and as soft as an old woman. It is high time that I should be rid of the youngster, else it will be with me just as it is with my wife, and I shall have convulsions and see ghosts with daggers in their eyes. And so, in order to remain a strong man and have a good conscience and a brave heart, I must be rid of the boy, and must know that I have done him some service, and have been his deliverer. And so I swear by the sacred republic and by our hallowed freedom that I will help you and do all that in me lies to release little Capet and get him away from here. I hope you will be satisfied with my oath, Toulan, for there is nothing for me more sacred than the republic and freedom. I am satisfied, Simon, and I trust you. And now let us talk it all over and consider it, my dear allies. The whole plan of the escape is formed in my head, all the preparations are made, and if you will faithfully follow all that I bid you, in 1 week's time you will be free and happy. So soon as a week, cried Simon delightedly. Yes, in a week, for it happens fortunately that one of the officials of the Public Safety Service is dangerously sick and has been carried to the Hotel Dieu. Dr. Newdaw says that he can live but 3 days longer, and then the post will be vacant. We must be active, therefore, and take measures for you to gain the place. Now listen to me, and mark my words. They had a long conversation by the bedside of the little prince, and they saw that he perfectly understood the whole plan which Toulan unfolded in eloquent words, for his looks took on a great deal of expression. He fixed his eyes constantly on Toulan, and a smile played about his lips. Simon and Simon's wife were also perfectly satisfied with Toulan's communication, and repeated their readiness to do everything to further the release of the prince, if they in return could only be removed from the temple. I will at once take the steps necessary to the success of my plan, said Toulan, taking his leave with a friendly nod, and kissing the boy's head respectfully. Fidèle, whispered Louis, Fidèle, do you believe that I shall be saved? I am sure of it, my dear prince. The grace of God and the blessing of your exalted parents will be our helpers in bringing this good work to a completion. Farewell, and preserve as long as you remain here the same mood that I found you in. Show little interest in what goes on, and appear numb and stupid. I shall not come again, for after this I must work for you outside of the prison. But Dr. Newdaw will come every day to see you, and on the day of your flight I shall be by your side. Till then, God bless you, my dear prince. Toulan left the prison of the little Capet and repaired at once to the Hotel Dieu, where he had a long conversation with Dr. Newdaw. At the end of it, the director of the hospital entered his carriage and drove to the city hall, in whose largest chamber a committee of the public safety officials were holding a public meeting. With earnest and urgent words, the revered and universally valued physician gave the report about the visits which he had made at the temple for some days at the command of the authorities, and about the condition of affairs there. Pétion the elder, the presiding officer of the committee, listened to the report with a grave repose, and the picture of the low health of little Capet, while he paid the most marked attention to that part of the report which concerns the Simons. Citizen Simon has deserved much of the country, and he is one of the most faithful supporters of the one and indivisible republic, said Pétion, when Dr. Newdaw ended his report. The republic must, like a grateful mother, show gratitude to her loyal sons and care for them tenderly. So tell us, Citizen Newdaw, what must be done in order to restore health to Citizen Simon and his wife. They are both sick from the same cause, and, therefore, they both require the same remedy. That remedy is a change of air and a change of location. Let Simon have another post, where he shall be allowed to exercise freely out of doors, and where he shall not be compelled to breathe only the confined air of a cell, and let his wife not be forced to listen to the whining and the groaning of the little sick Capet. In one word, give to them both liberty to move around in the free air, and they will, without any doubt, and within a short time, regain their health. It is true, said Pétion, the poor people lead a sad life in the Temple, and are compelled to breathe the air that the last scions of tyranny have contaminated with their poisonous breaths. We owe it to them to release them from this bad atmosphere, in consideration of their faithful and zealous service to the country. Citizen Simon has always taken pains to repair the great neglect in Capet's education, and to make the worthless boy prove some day a worthy son of the Republic. But even if Simon should remain in the Temple, he would not be able to go on much longer with the education of the boy, said the hospital director, with a shrug. What do you mean by that, citizen doctor? Asked Pétion, with a pleasant lighting up of his eyes. I mean that the boy has not a long time to live, for he is suffering at once from consumption and softening of the brain, and the latter disease will soon reduce him to an idiot. You are convinced that the son of the tyrants will not recover? Asked Pétion, with a strained, eager glance. My careful examination of his case has convinced me that he has but a short time to live, and that he will spend the larger part of this time in an idiotic state. On this account, Simon ought to be removed from the Temple, in order that his enemies may not be able to circulate a report about this zealous and worthy servant of the Republic, that he is guilty of the death of little Capet, that Simon's method of bringing him up killed him, and besides, in order that the same charge should not be laid to the one and great Republic, and it be accused of cruelty to a poor sick child, kindly attention should be bestowed on him. Pétion's countenance clouded, and his eyes rested on the physician with a sinister, searching expression. You have a great deal of sensibility, doctor, and you appear to forget that the boy is a criminal by birth, and that the Republic can have no special sympathy with him. For me, answered Newdaw with simplicity, every sick person at whose bed I am called to stand is a poor, pitiable Iranian being, and I never stop to think whether he is a criminal or not, but merely that he is a sufferer, and then I endeavor to discover the means to assist him. The hallowed and indivisible Republic, however, is an altogether too magnanimous and exalted mother of all her children not to have pity on those who are reduced to idiocy and in sore sickness. The Republic is like the sun, which pours its beams even into the dungeon of the criminal, and shines upon the just and unjust alike. And what do you desire that the Republic should do for the offspring of tyrants? Asked Pétion peevishly. I desire not much, answered Newdaw, with a smile. Let me be permitted to visit the sick child from time to time, and in his hopeless condition to procure him a little relief from his sufferings at least, and let him be treated like the child he is. Let a little diversion be allowed him. If it is not possible or practicable for him to play with children of his age, let him at least have some playthings for his amusement. Do you demand in earnest that the Republic should condescend to provide playthings for her imprisoned criminals? Asked Pétion, with a scornful laugh. You have commanded me to visit the sick boy in the Temple, to examine his condition, and to prescribe the necessary remedies for his recovery. I can offer no hope of recovery to the patient, but I can afford him some relief from his sufferings. Some of my medicines are called playthings. It lies with you to decide whether the Republic will refuse these medicines to the sick one. And you say that the little Capet is incurable? Asked Pétion eagerly. Incurable, citizen representative. "Well, then," said Pétion with a cold smile, "the Republic can afford to provide the last of the Capets with toys. They have for centuries toyed fearlessly with the happiness of the people, and the last thing which the people of France give back to the tyrants is some toy with which they may amuse themselves on the way to eternity. Citizen Doctor, your demands shall be complied with. The first place which shall become vacant shall be given to Citizen Simon, that he may be released from prison and enjoy his freedom. The little Capet will be provided with playthings, and besides, you are empowered to give him all needful remedies for his relief. It is your duty to care for the sick child until its death." End of chapter 26, read by ebarnett. Chapter 27, Part 1 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. The Hobby Horse. In accordance with the instructions of Pétion, playthings were procured and carried into the gloomy chamber of the prince on the very next day, and set by the side of the sick boy. But Mistress Simon labored in vain trying to amuse the little Louis with them. The men danced, the wooden cocks crowed, the dogs barked, and to all these sounds the child paid no heed. It did not once open its eyes, nor care in the least for the many-colored things which the officials had brought him. "We must try something else," said the compassionate officer. "Do you know any plaything which would be likely to please little Louis Capet?" "Give him a riding horse," cried Simon with a coarse laugh. "I am convinced if the obstinate youngster should hear that there was a riding horse outside, and that he might ride through Paris, he would be well on the spot and get up. It is pure deceit, his lying there so pale and without interest in anything about him." "You are very cruel, citizen," muttered the official, with a compassionate glance at the child. "Cruel? Yes, I am cruel," said Simon grimly. "But it is the cursed prison air that has made me so. If I stay here a week longer, Jeannie Marie will die, and I shall become crazy. The director of the hospital told us this, and you know, citizen, that he is the most clever doctor in all France. See if you would not be cruel if you had such an idea as that in your head." "Well, citizen, you have at least the satisfaction of knowing that it will not last long," answered the author consolingly. "The first vacancy is to be given to you." "Well, I hope it will come soon, then," said Simon with a sigh. "I will take a vow to you. If, in a week, I shall be released in this place and get a good situation, I will give little Capet a horse to remember me by. That is, not a horse on which he might ride out of prison, but a wooden one, on which he can ride in prison. Say, little Capet," called Simon, stooping over the bed of the child, "would you not like to have a nice wooden horse to play with?" Over the pale lips of the boy played the faint tint of a smile, and he opened his eyes. "Yes," he said softly, "yes, I should like to have a wooden horse, and I should have a good time with it." "Come, citizen," said Simon solemnly, "I take you to witness my vow. If I receive another place, I give a hobby horse to little Capet. You grant me the privilege, citizen?" "I allow you, citizen Simon, and I will report the matter to the Public Welfare Committee, that it shall surprise no one by and by, and I am sure no one will gainsay you and your praiseworthy offer, for it certainly is praiseworthy to prepare a pleasure for a sick child, and the great Republic, which is the gracious mother of all Frenchmen, will pity the poor child too. I wish you success, citizen, in the fulfillment of all your hopes, and trust that you will speedily be released from your trying imprisonment." And, in fact, this release did not have to be waited for long. A few days brought the accomplishment of Dr. Newdaw's prophecy, and the official guard, who was then sick at the Hotel Dieu, died. The director of the hospital hastened to inform the authorities of this event, and on the same day Simon was appointed his successor. The same official who had brought the sick prince the playthings came again to inform Simon of his release, and was delighted at the stormy outbreak of rapturous joy with which the tidings were received. "We will be off directly," cried Simon. "Our things have all been packed for 3 days, and everything is ready." "But you must wait patiently till tomorrow, my friends," said the official with a smile. "Your successor cannot enter upon his duties here in the temple before tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Until then you must be content to wait quietly." "That is sad," sighed Simon. "The time between now and 10 o'clock tomorrow morning will lie like lead upon my shoulders. I assure you, citizen, the temple could get along without me for one night. The 2 Mrs. Capays above stairs are locked up, and as for the little Capay down here, it is not necessary to lock him up, for he will not run away, but lie quietly here upon his mattress." "So the child is really very sick?" asked the officer, with feeling. "Not exactly very sick," answered Simon indifferently, "but Dr. Newdaw, who visits him every day, thinks that the youngster might not be all right in the head, and he has ordered, on this account, that his long thick hair should be cut off, that his head might be a little cooler. So Jeannie Marie is going to cut it off, and that will probably be the last service that she will have to do for him. We are going to clear out of this. "And have you really nothing more to do for the little Capet than merely to cut off his hair?" asked the officer with a fixed, searching look. "No," answered Simon, with a laugh, "nothing but that. Oh yes, there is something else. I did not think of that. My vow to you. I forgot that. I swore that, if I were to get away from here, I would give little Capet a hobby horse." "I am glad, Citizen Simon, that you remember your promise," said the officer gravely. "I must tell you that the Public Welfare Committee, to which I communicated your intention, was very curious to know whether Citizen Simon would remember to carry it into effect. It is on this account that I was instructed to inform you of your transfer, and to report to them whether you intend to keep your promise. Your superiors will rejoice to learn that you are a man of honor, with whom it is a sacred duty to keep his word, and who, in prosperous days, does not forget to do what he promised to do in less propitious times. So go and buy for little Capet the promised hobby horse, and I will inform the Welfare Committee that it was not necessary for me to remind you of your vow, and that you are not only a good citizen, but a good man as well. Go and buy the plaything, and make your arrangements to leave the temple tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and to enter upon your new duties as collector of customs at Porte-Maçon. The great bell of Notre Dame will not have growled out its 10 strokes tomorrow morning before Jeannie Marie and I, with our goods, will have left the place," replied Simon, with a laugh. "And now I will run and fulfil my promise." He clapped his red flannel cap upon his black thick hair, and left the temple with a hurried step. As the porter opens the door of the court which led to the street for the worthy citizen and man of honor, Simon stopped a moment to chat, telling him of his new situation, and of the vow which he was about to discharge. "Do not wonder, therefore, citizen," he said, "if you see me come back by and by with a horse, with this distinction, that it will not be the horse that carries me, but that it will be I that will carry the horse. I was such a fool as to promise little Capet a horse, and I must keep my word, particularly as the Committee of Safety allows it." "Well, if that is so," said the porter, with mock gravity, "I shall let you in, even if you do not make your appearance until night. With the permission of the Safety Committee everything, without it nothing, for I want to keep my head a little longer on my shoulders." "And I do not grudge you the privilege," said Simon, with a broad grin. "We know very little about what we have here, but much less about the place where the dear machine takes us. But if you like, you can ask Roger, the official guard, whether I have permission to bring the wooden horse into the temple. He is inside, and will probably be there when I come back." He nodded to the porter, and went out into the street. As the door closed behind him, Simon stopped a moment, and cast a quick glance up and down the street. Above, at the corner of the little cross street, stood quietly a young commissioner in his blouse, apparently waiting for someone to employ him. Simon crossed the street and went up to him. "Well?" asked the latter aloud. "Have you anything for me to do, citizen?" "Yes," answered Simon, softly and quickly. "Yes, Toulan, I am all ready for you. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock I leave the temple." "I know it," whispered Toulan, "but speak loudly. There stands a man who seems to be watching us." "Come," cried Simon loudly, "I want you to accompany me to a store where they sell playthings, and afterward you must help carry back what I buy, for it will be too large and too heavy for me alone." Toulan followed him without replying, and the two went quietly and with an air of indifference through the busy crowd of men. At the corner of a neighboring street the Commissioner came in gentle contact with another who was standing on the curbstone and was looking earnestly down the street. "Beg pardon, citizen," said Toulan loudly, and then added softly, "tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. The washerwomen will take charge of the dirty linen at the door. At exactly 10 the wagons and the boys must start. The hobby horse will be filled. Yes, it shall be filled." And with an indifferent air he passed by the two and walked down the Helder Street. The farther he went the more rapid became his steps, and when he at last entered a narrow solitary alley where he might hope to be less observed, his quick walk became a run, and he continued till he reached the Rue Vivienne. He then moderated his pace, and went quietly into a toy shop, whose attractive windows and open door were directed to the street. The clerk, who stood behind the counter, asked, with a quiet air, what he desired. "First, allow me to sit down, citizen," answered the Commissioner, as he sank upon the rush chair which stood before the counter. "There. And now, if you want to do me a service, just give me a glass of water." "Hullo, John!" cried the clerk to the errand boy, who was standing in the hack part of the store. "Bring a glass of water from the well. Hasten." The boy took a glass and sprang out of the door into the street. "In a quarter of an hour they will be here," said the Commissioner, quickly. "Inform the Marquis, if you please." "The cabinet-maker, Lambert, you mean," whispered the clerk. "He is not as far away as you. He lives directly opposite, and he has been standing all day at the house door waiting for the sign." "Then give it to him, dear Baron," said the Commissioner, and as the boy came in just then with the water, he hastily seized the glass and took a swallow so immense as to perfectly satisfy the boy, who was looking at him. The clerk had, in the meantime, gone to the shop door, and looking across at the opposite house, he drew a blue handkerchief with a red border from his pocket and slowly raised it to his face. The man in the blouse, standing at the door of the low house across the street, nodded slightly, and stepped back out of sight. "Well," cried the Commissioner, "now that I have taken breath and have had a good drink, I will tell you why I have run so. I have directed a citizen to you who wants to buy some playthings, and something very fine, I suppose, as he brings the Commissioner along with him to carry the things home. Now I want to know what % of the profit you get from him you are willing to give to me, for you cannot expect, citizen, that I should give my recommendation gratis." "I am not the owner of the store," replied the clerk, with a shrug. "I have been here only a week, and manage the business merely while the owner is absent for a short time on a necessary journey. So I can give no fees. But ask the boy whether in such cases Monsieur Duval has paid money. He has been here longer than I." "Monsieur Duval has paid every commissioner who has brought him such news 2 centimes on the franc," said the boy, with an important air. "Well, then, I will give you 2 centimes on the franc, provided that the citizen buys more than a franc's worth." "Aha, there comes the man," cried the Commissioner, pointing at Simon, who just then entered the store with Toulan. "Well, citizen, now make a very handsome purchase, for the more you buy, the better I shall like it." "Yes, I believe you," replied Simon, laughing. "That is the way in all stores. I want something nice. I want to buy a hobby horse. But mind you, citizen, show me one of your best ones, a real blood horse, for I tell you that he who is to ride it is of real blood himself." "We happen unfortunately to have a limited supply of the article," said the clerk with a shrug. "They do not come exactly in our line, but there has been so much demand for hobby horses of late that we have ordered some, and if you will wait a few days, citizen—" "A few days!" interrupted Simon angrily. "Not a few hours, not a few minutes will I wait. If you have no hobby horses, tell me, and I will go elsewhere to make my purchase." He turned to go, but the clerk held him back. "Wait only a minute," he said. "I should not like to lose your custom, and I think it possible that I can procure you a fine horse. The cabinet-maker, who makes our horses, lives just opposite, and he has promised to deliver them tomorrow. The boy shall go over and see if they are not ready." "We would rather go over with him, citizen. If we find what is wanted, we shall need to go no farther." "It is true, that will be the best course," said Simon. "Come, Commissioner." "I will go along to have the business all rightly done," said the clerk. "Here, John, take my place behind the counter while I am gone." Simon had already crossed the street by the side of Toulan. The clerk followed with the second commissioner. "Why have you not got rid of the boy, Count St. Prix?" asked the latter. "It was impossible, Count Front," answered the former in a whisper. "Duval is a very nervous man, and he supposed that it would excite suspicion if the boy, who is well known in the neighborhood, should disappear at just the time when he should be away. He is right, perhaps, and at any rate the thing is unavoidable. The sly chore boy has noticed nothing, I hope, and we shall reach our goal without any hindrance. You are going to London tomorrow morning?" "Yes, Count. And you, what is your direction?" "To Coblentz, to the royal prince's," replied Count St. Prix. "Only I suspect that we shall not both of us reach the end of our journeys." "At any rate not with the children that we shall take with us," whispered the other, as they entered the house of the cabinet-maker. They found Simon and Toulan in the large workshop, busily engaged in bargaining with the cabinet-maker, who had shown them 6 tolerably large hobby-horses, and was descanting on their beauties. "It seems to me they all look very much alike," said Simon. "Tell me, Commissioner, which of these race-horses pleases you best?" "This with the red flanks," said Toulan, laying his hand upon the largest one. "It is an immense creature," said Simon with a laugh. "Still, the red flanks are pretty, and if we can agree about the price I will buy the animal." They did agree, and after Simon had gravely paid the 20 francs, he and Toulan took the horse on their shoulders and marched down the streets. "Do all those people know about our secret?" asked Simon as they strode forward. "No, only the cabinet-maker knows about it, and he will leave Paris tomorrow and carry the prince to a place of safety." "For God's sake, do not speak so loudly," whispered Simon, casting an anxious look around. "But why do you yourself not go away with the boy and leave Paris, where you are constantly in danger?" "I cannot," answered Toulan simply. "Cannot. What forbids you?" "The vow that I gave to Marie Antoinette, to rescue her children from the Temple, or to die." "Well, but tomorrow you hope to fulfill your vow, and then you can go." "I shall fulfill tomorrow but the half of my vow. I shall, if you help me and my plan succeeds, release the son of the Queen, but the daughter will remain behind in prison. You see, therefore, that I cannot leave Paris, for the daughter and sister-in-law of the Queen are still prisoners, and I must release them." "But I should rather that you would go away with the boy, and never come back to Paris," said Simon thoughtfully. "How so? Do you not trust me?" "I trust no one," replied Simon gloomily. "You might some day, when it might suit your humor, or in order to save yourself, betray me and report me to the Committee of Safety." "What? I? And ought I not to fear too? Could you not betray me as well? You know very well that I shall take care not to disclose a word of this whole history, for to disclose it would be to write my own death warrant. But hush now, hush! There is the Temple, and it seems to me as if the very walls looked at me maliciously, as if they wanted to say, 'There comes a traitor.' Ah, Toulan, it is a bad thing to have an accusing conscience. Help me faithfully to save the Prince, Simon, and you will have a good conscience all the rest of your life, for you will have done a grand and noble deed." "In your eyes," whispered Simon, "but not in those of the Convention, and when they learn about it. But here we are, and our talk and reconsideration are too late." He struck 3 times with his fist against the closed gate of the outer court. The porter opened and let the 2 men in, only saying that the guard had given his special consent to the bringing in of the hobby-horse. "But about the commissioner whom you bring with you," said the porter reflectively, "he did not make any mention, and I can only allow him to take your plaything into the second court. He must not go into the Temple." "It is no particular wish of mine to go into a prison," answered the commissioner carelessly. "It is a good deal easier to get in than to get out again. Well, take hold, Citizen Simon. Forward." They walked on to the second court. "Now then," whispered Toulan, "precaution and thoughtfulness. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock I will be standing before the door. You will call me in to help you in your moving." "I wish it were all over," groaned Simon. "It seems to me as if my head were shaking on my shoulder, and my heart beats as if I were a young girl." "Courage, Simon, only courage. Remember that tomorrow you are to be a free and rich man. Then, as soon as you give your basket to the washwoman at the Maison gate, I will pay you the promised 20,000 francs, and—" "Halt!" cried the sentinel at the entrance to the Temple. "No one can go in here without a pass." "You do not want a pass for my rocking horse, brother citizen, do you?" asked Simon, with a laugh. "Nonsense! I was speaking about the commissioner. He is going of himself, and does not want to go in. but look him square in the face, for he will come tomorrow morning again. I have secured him in advance to help me in moving out. Bring a wagon along, Commissioner, for the things will be too heavy to carry without one. And now help put the horse on my shoulders. So, well then, tomorrow morning at 10, Commissioner." "Tomorrow morning at 10," replied Toulan, nodding to Simon, and slowly sauntering through the court. He stopped at the outer gate, told the porter that he was going to assist Simon in his moving on the morrow, and then asked in an indifferent tone whether Simon's successor at the Temple was appointed. "Why, would you like the place?" asked the porter, gruffly. "No, indeed, not I. I have no taste for such work. It must be an awful air in the prison." "It is that," replied the porter, "and so after Simon has moved out they are going to cleanse the place a little and give it an airing, and the successor will move in about noon." "Well, I don't envy the man who moves in," said Toulan, with a laugh. "Good-bye, citizen, we shall see each other tomorrow." He went out into the street and slowly sauntered along. At the end of it he stopped and gave a trifle to a beggar who, supported by a crutch, was leaning against a house. "Is it all right thus far?" "Yes, Marquis, thank God. Thus far everything has gone on well. The horse is in the Temple, and nothing is discovered." "May the grace of God stand by us tomorrow," whispered the beggar. "You are sure that all the arrangements are carefully attended to?" "Entirely sure, Monsieur de Jarget. While you are leaving Paris in the garb of a washerwoman, our two allies will both be driving out of two other gates, with the boy, in stylish carriages." "And it will be you, Toulan, who will have saved the King of France," whispered the beggar. "Oh, be sure that all France will thank you for it some day, and give you the title of Saviour of your country." "Baron," said Toulan, shaking his head, "for me there is but one title of honor, that which the Queen of France gave me. I am called Fidèle, and I want no other name. But this one I will maintain so long as I live. Good-bye till we meet tomorrow at the Porte Maçon." Little Prince Louis Charles received the hobby horse, which Simon carried into the chamber, with a little more interest than in the case of the other playthings. He even raised himself up a little on his mattress, and directed a long searching gaze at the tall handsome wooden creature. "Well," asked the official, who had gone with Simon into the dungeon, and had watched the effect of the toy, "well, how does your horse please you, little Capet?" The boy nodded slowly, but made no reply. He only reached out his long thin right hand, and made a motion as if he wanted to rise. "Tomorrow, little Capet," cried Jeannie Marie, holding him back. "Today you must keep entirely still, so the doctor said, and I will cut your hair off directly, as the doctor ordered. But I should like to have you here, citizen, and oversee the operation. The boy will look much changed when his long yellow hair is cut off, and afterward it might be supposed—" "Yes, certainly," interrupted Simon with a laugh. "Afterward it might be supposed that it is not the stupid youngster who has troubled us so long, that out of pure tenderness and love we had taken him along with us." "No one would consider the Republican Simon capable of such a thing," replied the official. "And besides, the boy will stay here, and no substitute for him can fall out of the clouds. Be free from care, Simon. I myself shall recognize the boy tomorrow, and if he should look changed in appearance, I shall know how it comes." "Yes, he will know how it comes," said Simon with a grin, as he watched the retreating form of the official, now leaving the prison. "Lock the door, Simon," whispered Jeannie Marie. "We must let the boy out of this if he is not to be stifled." "No, no," said Simon, motioning his wife to retreat from the hobby horse which she was approaching. "He will not be stifled, for beneath the saddle-cloth there are nothing but air-holes, and he can endure it a good while. We must above all things be cautious and prepared for everything. It would be a fine thing, would it not, if the officials who are on guard in the Temple should conceive the idea of making the rounds a second time for the purpose of inspection. He cannot be carried out before it strikes 10 from Notre Dame. We will, however, give him a little more air." He removed the saddle with care, which was let into the back of the wooden horse, and listened at the opening. "He breathes very peacefully and evenly," he said then, softly. "He seems to be asleep. Jeannie Marie, hold the saddle in your hand, and at the least approach fit it again in its place. I will now take hold and pack our things." When the night came, and the last rounds had been made past the closed doors of Simon's rooms, and the officials had withdrawn into the great hall, where they stayed during the night watch, there was an unusual stir within Simon's apartments. Jeannie Marie, who had thrown herself in her clothes upon the bed, slipped out from beneath the coverlet. Simon, who was standing near the door listening, advanced to the little prince, and bade him in a whisper to get up. The child, which now seemed to have recovered from its indifference and stupidity, rose at once, and at Simon's further command made an effort to remove his clothes, and to put on in their place the coarse woollen suit and the linen trousers which Simon drew out of his bed and handed to him. The toilette was soon completed, and the little prince looked with a timid, inquiring glance at Simon, who was regarding him with a searching eye. "And the stockings, master?" he asked. "Do not I have any stockings?" "No," growled Simon, "no, the son of a washerwoman wants no stockings. There are some wooden shoes which will be laid for you in the basket, and you put them on afterward, if we are fortunate in getting away. But you must cut his hair, Jeannie Marie. With long hair he will not look like a boy from the people." Jeannie Marie shuddered. "I cannot," she whispered. "It would seem to me as if I were cutting off his head, and the woman in white would stand behind me and pierce me through with her great eyes." "Come, come, that old story again," growled Simon. "Give me the scissors, then. I will take care of it, for the boy must part with his hair before he goes into the basket. Come, come, do not shrink and curl up so. I was not speaking of the guillotine basket, but of your dirty clothes basket. Come, Capet, I want to cut your hair." He took the great shears from the work-basket, and sat down on a stool by the side of the table, on which burned a dim tallow candle, throwing an uncertain light through the apartment. "Come, Capet." The boy stole up with an insecure step, and shrank together when Simon seized him and drew him between his knees. "Do not hurt him, Simon. Be careful of him," whispered Jeannie Marie, sinking on the floor and folding her hands. "Remember, husband, that she is here, and that she is looking at you, and that she bores into my head with her eyes when you do any harm to the child." Simon looked around with a shy and anxious glance. "It is high time that we were away from here," he growled. "High time, if I am not to be crazy as well as you. Stoop down, Capet, so that I can cut your hair off." The child let his head fall, but a faint, carefully suppressed sob came from his breast, while Simon's shears went clashing through his locks, severing them from his head. "What are you crying for, Capet?" asked Simon, zealously going forward with his work. "I am so sorry, master, to have my locks cut off." "You probably suppose, you vain monkey, that your locks are particularly beautiful." "Oh no, master, it is only," said the boy with his eyes full of tears, "it is only because her hand has rested on them, and because she kissed them when I saw her the last time." "Who is she?" asked Simon roughly. "My mamma queen," replied Louis, with such a tone of tenderness as to bring tears into the eyes of Jeannie Marie, and even to move the cobbler himself. "Hush," she said softly, "hush! You must never call your mother by such name. After tomorrow morning you are to be the son of a washerwoman. Remember that, and now be still. There, your hair is done now. Pick up the locks on the floor and lay them on the table, Jeannie Marie. We must leave them here, that the officer may find them in the morning, and not wonder if he does not recognize the urchin. Now we will bring the wash-basket, and see whether young Capet will go into it." He brought out of the chamber a high covered basket, grasped the boy, thrust him in, and ordered him to lie down on the bottom of the basket. "He exactly fits," said Simon to his wife. "We will now throw some dirty clothes over him, and he can spend the night in the basket. We must be ready for anything, for there are many distrustful officials, and it would not be the first time that they have made examinations in the night. Little Capet must remain in the basket, and now we will take his substitute out of the house." He went to the hobby horse, took out some screws which ran along the edges of the upholstery, and then carefully removed the upper part of the animal from the lower. In the hollow thus brought to light lay a pale sick boy with closed eyes, the nephew of the Marquis de Jarget, the last descendant of the Baroness de Tarcliffe, now, as all his ancestors had done, to give his life for his king. End of chapter 27, part 1. Read by ebarnett. Chapter 27, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach, The Hobby Horse. Jeannie Marie rose from her knees, took a light from the table, and approached the child, which was lying in its confined space as in a coffin. The little prince had raised himself up in his basket, and his pale face was visible as he looked, out of his large blue eyes, with curiosity and amazement at the sick child. "He does not look like the king's son," whispered Jeannie Marie, after a long searching study of the pale bloated face of the idiot. "We will put his clothes on at once, then he will look all right, for clothes make the man. Stand up, little one, you need to get up, you are not to stay any longer in your current prison." "He does not understand you," said Jeannie Marie. "Do you not remember that Toulan told us that the boy is perfectly deaf and dumb? True, I had forgotten it, and yet it is fortunate for us, for a deaf and dumb person cannot disclose any dangerous secrets. Come, Jeannie Marie, give me the clothes. We will dress up little Mute like a prince." They put upon him the velvet jacket, the short trousers of black cloth, the shoes and stockings of the prince, who still was looking out of his basket at the pale, softly moaning child, which was now placed by Simon and his wife on the mattress. "There," said Simon, throwing the coverlet over the boy, "there, the royal prince is ready, and we can say, as they used to do at St. Denis when they brought a new occupant into the royal vaults, 'Le roi est mort, vive le roi!' Lie quietly in your basket, Capet, for you see you are deposed, and your successor has your throne." "Master," whispered Louis, anxiously and timidly, "master, may I ask you a question?" "Well, yes, you may, you little nameless toad. What is it?" "Master, will the sick child have to die, if I am saved?" "What do you mean, youngster? What are you at?" "I only mean, master, I only wanted to say that if the poor boy must die, if he takes my place, why, I should rather stay here, for—" "Well, go on, stupid. What do you mean by your 'for'? You would rather remain here?" "Yes, master. If another is to die and be beaten and tortured, for blows hurt so much, and I should not like to have another boy receive them instead of me, that would be wicked in me, and—" "And you are a stupid fellow, and do not know anything you are talking about," said Simon, shaking his fist at him. "Just put on airs and speak another such foolish word, and I will not only beat you to death, but I will beat this miserable whining youngster to death too, and then you will certainly be to blame for it. Down with you into the basket, and if you venture to put your head up again, and if tomorrow you are not obedient and do just what we bid you, I will beat you and him, both of you, to pieces, and pack you into the clothes basket and carry you away, down into the basket." The boy sank down out of sight, and when, after a little while, Jeannie Marie cautiously looked to see whether he had fallen asleep, she saw that Louis Charles was kneeling on the bottom of the basket and raising his folded hands up to heaven. "Simon," she whispered, "Simon, do not laugh at me and scold me. You say, I know, that there is no God, and the Republic has done away with deity and the Church and the priests, but let me once kneel down and pray to him whom little Louis Charles is talking now, and to whom the Austrian spoke on the scaffold." Without waiting for Simon's answer, Jeannie Marie sank upon her knees. Folding her hands, she leaned her forehead on the rim of the basket and softly whispered, "Louis Charles, do you hear me?" "Yes," lisped the child, "I hear you." "I ask your forgiveness," whispered Jeannie Marie. "I have sinned dreadfully against you, but remorse has taken hold of my heart and tears it in pieces and gives me no rest day or night. Oh, forgive me, son of the Queen, and when you pray, implore your mother to forgive me the evil that I have done her. I will pray to my dear Mamma Queen for you, and I know she will forgive you, for she was so very good, and she always said to me that we must forgive our enemies, and I had to swear to my dear papa that I would forget and forgive all the wrong that men should do to me, and so I forgive you, and I will forget all the bad things that Master Simon has done to me, for my papa and my mamma wished me to." Jeannie Marie let her head sink lower and pressed her hands firmly against her lips to repress the outcries which her remorseful conscience prompted. Simon seemed to understand nothing of this soft whispering. He was busily engaged in packing up his things, and no one saw him hastily draw his hand over his eyes, as if he wanted to wipe away the dust which suddenly prevented his seeing. Gradually it grew still in the gloomy room. The whispering in the basket ceased. Jeannie Marie had retired to her bed and had wept herself to sleep. Upon the mattress lay the sick, sobbing child, the substitute of King Louis XVII, who was in the basket. Simon was the only one who was awake, and there must have been dismal thoughts that busied him. He sat upon the stool near the candle, which was nearly burned out. His forehead was corrugated and clouded, his lips were closely pressed together, and the little flashing eyes looked out into the empty space full of anger and threatenings. "It must be," he muttered at last. "It must be. I should otherwise not have a moment's peace, and always feel the knife at my throat. One of us must be away from here, in order that he may disclose the other. I will not be that one. It must be Toulan." He stood up with the air of one who had made a fixed, unchangeable resolve, and stretched his bony, crooked limbs. Then he threw one last look at the stranger child that lay moaning and groaning on his mattress, fell upon his bed, and soon his long-drawn, sonorous breathing disclosed the fact that Master Simon was asleep. On the next morning there reigned in the lower stories of the temple a busy, stirring life. Master Simon was preparing to move, and all his household goods were set out in the court, in order to be transferred to the wagon that Commissioner Toulan had ordered. Close to the wagon stood one of the officials of the public safety, and examined every article of furniture that was put into it, opening even the bandboxes and pillows to look into them. Not, as he said, the welfare committee doubted the honesty of the faithful and zealous servant of the Republic, but only to satisfy the forms and to comply with the laws which demanded that the authorities should have a watchful eye on everything that was at all connected with the family of the tyrants. "And you will do me a great pleasure if you will examine everything with the utmost care. In the Republic we are all alike, and I do not see why I should not be served today as another would be on the morrow. You know, probably, that I have been appointed collector at BerthaMason, and after tomorrow I shall have to inspect the goods of other people. It is all fair that I should have my turn today. Besides, you will not have much more to examine. We are almost through. I believe there is only a basket with the soiled cloves yet to come. That is the sacred possession of my wife, and she was going to bring it out herself, with the Commissioner's help. Yes, there they come." At that moment Jeannie Marie appeared in the court, followed by Toulan. They brought along, by two ropes which served as handles, a large and longish basket, whose half-opened cover brought to view all kinds of women's clothes. "Room there," cried Simon with a laugh, "room for the citoyenne Simon and her costly dowry." "Come, no joking, Simon," said his wife, threatening him with her fist and laughing. "If my dowry is not costly enough, I will only ask you to provide me with better things." "Your dowry is magnificent," said Simon, "and there is not a single article lacking to make it complete. Come, I will help the Commissioner put the basket in the wagon, for it is too heavy for you, my fairest one." He took hold of the basket with his strong arm, and helped the Commissioner swing it into the wagon. "But let me look first into the basket, as my duty demands," said the official. "You are too quick. You know, citizen, that I must examine all your goods. The law compels me to." "Then I beg you to climb up into the wagon and open the basket," said Simon calmly. "You cannot want us to take the heavy thing down again for you to examine it." "I do not ask that, citizen, but I must examine the basket." The official sprang into the wagon, but Jeannie Marie was quicker than he, and stood close by the basket, whose cover was partly opened. "Look in, citizen," she said with dignity. "Convince yourself that only the clothing of a woman is in it, and then tell the Republic that you found it necessary to examine the basket of the famous knitter of the guillotine, as if Jeannie Marie was a disguised duchess who wanted to fly from the hand of justice." "I beg your pardon," said the official. "Everyone knows and honors the knitter of the guillotine, but you are curious and want to see some of my clothes. Well, look at them." She raised those which lay at the top and held them up to the official with a laugh. "And down below, what is farther down in the basket?" "Farther down," replied Jeannie Marie, with an expression of the greatest indignation and the most outraged modesty, "farther down are my dirty clothes, and I hope the Republic will not consider it necessary to examine these too. I would at least depose it, and call every female friend I have to my help." Footnote: Madame Simon's own words, reported from her own account, which she gave in the year 1810 to the Sisters of Mercy who cared for her in her last sickness. The Sisterhood of the Female Hospital in the Rue Sevres publicly repeated in the year 1851 the statement of Jeannie Marie Simon, who died there in 1819. It was in the civil process brought against the Duc de Normandy, who was accused of giving himself out falsely as King Louis XVII, and who could not be proved not to be he. "Oh, you will not have to do that," replied the official, with a friendly nod of the head. "It would be presumptuous to go farther with the examination of your goods, and the Republic regards with respect the mysteries of an honorable wife." He jumped down from the wagon, while Jeannie Marie, still wearing an angry look, laid the clothes back into the basket, and shut the cover down. "Can we go now?" she asked, taking her seat on a low stool which happened to be near the great basket. "Yes, if the official has nothing against it, we can go," answered Simon. "Our goods are all loaded." "Then go on. I have nothing against it, and I wish you and your wife much happiness and joy in your new career." The official waved them a last gracious adieu with the hand, and the wagon started. Alongside of the great hard-mouthed and long-haired horse that drew the cart walked the commissioner, in order, once in a while, when they had to turn a corner, to seize the bridle and give it a powerful jerk. At the side of the wagon strode Simon, keeping a watchful eye upon his possessions, and carefully setting everything aright which was in danger of being shaken off upon the pavement. Above in the carriage near the great basket sat Jeannie Marie, the former knitter of the guillotine. Her naked brown arm rested upon the basket, on whose bottom, covered with dirty linen and Mistress Simon's clothes, was the son of Marie Antoinette, King Louis XVII, making his entrance into the world which should have for him only sufferings and illusions, shuttered hopes and dethroned ideals. This happened on the 19th of January, 1794, and on the very day in which the unhappy King Louis XVII was leaving the Temple, his sister Teresa, who was still living with her Aunt Elizabeth in the upper rooms, wrote in her diary, known subsequently by the title Récit des événements arrivés au temps par Madame Royale, the following words: "On the 19th of January, my aunt and I heard beneath us, in the room of my brother, a great noise which made us suspect that my brother was leaving the Temple. We were convinced of it when, looking through the keyhole of the door, we saw goods carried away. On the following day we heard the door of the room in which my brother had been opened, and recognized the steps of men walking around, which confirmed us in the belief that he had been carried away." The pitiful wagon, which gave its hospitality to the knitter of the Revolution, as well as to a king, drove slowly and carefully through the streets, unnoticed by the people who hastily passed by. Now and then they encountered a commissioner who came up to Toulan, greeted him as an acquaintance, and asked after his welfare. Toulan nodded to them confidentially, and answered them loudly that he was very well, and that he was helping Simon move out of the Temple and going with him to Mason. The commissioners then wished him a pleasant journey and went their way, but the farther they were from the wagon, the quicker were their steps, and here and there they met other commissioners, to whom they repeated Toulan's words, and who then went from there and again told them over to their friends in the streets, in quiet hidden chambers, and in brilliant palaces. And one such palace the tidings caused a singular commotion. Count Frot, who lived there, and whom the public permitted to live in Paris, ordered his travelling carriage to be brought out at once. The postilion, with 4 swift horses, had already stood in the court below half an hour, waiting for this order. The horses were quickly harnessed to the carriage, which was well filled with trunks, and scarcely had it reached the front door when the Count hurried down the grand staircase, thickly wrapped in his riding furs. At his right sat a little boy of scarcely 10 years, a velvet cap trimmed with fur upon his short fair hair, the slender graceful form concealed with a long velvet cloak that fell down as far as the shoes with golden jewelled buckles. Count Frot seemed to bestow special care and attention upon this boy, for he not only had him sit on his right, but remained standing near the door to give precedence to the boy, and then hastened to follow him. He pressed the servant's back who stood near the open door, bowed respectfully, and gave his hand to the lad to assist him in ascending. The youth received these tokens of respect quietly, and seemed to take it as a matter of course that Count Frot should carefully put furs around his feet and body, in order to protect him from every draught. As soon as this was done, the Count entered the carriage, and took his place at the left of the boy. The servant closed the carriage door with a loud slam, and the steward advanced with a respectful mien, and asked whither the Count would order to go. "The road to Puy," said the Count, with a loud voice, and the steward repeated to the postilion, just as loudly and clearly, "The road to Puy." The carriage drove thunderingly out of the court door, and the servant looked after it till it disappeared, and then followed the house steward, who motioned him to come into the cabinet. "I have something to tell you, citizen," said the steward, with a weighty air, "but first I must beg you to make me a solemn promise that you will continue a faithful and obedient servant of the Count, and prove in no way false to your oath and your duty." The servant pledged himself solemnly, and the steward continued, "The Count has undertaken a journey which is not to be spoken of, and is to remain, if possible, a secret. I demand of you, therefore, that if anyone asks where the Count has gone, you answer that you do not know. But, above all things, you are not to say that the Count is not travelling alone, but in company with the young gentleman, whose name and rank I know just as little about as you. Will you promise to faithfully heed my words?" The servant asserted it with solemn oaths and an expression of deep reverence. The steward beckoned to him to go, and then looked at him for a long time with a singular expression as he withdrew. "He is a spy of the Safety Committee," he whispered to himself. "I am convinced that he is so, and he will certainly go at once and report to the authorities, and they will break their heads thinking what the Count has to do in Puy, and who the boy is who accompanies my lord. Well, that is exactly what we want. Put the bloodhounds and murderers on a false scent. That is just the object of the Count, and for that purpose Monsieur Morin de Guevery has lent his only son, for all that we have and are, our lives, our children, and everything else, belong to our King and Lord. I hope, therefore, that the Count's plan will succeed, and the Safety Committee be put on a false scent." Meanwhile the pitiful carriage containing Simon's goods had slowly taken its way through the streets, and halted at its goal, the custom-house near Porte-Maçon. Before the building stood a woman in the neat and tasteful costume of the washerwomen from the village of Vannes, which then, as now, was the abode of the washerwomen of Paris. "Well," cried the woman, with a loud laugh, helping Mistress Simon dismount from the wagon, "well, you have come at last. For 2 hours I have been waiting for you, for you ordered me to be here at 11, and now it is 1. What will my husband and my little boy say about my coming home so late?" "I beg your pardon," said Jeannie Marie with a kindly voice. "Our ride was a good deal slower than I thought, for the things were packed only loosely, and if we had ridden faster they would easily have been injured. But I will not detain you longer, and you shall have my wash at once. There are a great many clothes this time, and I have therefore thrown them all at once into the basket, so you can put the basket right upon your wagon and bring the things back in it. Hullo, Simon, and you, Commissioner, take hold and lift the basket down, and carry it out to the washwoman's wagon that is standing near the gate." The 2 men immediately lifted the great basket and carried it to the open cart which stood there, in which lay arranged in regular order great bundles of dirty linen. Near the gate stood the sub-collector, whose superior Simon now was, and it therefore did not occur to him to examine the basket which his new chief was putting in the washerwoman's wagon. Some busybodies who stood around turned their whole attention to the wagon which contained the furniture and goods of the new collector, who was, of course, a very important person in this remote quarter, and Jeannie Marie endeavored with her loud words and choleric gesticulations to fasten the attention of the idlers upon herself. Nobody regarded the two men who had just put the basket into the washerwoman's cart, and no one heard the words that they softly spoke together. The washerwoman had raised the cover and was rolling around the clothes, as if she wanted to examine the contents of the basket. "Sire," she whispered softly as she did so, "sire, do you hear me?" A weak, faint voice replied, "I hear you." "And shall you be able to bear it if you stay a little longer in your hiding place?" "Oh yes, I shall be able to bear it, but I am anxious, and I should like to be away from here." The washerwoman closed the cover of the basket and sprang down from the wagon. "Everything is in order," she said, "and it is high time that I should be off. I have a long way to go, and my husband and child are expecting me." "Then go, with God's blessing," said the commissioner, shaking hands with the washerwoman as if she were an old acquaintance. "Go, with God's blessing, and may He protect you from all calamity, and bless you with happiness and joy." He spoke loudly, as if this was intended for the ear of some person besides the washerwoman, and another had heard the words of Toulan, and a soft and tremulous voice called, "Farewell, Fidèle. I thank you, dear Toulan." The wagon was at once in motion, and drove quickly down the street through the rows of small houses in the suburbs. The two men stood and looked after it till the washerwoman's carriage disappeared in a cloud of dust. Toulan raised his eyes slowly to heaven, and a pious expression illuminated his good, energetic countenance. "Thou lookest down upon me, my queen and mistress," he said, softly and inaudibly. "I feel the glance of thy heavenly eyes, and it rests like a hallowed blessing upon my thankful heart. I know, my queen, that thou art satisfied with me this hour, and it seems to me as if thy loved voice were whispering above me in the air the word Fidèle. Give me now thy blessing, that I may end my work, and rescue the daughter and the sister as I have rescued the son. My life is devoted to thy service, and I shall save all thy dear ones or die." "Well, Toulan," said Simon softly, "I have kept my word, and little Capet is released. Are you going to keep yours?" "Certainly I shall," said Toulan, whose glance slowly fell from heaven, and whose face still glowed like one in a trance. "Yes, Simon, I shall keep my word to you as you have yours to me. Come into your house, that I may pay you." He withdrew quickly from the gate and entered the house which thereafter was to be the house of the collector Simon. All was going on busily there, for Jeannie Marie had impressed into her service not only the sub-collector, but some of the curious spectators, and she scolded her husband, who was just coming in with Toulan, for talking too long with the washerwoman instead of helping her. "Do you two take the heavy mattresses and carry them into the next room." The two men quickly obeyed, and bore the mattresses into the chamber. Then they locked themselves in. Toulan took several rolls from the great waistcoat which he wore under his blue blouse, broke them asunder, and let the gold pieces fall out upon the mattress. "Count them, Simon," he said, "to see that there are exactly 250 double gold pieces, all bearing the exalted symbols of the one great and indivisible republic. May they bring you joy, and be a reward for the great good fortune which you have brought to me, and to all who love the king and his house." "But will no one reveal me?" asked Simon anxiously, while busily engaged in collecting the gold pieces and hiding them between the mattresses. "Say, Toulan, will no one divulge and report me to the authorities?" "Be quiet, Simon, and fear nothing. To betray you would be at the same time to betray the great cause which we serve, and to surrender the young king to the persecution of his enemies. But no one knows, excepting me, that of your own free will you have helped to save the king. With express reference to your safety, I have made all the other allies believe that I have deceived you, and that you know nothing of the concealment of the child. So be entirely without concern. Only Toulan knows your secret, and Toulan is silent as the grave. But let us go out now and help your wife bring the things into the house, and afterward you can let me go without any further leave-taking. Farewell, citizen. May you be entirely successful in your new field of labor." He nodded with a friendly air to Simon, and as Jeannie Marie just then called the commissioner with a loud voice, Toulan hastily opened the door and hurried to her. Simon followed him with a long, dark look. Then he slowly shook his head, and his eye kindled. "It must be," he said to himself softly. "I should otherwise have no rest day or night, and it would be worse than in the temple. He said so himself. Only Toulan knows my secret. So if Toulan dies, my secret dies with Toulan, and is buried with him, and I can then enjoy my life, and shall not need to live in anxiety and in perpetual fear of being betrayed. But," he continued, after a brief pause, "what is done, what must be done quickly, otherwise I may fall into the very pit I have digged for Toulan. If the little Capet is fairly carried to a place of safety, and escapes out of the Republic, Toulan can avenge himself by reporting the whole story and bringing me to misfortune. I must, therefore, while I am secure, take away from the fellow the means of betraying me. Yes, yes, it must be so. Toulan must die that Simon may live. Look out for your own self first, and then your neighbors." With a decided step, Simon left the room and entered the chamber, where Toulan was busy with Jeannie Marie in arranging the furniture. "I am glad to find you here still," said Simon, nodding to him, "for I had entirely forgotten to tell you that I have a present for you, which will certainly please you, and which I have saved and laid away expressly for you." "What is it, Simon? What kind of a present have you for me?" "A very precious one, at least such as you and your like will consider so, I think. I have the long yellow locks which Jeannie Marie cut yesterday from little Capet's head." "And will you give them to me?" asked Toulan, eagerly. "Yes, that I will, and it is for that purpose that I have brought them along. They are lying, with all the letters, in my work-box, but I cannot get at them to-day in all the confusion, for they are at the very bottom of the box. But come to-morrow morning, and you shall receive your costly treasure. If you like, you can come about 9 o'clock, and if I should happen to have anything to do, and not be here, I will give the hair to Jeannie Marie, and she will hand it to you." "Be sure that I shall come," said Toulan earnestly. "Give me your hand, and let me thank you for your delicate act of kindness. I certainly did you a wrong, for I did not hold you capable of such a deed. I thank you, Simon, I thank you from my heart, and to-morrow morning, punctually at 9, I shall be here to receive my precious possession. Farewell till then, Simon. I have no quiet now, but must run around and see whether everything seems as usual in the temple, and our secret undiscovered." He hastened away and disappeared around the corner. The whole day Simon was busy with his own thoughts, and engaged in arranging the furniture, with his mind clearly not on his work. In the afternoon he declared that he must go to the temple again, because in the upper corridor he had left a chest with some utensils in it which were his. "It seems to me, husband, you are homesick for the temple," said Jeannie Marie jestingly, "and you are sad because you are no longer in the old black walls." "Yes, I am homesick for the temple," replied Simon, "and that is why I go there." But he did not take the way to the temple, but to the city hall, and rang the bell so violently that the porter dashed to the door to open it. "It is you, citizen," he ejaculated. "I thought something must have happened." "Something has happened, and I have come to inform the Committee of Safety," answered Simon, impetuously. "Has it met?" "Yes, it is in the little council chamber. You will find an officer at the door, and can let him announce you." Simon strode forward and found the sentinel before the door, who asked him what his business there was. "Go in, citizen, and announce that Simon is here, and brings important news, of great peril to the state." A minute later Simon was ushered into the hall in which the Safety Committee were assembled. All those stern-faced men of the Republic knew Simon as a faithful and zealous Republican, upon whose devotion they could reckon, and whose fidelity was immovable. "I am come," said Simon, slowly, "I am come to bring an accusation against a certain person as a conspirator against the Republic and a traitor to our liberties." "Who is it, and what has he done?" asked the chairman, with a cold smile. "What has he done? He means to do something, and I mean to prevent him. He means to release the wolf's whelp from the temple. Who knows but he may have done so already, for when I left the temple this morning my successor had not come, and little Capet was alone. Who is it that is able to release the boy and the two ladies? It is Toulan, the traitor, the royalist Toulan." Toulan, replied Pétion with a shrug. We know very well that Toulan is a traitor, and that the Republic can expect only the worst from him that he can do. He was accused once, but escaped merited punishment by flight, and he has unquestionably gone to Coblentz to join the tyrant's brothers there. Our police are watchful, and have discovered not a trace of him. Then allow me to put the police on his track, said Simon, laughing. Be so good as to send a couple of officers to me tomorrow, and I will deliver Toulan, the traitor, into their hands. End of chapter 27, part 2, read by ebarnett.
Chapter 28 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Chapter 28. Toulan's Death. The next morning at the stroke of 9, Toulan, in the garb of a commissioner, entered the house of the new collector at the Macon gate. Simon received him at the door and conducted him into the sitting-room. "You see," said Toulan, "that I am punctual, and I must tell you that I have been almost too impatient to wait. I hope you do not regret your promise, and that you mean to give me the noble present that you promised me." "Unfortunately, I cannot," answered Simon with a shrug. "My wife insisted on giving you the hair with her own hands, and she has just gone out. You will have to wait for her if you are really anxious to possess the hair of the little Capet." "Yes, I am anxious to own it," replied Toulan. "The hair of my dear young king will be most cherished possession, and—" "Come, come," interrupted Simon. "There you exaggerate. The gold salts bottle, which the Austrian gave you, is a great deal dearer to you, is it not? You still have that, have you not?" "Still have it!" cried Toulan. "I would sooner part with my life than with this remembrancer of Marie Antoinette." "Well, then, see which you would rather keep, your life or the bottle the Austrian gave you," said Simon with a laugh, as he sprang toward the door and opened it. Two officials of the safety committee, followed by armed men, entered. "Have you heard everything?" asked Simon triumphantly. "Yes, we have heard everything, and we arrest you, Toulan, as a traitor. Take him to the concierge. The authorities will decide what shall be done with him further." "Well," said Toulan calmly, "the authorities will, perhaps, do me the honor of letting me go the same way that my king and my queen have taken, and I shall follow the example of the noble sufferers, and die for the hallowed cause of royalty. Let us go, that I may not longer breathe the air which the blasphemer and traitor Simon has poisoned. Woe upon you, Simon! In your dying hour think of me, and of what I say to you now. You are not sending me to death, that you may live in peace. But you will find no peace on earth, and if no man accuses you, your conscience will. On your dying bed you will see me before you, and on the day of judgment you will hear my voice, accusing you before the throne of God as a betrayer and murderer. May my blood come on your head, Simon." Simon lived to enjoy his freedom and his money only a short time. At the expiration of a year he fell into lunacy, which soon made him attempt his own life. He died in the asylum of Bicêtre. His wife lived till 1821 in a hospital at Paris, and in her dying hour asserted that the little Capet was released in the way above related. On the next day there was a great excitement within the temple, and the safety committee repaired thither in a body. The lamplighter, who made his rounds on the evening of the day on which Simon left the temple, had asserted that the child that lay upon the mattress was not the little Capet. "He must know this," he said, "for he had seen the child daily when he lighted the lamp in the boy's room." The new keeper, Augustus Lasnais, was very much excited at the communication of the lamplighter, and at dawn of the next day repaired to the city hall to report the statement. The safety committee resolved on an immediate investigation of the temple, after pledging one another to the deepest secrecy, and enjoining the same on all of the servants at the temple. The officials found on the mattress a moaning, feverish boy in the garments of the Dauphin. These they recognized as the ones which the Republic had had made a month before for the little Capet, But no one could say whether this child, with a body covered with sores, a swollen face, and sunken, lustreless eyes, was really the little Capet or not. No one knew whether sickness had so changed his looks that this stupid, idiotic boy was the one whom they had all known when he was well, as they saw him joyously flitting around. First of all they summoned Dr. Nordin, the director of Hotel Dieu, to examine the boy. He appeared without delay, and declared solemnly and decidedly that this was the same boy whom he had seen there some days before when he visited Simon's wife. Only the English sickness which afflicted the child had distorted his limbs, while the cutting off of his hair gave him a changed look, and it was no wonder that the lamplighter failed to recognize him. Simon, who was summoned to give evidence, asserted the same thing, and affirmed that he recognized the little Capet in the sick boy, and that his wife had cut off his hair only the day before. He brought the hair as a complete proof of the identity, and it was seen to agree perfectly with that of the sick child. Yet some of the officials still doubted, and their doubts were increased when on the same day the servant of Count Frottet reported to the safety committee that his master had made a sudden and secret journey, accompanied by a boy, whom the Count had treated with great deference. This boy might be the Dauphin, whom Count Frottet, in conjunction with Toulan, might have spirited out of the temple in some secret way, and who must be followed at all hazards. At the same time the government were informed that the Count de Saint-Prix had left Paris in company with a boy, and had taken the road to Germany. Chazelle, a member of the Convention, was sent secretly to Puy to arrest Frottet and the boy there, and Chauvelin, another member, was ordered to follow the road to Germany, and, if possible, to bring back Count Saint-Prix. After a while both of them returned, with nothing accomplished. Chazelle had, indeed, arrested Count Frottet and the boy in Puy, but the Count had given such undeniable proofs that the boy was not the Dauphin. He had summoned so many unimpeachable witnesses from Paris, who recognized the boy as the son of Madame de Guenevere, who was in compliance with the princes, that nothing more remained but to release the Count and his comrade. Chauvelin had not been able to arrest the Count de Saint-Prix, and had only learned that in company with a boy he had crossed the Rhine and entered Germany. It was of no use, therefore, to undertake farther investigations, and the conclusion must be firmly held to that the boy in the temple, whose sickness increased from day to day, was the real Capet, the son of Louis XVI. The suspicion which had been aroused must be kept a deep secret, that the royalists should not take renewed courage from the possibility that the King of France had been rescued. But the secret investigations, and the efforts to draw something from Toulan, caused the authorities to postpone his fate from week to week, from month to month. On the 20th of January he was arrested and taken to the concierge, and not till the month of May did the Convention sentence him to death. The charge was this, that he had accepted presents from the widow Capet, in particular the gold salts bottle, and had made frequent plans to release the Capet family from prison. On the same day, Madame Elizabeth, the sister of Louis XVI, was sentenced to death, on the charge of conducting a correspondence with her brothers, through the agency of Toulan, having for its end the release of the royal family. When the sentence was read to Madame Elizabeth, she smiled. "I thank my judges that they allow me to go to those I love, and whom I shall find in the presence of God." Toulan received his sentence with perfect composure. The one, indivisible, and exalted republic is just as magnanimous, is it not, as a monarchy was in old times, and it will grant a last favor to one who has been condemned to death, will it not? Yes, it will do that, provided it is nothing impossible. It will gladly grant you a last request. Well, said Toulan, then I ask that I may be executed the same day and at the same hour as Madame Elizabeth, the sister of the king, and that I may be allowed to remain by her side at her execution. Then you have only till tomorrow to live, citizen Toulan, replied the presiding officer of the court, for Elizabeth Capet will be executed tomorrow. Early the next morning 3 cars drove away from the concierge. In each of these cars sat 8 persons, men and women of the highest aristocracy. They had put on their most brilliant court attire for that day, and arranged themselves as for a holiday. Over the great crinoline the ladies wore the richest silks, adorned with silver and gold lace. They had had their hair dressed and decorated with flowers and ribbons, and carried elegant fans in their hands. The gentlemen wore velvet coats, brilliant with gold and silver, while cuffs of the finest lace encompassed their white hands. Their heads were uncovered, and they carried the little 3-cornered hat under the arm, as they had done at court in presence of the royal family. All the aristocrats imprisoned in cells at the concierge had begged for the high honor of being executed on that day, and everyone whose request had been granted had expressed his thanks for it, as for a favor. "What we celebrate today is the last court festival," said the prisoners as they ascended the cars to be carried to the guillotine. "We have the great good fortune of being present at the last great levee, and will show ourselves worthy of the honor." All faces were smiling, all eyes beaming, and when the 24 condemned persons dismounted from their cars at the foot of the scaffold, one would believe that he saw 24 happy people preparing to go to a wedding. No one would have suspected that it was death to whom they were to be united. There were only 2 persons in this brilliant and select society who were less elegantly adorned than the others. One was the young girl, with the pale angel face, who sat between the sister of Malchaberes and the wife of the former minister, Montmorin, in a neat white robe, with the simple muslin veil that surrounded her like a white cloud on which she was floating to heaven. The other was the man who sat behind her, whose firm, defiant countenance gave no token that an hour before he had wept hot, bitter tears as he took leave of his wife and only child. But this was all past, and on that lofty, thoughtful brow not the slightest trace remained of earthly sorrow. The pains of each had been surmounted, and, even in death, Toulan would do honor to the name which that woman had given him, whom he had loved most sacredly on earth, and he would die as fidèle. The ladies and gentlemen of this unwontedly solemn company, who were collected here in view of the scaffold, had dismounted from the cars. Above stood the glistening instrument of death, and near it the executioners. They were all left free to decide in what order they would ascend and place the head beneath the axe. The convention had made the simple order that Madame Elizabeth should be the last but one, and that Toulan should follow her. Joyous and bright was the countenance of the princess. Joyous and bright was the aspect of the improvised court, whose master of ceremonies was Death. The gentlemen had begged the favor of preceding the ladies upon the scaffold. One after another they ascended the staircase, and in passing by they greeted the princess with the same deep bow that would have been given at court. And Madame Elizabeth thanked them with a smile that was not of this world. When the heads of the 12 gentlemen had fallen, the bodies laid on one side, and the scaffold cleansed a little from blood, the ladies' turn came. Every one of them asked the favor of embracing Princess Elizabeth, and, with the kiss which she pressed upon their lips, a heavenly joy seemed to spring up in their hearts. With smiles they ascended the scaffold. With smiles they placed their heads beneath the axe. The last of the ladies, the Marchioness Coursault d'Amboise, had received the parting kiss and ascended the steps of the guillotine. Only Elizabeth and Toulan now remained at the foot. "Fidèle," whispered Elizabeth in gentle tones, "I shall soon be with my brother and my sister. Give me your hand, my brother. You shall conduct me to death, and I will give you my hand above, and at the opening of the new life, and conduct you to Marie Antoinette. Sister, I will say to her, this is the one true and good heart which beat on earth for you, and I bring it to you that you may rejoice in it in heaven. Toulan, there is only one title of honor for all men, and that is fidèle. It is sanctioned even by the word of God. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life." Just at that moment the axe rattled, and there was a muffled sound, and the head of the Marchioness Coursault d'Ombre fell into the basket. "Elizabeth Capet, it is your turn. Come up." "I come." She ascended the scaffold. Arrayed as she was in this white robe, her transparent face was like that of an angel. It seemed to Toulan as if her foot no longer rested on earth. He followed her to the scaffold, and as she was about to ascend the steps, he laid his hand upon her arm. "Princess, I have a secret to impart to you. I have promised with a solemn oath that my lips should disclose it to no mortal. But you, Elizabeth, belong already to the immortals. The peace of God illumines your brow, and I want you to have one last joy before you ascend into heaven. This is my secret. The boy who is confined in the temple is not the Dauphin. I have fulfilled the promise which I gave the Queen. I have saved the Dauphin, and he is now in Vendée under the safe care of Prince de Condé." "Elizabeth Capet, come up, or we must bring you by force." "I am coming." "Farewell, Fidèle. You have spoken the truth. You have given me a last joy. I thank you. Now kiss my lips. Give your sister a parting kiss, Fidèle. Farewell, my brother." He touched the lips that were illumined with a sad smile. "Farewell, my sister." She ascended the steps, and, reaching the scaffold, she calmly laid aside the veil and prepared her toilet for death. At the foot of the scaffold Toulan remained upon his knees. His great eyes, which had been directed to Elizabeth, beamed with rapture, and in his heart there were words written with a finger of diamond, words hallowed and comforting, that Toulan read in meditation and prayer. Love vanquishes death. Love is victorious even over life. Love, which is the highest friendship, and friendship, which is the highest love, rise so far above everything earthly that thou must surrender everything for them, everything which thou hast valued upon earth, everything which has stood to thee in the most tender relations. In this love thou hast lived, and in this love thou shalt die and ascend into heaven. "Toulan, come up! Do you not hear us calling you? Do you not see that Elizabeth Capet has made a place for you?" He had not seen when the noble head of the princess fell into the basket. He had not heard the executioner call him. He had only read in his heart the revelation of love. He ascended the steps, and his countenance beamed with the same light of rapture which had surrounded Elizabeth's brow. A piercing scream came from the crowd as a young wife fell senseless into the arms of her neighbors, while the boy who stood near her extended his hands to the scaffold and called loudly, "Father! Dear father!" Toulan did not turn to them. No earthly sorrow had place in this soul, which had overcome pain and received eternal joy into itself. Calmly he laid his head beneath the axe. "God is love," he said aloud. "He that abideth in love abideth in God, and God—" The axe descended, and left Toulan's last words unspoken. End of chapter 28. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee.
Chapter 29 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach, without name and rank. The Prince de Condé was walking with quick steps up and down his apartment. His brow was cloudy, his eyes wore a sad look, and at times he raised his hand as if he would remove a veil that darkened his sight. "It must be," he said decisively after a while. "Yes, it must be. I see no other means of saving him from the snares of his enemies and friends. He must leave, and that at once." He walked hastily to the table, pulled the bell violently, and ordered the servant who came in to bring the boy who came yesterday to him. A few minutes later the door opened, and a boy of 10 or 12 years with great blue eyes, fair hair, and graceful form, and delicate complexion, came into the room. At his appearance the Prince de Condé seems deeply moved. He hastened with open arms to meet the boy, pressed him closely to his heart, and kissed his fair hair and eyes. "Welcome, 1,000 times welcome," he said with trembling voice. "How long have I desired to see this moment, and how happy I am that it has come at last. You are saved, Yana restored to freedom, to life, and there is in store for you, I hope, a great and brilliant future." "Then I shall have to thank you for it, my cousin," said the boy, with the sweet resonant voice. "You have released me from the dreadful prison, and I thank you for life. I am glad, too, that I see you at last, for I wanted so much to express my thanks, and every evening I have prayed to God to grant me the happiness of greeting my dear cousin, the Prince de Condé." The joyous light had long since faded from the face of the prince, and a cloud was gathering on his brow, as, with a timid, searching look, he glanced around, as if he feared that someone besides himself might hear the words of the boy. "Do not call me your cousin," he said softly, and even his voice was changed, and became cold and husky. The boy fixed his great blue eyes with an expression of astonishment on the gloomy countenance of the Prince de Condé. "You are no longer glad to see me here? Is it disagreeable to you for me to call you my cousin?" The prince made no answer at once, but walked up and down with great strides, and then stood still before the boy, who had calmly observed his impatient motions. "Let us sit down," said the Prince de Condé. "Let us sit down and talk." He gave his hand to the boy, led him to the divan, and took his own place upon an easy chair, directly opposite to the child. "Let us talk," he repeated. "I should like to know, in the first place, whether you have a good memory, for I have been told that your head has suffered, and that you have no recollection of the past." A gentle, sad smile played around the lips of the boy. "I have been silent about the past, as I have been commanded to," he said, "but I have not forgotten it." "Do you remember your mother?" asked the prince. The boy trembled convulsively, a glowing red passed over his cheeks, and a deep paleness followed. "Monsieur," he asked, with a tremulous voice, "would it be possible for me to forget my dear Mamma Queen? My Mamma Queen who loved her little Louis Charles so much? Ah, sir, you would not have asked that if you had known how much pain you give me." "I beg your pardon," said the prince, embarrassed. "I see you remember. But let me try you once more. Will you tell me what happened to you after being taken away from your cruel foster parents? What were those people's names, and what were they?" "My foster parents, or my tormentors rather, were called Mr. and Mistress Simon. The man had been a cobbler, but afterward he was superintendent and turnkey in the temple, and when I was taken away from my mamma, sister, and aunt, I had to live with these dreadful people." "Did you fare badly there?" "Very badly, sir. I was scolded and ill-treated, and the worst of all was that they wanted to compel me to sing ribald songs about my Mamma Queen." "But you did not sing these songs?" asked the Prince de Condé. The eyes of the boy flamed. "No," he said proudly, "I did not sing them. They might have beaten me to death. I would rather have died than have done it." The prince nodded approvingly. "And how did you escape from these people?" he asked. "You know, Prince de Condé," answered the boy, smiling, "it is you who helped me escape." "Tell me about this matter a little," said the prince, "and how you have fared since then. I contributed, as you suppose, to your release, but I was not present in person. How did you escape from the temple?" "I was put into a basket with soiled clothes, which Mistress Simone was taking away with her from the temple. This basket she gave to a washerwoman who was waiting for us at the Macon gate. She had a little donkey cart in readiness there, the basket was put into it, and went on to a village, the name of which I do not know. There we stopped. I was taken out of the basket and carried into a house, where we remained a few hours to rest and change our clothes." "We? Whom do you mean by we?" "Me and the supposed washerwoman," replied the boy. This woman was, however, no other than M. de Jaget, whom I knew long ago, and who, with Fidèle, I should say, with Toulan, had thought out and executed the plan of my escape. M. de Jaget changed his clothes, as did I also, and after remaining concealed in the house all day, in the evening we took a carriage and rode all night. On the next day we remained concealed in some house, and in the night we continued our journey." "Did he tell you where you were going?" "Jaget told me that the Prince de Condé was my protector and deliverer, that the magnanimous prince had furnished the necessary money, and that I should remain concealed in one of his palaces till the time should arrive to acknowledge me publicly. Till then, said M. de Jaget to me, I was never to speak of the past, nor disclose single word about anything that concerned myself or my family. He told me that if I did not follow his instructions literally, I should not only be brought back to Simone, but I should have to bear the blame of causing the death of my sister, Therese, and my Aunt Elizabeth. You can understand, my prince, that after that I was dumb. Yes, I understand. Where did M. de Jaget carry you? To one of the palaces of the Prince de Condé in loyal and beautiful Vendée. Ah, it was very delightful there, and there were very pleasant people about me. The story was that I was a nephew of the prince, and that on account of impaired health, I was obliged to go into the country and must be tended with great care. I had a preceptor there who gave me instruction, and sometimes the brave General Charette came to the palace on a visit. He was always very polite to me, and showed me all kinds of attention. One day he asked me to walk with him in the park. I did so, of course, and just as we entered a dark alley, he fell upon his knees, called me Majesty, said he knew very well that I was the King of France, and that the noble and loyal Prince de Condé had rescued me from prison. The devil, muttered the prince to himself. Our dear friends are always our worst enemies. The boy paid no attention to the words of Condé, and went on. The general conjured me to confess to him that I was the son of King Louis, and I should follow him, remain with his little army, which would acknowledge me at once, and proclaim me King of France. And what did you answer? Asked Condé eagerly. My lord, replied the boy, with proud, grave mien, I told you that I gave my word to M. de Jaget to devolve nothing till you should tell me that the right time had arrived. I could therefore confess nothing to Charette, and told him that he had fallen into a great error, and that I have and can lay claim to no other honor than of being the nephew of the Prince de Condé. You said that? Asked Condé, in amazement. The boy raised his head with a quick movement, and something of the proud and fiery nature of Louis XIV flashed in his eyes. I did not know then, he replied, that my relationship to the Prince de Condé was not agreeable to him. The prince looked troubled and perplexed, and dropped his eyes before the piercing gaze of the boy. Go on, if I may venture to ask you, he said, softly. What did General Charette do when you repelled him? First he implored and wept and conjured me to trust him, and to lay aside my incognito before him, the truest and best of royalists. But as I continued steadfast and disclosed nothing, he became angry at length, pushed me away from him, threatened me with his fist, swore he would have his revenge on those who had deceived him, and declared that I was no Bourbon, for the son of my fathers would not be so weak and cowardly as to conceal his name and lineage. And you kept silent in spite of this demand? Yes, my lord, I kept silent, and notwithstanding his pain and grief, I left him in the belief that he had deceived himself, or rather that he had been deceived. Oh, cried Condé, it is plain that you have been steeled in the school of suffering, and that the years of misfortune like yours must each be reckoned double, for in spite of your 12 years you have acted like a man. My lord, replied the boy proudly, the Bourbons attain their majority at 15, and at that age they may, according to the law of France, become independent sovereigns. They ought, therefore, to begin to learn young. That was the opinion of Queen Marie Antoinette, who taught me to read in my 5th year. You, my lord, have, in your magnanimity, done everything to make me able to conform to the laws of my house, if it shall please God that the son of my dear unfortunate father should one day ascend the vacant throne of the Bourbons. During these 2 years which I have spent in concealment in your palace in Vendée, you have laid a strong and firm foundation, on which the superstructure of my life may rest. I have, thanks to the excellent teachers you have given me, had an opportunity to learn much, and to recall much which I had forgotten during the years before my release from imprisonment. Your teachers inform me that your industry was unceasing, and that you learned more in months than some do in years. You are familiar with several languages, and, besides, have been instructed, as I desired, in the art of war and in mathematics. In the studies of kings and soldiers, replied the boy, with a proud smile. I fear that you will prove not to have prosecuted those studies with a view to their use among soldiers, said Condé, with a sigh. Your prospects are very dark, yes, darker even than when you left the temple. These 2 years have made your condition more perilous. It was fortunate that you could spend them in solitude and secrecy, and be able to finish your education, and it would be a great blessing to you to be able to go on with your quiet studies for some years longer. But your enemies had sought you without rest. They were on your track, and had I left you there any longer, you would have been found some day, stabbed or shot in the park. The steward informed me that all kinds of suspicious people had gathered in the neighborhood of the palace and the garden, and I conjecture that they were the emissaries of your enemies. On this, I took you away from that place, and have brought you here for your greater safety. Now allow me one question. Do you know who your enemies are?" "I think I know them," replied Louis Charles, with a sad smile. "My enemies are the self-same men who brought my father and my mother to the scaffold, destroyed the throne, and in its place gave France a red cap. My enemies are the Republicans, who now rule in this land, and whose great object must, of course, be to put me out of the way, for my life is their death. France will one day be tired of the red cap, and will restore the throne to him to whom it belongs, so soon as it is certain that he who is entitled to the crown is living to wear it. And who do you suppose is justified in wearing the crown of France? You ask as if you did not know that I am the only son and heir of the murdered king of France. The only son, but not the only heir. Your inheritance will be contested, and even if France should transform herself from a republic to a monarchy, every attempt possible will be made to drive you, the son of Louis XVI, from the throne, and put the crown on the head of another. Sir, if monarchy is uppermost again, the crown belongs to me. Who, in that case, would venture to contend with me for it? Your enemies, not those whom you have just named, but the other half of your enemies, of whose existence you have no suspicion, it seems. Your enemies, the royalists." "How so?" cried Louis Charles, in amazement. "Do you call the royalists my enemies?" "Yes, and they are so, your powerful, defiant, and untiring enemies. Do you not see that even here in this room I do not dare to give you the title that is your due, for fear that the walls may have ears and increase the danger which threatens you? I will now name to you the greatest of your enemies, the Count de Provence." "How, my uncle, the brother of my father, he my enemy?" "He is your enemy, as he was the enemy of your mother. Believe me, young man, it is not the people who have made the revolution in France, it is the princes who have done it. The Count de Provence, the Count d'Artois, and the Duc d'Orléans, they are the chief revolutionists. They it is who have put fire to the throne. They it is who have sown the libels and lampoons broadcast over France, and made the name of Marie Antoinette odious. They did it out of hate, out of revenge, and out of ambition. Queen Marie Antoinette had won her husband over to the policy of Austria, and in this way had set herself in opposition to the Count de Provence and the whole royal family. The Count never forgave her for this, and he will never forgive you for being the son of your mother. The Count de Provence, as he now styles himself, is your sworn enemy, and will do all he can to bring you to ruin. He is ambitious, and his goal is to be the King of France." "King of France, the Count de Provence, the brother of the king, wants to be his successor when I, the son of the king, am alive and demand my inheritance? Your demand will not be acknowledged. They will declare that you are an impostor and a deceiver. Ah, the Count de Provence is a selfish and a hard character. He means to make his own way, and if you put hindrances in it, he will put you out of his path, without compassion and without remorse. Trust me for knowing this, who for 3 years have been in the immediate neighborhood of the prince. I was afraid to impart the plan of your escape to the princes, and after you were released, I was silent, for a secret is only safe when a very few are conscious of it. But after the news came last year from Paris that the boy who had been placed as your substitute in the temple had died after a long sickness, I ventured to inform the Count de Lille about the real facts. I told him that I believed that information I had received might be relied upon, that King Louis XVII had been released from the temple by true and devoted servants, and was then in a place of safety. Would you like to know what reply the Count made?" "I pray you tell me," responded Louis Charles with a sigh. "He answered me, 'I advise you, cousin, not to put any confidence in such idle stories, and not to be duped by any sly rogues. My unfortunate little nephew died in the temple. That is a fact acknowledged by the Republic, universally believed, and denied by no one. After long sufferings, the son has fallen as a new victim to the bloodthirsty Republicans, and we are still wearing mourning for our deceased nephew, King Louis XVII. And should any wise head happen on the thought of making the dead boy come to life again, I will be the first to disown him and hold him as an impostor.' Those were the words of the Count, and you will now confess that I am right in calling him your enemy, and in not daring to communicate to him the secret of your release? I grant you, replied the prince sadly, I would rather bury the secret forever. Now hear me further. A few weeks ago the prince summoned me, and I saw on his sinister face and in his flashing eyes that he must have received some unwelcome tidings. He did not make me wait long for the confirmation of my conjectures. With a sharp, cutting voice he asked me what kind of a nephew of mine that was whom I was educating at my palace in Vendée. General de Charette had given him information through one of his emissaries, sending him word that the report was current in Vendée, that this alleged nephew of mine was the rescued king Louis XVII, whom I had helped release from the temple. He, General Charette, had believed it at first. He had therefore, so the prince went on to say, visited my palace recently for the purpose of discovering the supposed young king. There he convinced himself that the boy bore no resemblance to the little Louis Charles, whom he had once seen at the Tuileries, and that he certainly was not the son of Louis XVI. He told me only too truly that he would have his revenge, whispered the young prince. He has kept his oath, for he has loudly and publicly declared his belief that Louis XVII died in the temple, and he has therefore administered to his army an oath in favor of King Louis XVIII, that is, the Count de Provence. The Count himself informed me of this, and then added threateningly, I advise you, cousin, to either acknowledge your young nephew and treat him openly, or else put him out of the way. I advise you further not to let yourself be imposed upon by adventurers and impostors. It is known that you were among the most active adherents of Queen Marie Antoinette, and there may be people who would work on your credulity and make you believe that the poor little Louis Charles was really released from the temple. Do not deny that you parted with much money at that time, and believe that it was wanted for the purpose of setting the young King of France free. It was a trap set in view of your loyalty and devotion, and you fell into it. But you gave your money to no effect. The poor, pitiable king could not be saved, and died in the temple as a prisoner of the Republic. Take care how you trust any idle stories, for I tell you, he would never bring me to put confidence in them. I am now the rightful King of France. I am Louis XVIII, and I am resolved not only to declare every pretender who claims to be Louis XVII an impostor, but to bring him to punishment as a traitor. Mark this well, and therefore warn this mysterious nephew of yours not to venture on playing out his comedy, for it will assuredly change into tragedy and end with his death. These were the words of the Count de Lille, and now you understand why I have brought you so suddenly and so secretly away from my solitary palace and have you here. I understand everything, said Louis Charles with a sigh. I understand that it would have been better if you had never released me, and I had died like my father and mother. We must postpone the accomplishment of our hopes, said Condé sadly, for I confess to you there is little to expect from the present, and there is no place where you are safe from the persecutions and the daggers of your enemies. The Republicans desired your death as much as the Royalists. In France 2 parties threaten you, and would I now risk everything, carry you to some European court, and acquaint the sovereign of your arrival, and ask for his assistance, I should have no credence, for not the French Republic alone, but the Count de Lille would protest against it, and disavow you before all Europe. It is, therefore, absolutely necessary, in order to secure you against your enemies, that you should disappear for a season, and that we patiently await the time which shall permit us to bring you back upon the scenes. Do you believe that time will ever come? Asked the little prince, with a shake of the head. I believe it, and above everything, I hope it, replied Condé quickly. The greatest difficulty is to find a place for you to remain where you may not be suspected, and where yon may be safe from assault. To my great regret, I cannot entertain you here, for my family are too well known for me to suddenly acknowledge a legitimate nephew of your age, and the Count de Lille would be the last to believe it. I confess that it has cost me a great deal of disquiet and anxious thought to find a secure asylum for you. And do you think you have found one at last? Asked Louis Charles indifferently. Yes, I believe so, or rather, I know that I have found one. You must be taken to a place which no one can suspect as that where you would be likely to be. And what place is this? It is called Mayence. The boy, who had sat with downcast eyes, perhaps in order not to let some tears be seen, looked quickly up, and the greatest astonishment was depicted in his expressive features. Mayence, he asked, is not that a fortress on the Rhine which the troops of the French Republic have taken possession of? Yes, and the commandment of Mayence, the head of the troops, is General Kleber, one of the bravest and noblest soldiers of the French Republic. And you want to send me to this General Kleber? Ah, my prince, that would be thrusting me, for the purpose of rescuing me from persecution, into the very crater of the volcano. It is not so bad as you suppose, my young friend. General Kleber is at heart a good and true royalist, and although he serves the Republic, he does so because he is first of all a soldier of his country, and because his country now has pressing need of soldiers to defend the honor and glory of France. I have sent a trustworthy man to General Kleber to impart the secret to him, and to ask him for protection, and a place of refuge for you. General Kleber is ready to grant both, and he has sent his adjutant to Coblentz to escort his nephew to Mayence. You are that nephew, and if you give your consent, you will set out at once and go to Mayence. And if I do not give my consent? Asked Louis Charles, with a proud, flashing look. I confess, said Condé with a shrug, I confess that I am not prepared for that contingency, and cannot on the instant grasp all the unfortunate results which would ensue on your refusal. Be calm, Condé, I do not refuse. I have only this one thing to care for, cause no danger, and bring nothing disagreeable to you, for I see that they are in store for you if I do not disappear again from view. The son of the king vanished from sight, to appear as the nephew of Condé, and now the nephew of Condé is to vanish, to emerge as the nephew of General Kleber. Ah, who knows but I may yet be the nephew of Simon the cobbler, preparatory to my last appearance on the guillotine. I hope, on the contrary, that on the day when France shall rise again, you will rise too, the acknowledged son of Louis XVI, and the heir of the throne of France. At the present, the Republic has sway, and there is no hope of an immediate change. But that will not last always, and in the decisive hour, when the monarchy and the Republic come to their last great battle for existence, at that hour you must appear upon the field, must lift the lilies high in the air, and summon the royalists to your side in the name of God, and of the king your father. And what if my uncle, the Count de Provence, then declares me to be an impostor? Then you must publicly and solemnly appeal to France, lay the proofs of your lineage before the nation, summon unimpeachable witnesses, and demand your throne of the French nation. And believe me, if the heart of France is compelled to choose between you and the Count de Provence, it will not choose him, for the Count has never possessed the heart of the people, and God is just. God is just, replied Louis Charles sadly. God is just, and yet the King and Queen of France have perished on the guillotine, and their brother calls himself King of France, while the son of Louis XVI must find shelter with a general of that French Republic which was the enemy of my parents. It is true, said Condé with a sigh, it is very difficult at times to see the justice of God, but we must always hope to see it, and at length it will reveal itself in all its glory. And the hour of judgment will come for you. Await it steadfastly and with patience, and when it is come, call on me, and I will not neglect your summons, but will support you, and will give you my recognition. I have all the documents which relate to your flight, all the testimony given by those who were engaged in assisting you, and besides this, a detailed account of your flight, subscribed with my name and stamped with my seal. I have further the testimony of the teachers who gave yon instruction at my palace of Chambord, and the keeper of the palace recorded the day on which you arrived. I am ready to give you these papers, if you will swear to me that you will not misuse them, but give them to General Kleber, that he may preserve them for you. I swear to you that I will do so, said the prince solemnly. Condé handed to him a small and closely rolled package of papers. This contains your future, he said, and out of these papers I hope a crown will grow for you. Till then, let the Republic preserve them for you. General Kleber is expecting you, and his adjutant is waiting for you in the next room. Permit me to give you one more piece of advice. Remain steadfast, resist all tempters who would beguile you with pleasant words to acknowledge yourself King of France, for be persuaded these tempters are the emissaries of your enemies, and if you should acknowledge to them that you are King Louis XVII, you would be writing your own death warrant. The balls which I trust will spare the nephew of General Kleber would certainly pierce the heart of the nephew of Count de Lille. Continue to deny it as you denied it to General Charette. Swear to me that you will faithfully keep the secret of your lineage till I release you from the oath by which I now close your lips, and tell you that the hour of action and of disclosures is come. Swear it to me, in view of the fidelity which I have shown to you, and which I shall always be ready to show. You have saved my life, said Louis Charles solemnly. My life therefore belongs to you, and I give it into your hands in swearing, by the memory of my dear parents, and especially my noble and proud-spirited mother, Queen Marie Antoinette, that I will faithfully and truly keep the secret of my parentage, and not feel myself justified in revealing it to the world, till you, the Prince de Condé, shall have given me permission and empowered me to do so. I thank you, said Condé, for I am now unconcerned about your immediate future. General Kleber and the French Republic will protect you, for the present, from the dangerous pretender Count Lille, and in God's providence, I trust there will come a day when France will be prepared to raise the son of its kings to the throne which belongs to him. Let us hope for this day, and be persuaded that I shall neglect nothing which will help bring it about. And now, as we part, I bow my knee to you, my young king. I now acknowledge you solemnly as the son of my well-behaved cousin, King Louis XVI, and the rightful heir of the throne of the Lilies. May the spirits of the murdered royal couple, may God and the ear of my king take note of the oath which I now pronounce. I swear that if I ever break this vow and acknowledge another king of France, you, Louis XVII, may accuse me of high treason and condemn me to the death which a traitor deserves. I swear that I will subject myself to this death penalty without opposition and complaint. And this I swear by Almighty God, and by the memory of your royal parents, whose spirits are with us at this hour. And I, Prince de Condé, I accept your oath, said Louis Charles gravely. I go away now into exile, but I carry your oath with me as my hope for the future, and may God grant that I shall never be compelled to remind you of it, but that you will faithfully and truly keep it. Fare you well, my crown rests in your heart. And in these papers, sire, deliver them to the brave General Kleber, and he will preserve them as his most sacred and cherished possession. He kissed the hand of the prince, which was reached out for the papers, and then hastened to summon the officer, who was waiting in the adjoining room for the nephew of General Kleber, having no suspicion what an important mission was entrusted to him. But General Kleber knew the secret better, and although not a word and not an action disclosed it, yet the gentle friendliness, the mild look, the subdued smile with which the general received his young nephew in Mayence, testified that he was familiar with the secret, and knew how to guard it. In Mayence, under the care of General Kleber, his nephew, Louis as he called him, remained during the subsequent time, and very soon gained the heart of his uncle, and was his inseparable friend by day and by night. They slept in one room, they ate at one table. The nephew accompanied his uncle at all parades and military exercises, and, in order to make his favorite a skillful soldier, the general undertook the duties of teacher, and gave him instruction in the art of war, and taught him the more familiar duties of a soldier's life. The nephew comprehended readily, and pursued zealously, the studies with which his uncle assigned him. The pains and sorrows of the past were forgotten, and only the recollections of his happy childhood rested silently at the bottom of his heart, like pearls at the bottom of the sea. When shall I arise from this estate? When will the crown of the future be linked with these pleasant recollections of the past? These were the questions which the growing boy repeated to himself every morning and every evening, but his lips never uttered them. He never gave the slightest indication that he was anything else than the nephew of General Kleber. The French garrison of Mayence considered him to be so, and no one thought of asking whether he bore any other name. It sufficed that he was the nephew of the noble, valiant, and heroic General Kleber. That was the name and rank of the little prince. End of chapter 29.
Book 6, Chapter 30, Part 1 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach, Baronne de Richemont. Thus passed weeks, months, and even years, and on the gloomy horizon of France arose a new constellation, and from the blood-spotted, corpse-strewn soil of the French Republic sprang an armed warrior, a solitary one, but one to whom millions were soon to bow, and who, like the divinity of battles, was to control the destinies of nations and of princes. This one solitary man was General Bonaparte. the same young man who in the first bloody days of the French Revolution beheld the storm at the Tuileries and expressed his regret to his companion, the actor Talma, that the king did not command his soldiers to mow down the canaille with grape shot. The young lieutenant of that day, who had been the friend of the actor, dividing his loaf and his dinner with him, had now become General Bonaparte. And this general was serving the same people which, as a lieutenant, he had wanted to mow down with grape shot. At the siege of Toulan, in the close contests with the Allies against the Republic, and in the Italian campaign of 1794, Bonaparte had so distinguished himself that the eyes of the French government were already directed to him. And no one could be surprised at the action of General Beauharnais' widow, the fair Josephine, in giving her hand to the young and extraordinary man. This marriage had not only brought happiness to Bonaparte, but it satisfied his ambition. Josephine was the friend of Barras and Tallien, the chief magistrates of the Republic at that time, and through her influence the young Bonaparte was sent to Italy to assume the chief command of the French army there. A general of 26 years to have the direction of an army whose 4 corps were commanded by Generals Messina, Augereau, Serrurier, and La Harpe. The father of Junet, the late Duke d'Ebrantz, wrote at that time to his son, who was with the French army in Italy, "Who is this General Bonaparte? Where has he served? Does anybody know anything about him?" And Junet, who was then the faithful friend and the admirer of Bonaparte, replied to his father, "You ask me who General Bonaparte is. I might answer, in order to know who he is, you must be he. I can only say to you that so far as I am able to judge him, he is one of those men with whom nature groans and only brings forth in a century." Had Junet not replied to his father, the deeds of the young general would soon have done so. Presently, in all France, in all Italy, yes, in all Europe, there was not a man who could ask, "Who is General Bonaparte?" His name was in every mouth, and the soldiers adored the man who had stood victoriously at their head at Lodi and Milan, and borne the banner forward amid the murderous shower of balls at the bridge of Arcully. Diplomatists and statesmen wondered at him who had taken Venice, and compelled proud and hated Austria to make peace with the French Republic, which had brought Marie Antoinette to the scaffold. The Republicans and the Directory of the Republic feared Bonaparte, because they recognized an enemy of the Republic in him, and dreaded his growing power and increasing renown. On this account, General Bonaparte was recalled from the Italian army after peace had been made with Austria, and he returned to Paris. Still, he was so feared that the Directory of the Republic, in order to remove him, and at the same time to give occupation to his active spirit and his splendid abilities, proposed to Bonaparte to go with an army to Egypt and extend the glory of France to the distant east. Bonaparte entered with all his fiery nature into this idea, which Barras and Talleyrand had sought to inveigle him into, and all his time, his thoughts, and his energies were directed to this one purpose, to fit himself out with everything that should be needful to bring to a victorious end a long and stubborn war in a foreign land. A strong fleet was collected, and Bonaparte, as the commander of the many thousands who were to go to Egypt under him, called to his aid the most skilful, valiant, and renowned generals of the French army. It could not fail that one of the first and most eminent of these was General Kleber, and of course his young adjutant and nephew, Louis, accompanied him. On the 19th of April 1798, the French fleet left the harbour of Toulan and sailed toward the east, for, as Bonaparte said, only in the Orient are great realms and great deeds, in the Orient where 600 millions of men live. But these 600 millions have no army such as the French, no commander like Bonaparte, no generals like Murat, Junet, Desaix, and above all, Kleber. Kleber was the second in command. He shared his perils, he shared his victories, and with him was united his nephew Louis, a youth of 14 years, who, from his tall, slim figure, his gravity, and his ready understanding, would have passed at least for a youth of 18, and who, trained in the school of misfortune, belonged to those early matured natures which destiny has steeled, that they may courageously contend with and gain the victory over destruction. It was on the morning of the 3rd of July. The French army had disembarked and stood not far from Alexandria, on the ancient sacred soil of Egypt. Whatever was done must be done quickly, for Nelson was approaching with a fleet, prepared to contend with the French for the possession of Alexandria. Should the city not be taken before the arrival of the English fleet, the victory would be doubtful. Bonaparte knew this well. "Fortune gives us 3 days' time at the most," cried he, "and if we do not use them, we are lost." But he did use them. With fearful rapidity the disembarkation of the troops was effected. With fearful rapidity the French army arranged itself on Egyptian soil in 3 divisions, under Murat, Bon, and Kleber. Above them all was he whose head had conceived the gigantic undertaking, he whose heroic spirit comprehended the whole. This was Bonaparte. After inspecting all the army and issuing his orders, he rode up the hill in company with his staff to the Pillar of Pompeii, in order to observe from that point the course of events. The army was advancing impetuously, and soon the city built by Alexander the Great must open its gates to his successor, Bonaparte the Great. After a short respite, the army advanced farther into the land of the pyramids. "Remember," cried Bonaparte to his soldiers, pointing to those monuments, "remember that 40 centuries look down upon you." And the pyramids of the great plain of Cairo beheld the glorious deeds and victories of the French army, beheld the overthrow of the Egyptian host. The Nile murmured with its blood-red waves the death song of the brave Mamelukes, and the 40 centuries which looked down from the pyramids were obliterated by the glorious victories that Bonaparte gained at the foot of those sacred monuments. A new epoch was to begin. The old epoch was buried for Egypt, and out of the ruins of past centuries a new Egypt was to be born, an Egypt which was to serve France and be tributary to it as a vassal. This was Bonaparte's plan, and he did everything to bring it to completion. He passed from battle to battle, from victory to victory, and after conquering Egypt and taking up his residence in Cairo, he at once began to organize the newly won country and to introduce to the idle and listless East the culture of the earnest and progressive West. But Egypt would not accept the treasures of culture at the hand of its conqueror. It rose again and again in rebellion against the power that held it down, and hurled its flaming torches of revenge against this hated enemy. A token of this may be seen in the dreadful revolt at Cairo, which began in the night of the 20th of October, and, after days of violence, ended with cruel cutting down of 6,000 Mamelukes. A proof of it may be seen in the constantly renewed attacks of swarms of Bedouins and Mamelukes on the French army. These hordes advanced even to the gates of Cairo and terrified the population, which had at last taken refuge beneath the foot of the conqueror. But Bonaparte succeeded in subjugating the hostile Bedouin tribes as he had already subjugated the population of the cities. He sent one of his adjutants, General Crozier, with a corps of brave soldiers into the desert to meet the emir of the hostile tribes, and Crozier won respect for the commands of his general. He succeeded in taking captive the whole body. A fearful sentence was inflicted on them. Before the eyes of their wives, their children, and their mothers, all the men of the tribe, more than 500 in number, were killed and their heads put into sacks. The howling and weeping women and children were driven to Cairo. Many perished of hunger on the road, or died beneath the sabre blows of their enemies, but more than 1,000 succeeded in reaching Cairo. They were obliged to encamp upon the great square El Bikir in the heart of Cairo, till the donkeys arrived which bore the dreadful spoils of victory in blood-dripping bags upon their backs. The whole population of Cairo was summoned to this gigantic square, and was obliged to look on while the sacks were opened and the bloody heads rolled out upon the sacred soil of Egypt. After this time, quiet reigned for a season. Horror had brought the conquered into subjection, and Bonaparte could continue his victorious course. He withdrew to Syria, taking with him Kleber and Kleber's young adjutant, the little Louis. He saw the horrors of war. He was there, the son of the kings of France, when the army of the Republic conquered the cities El Erish and Gaza. He took part by the side of Kleber in the storming of Jaffa. He was there when the captured Jaffa had to open its gates to the victors. He was there when, in the great caravanserai, 4,000 Turkish soldiers grounded their arms and surrendered themselves as prisoners, after receiving the promise that their lives should be spared. He was there, too, the son of Marie Antoinette, when the unfortunates were driven down to the sea-coast and shot, in order that their enemies might be rid of them. He was there, the son of Louis XVI, when Bonaparte visited the pest house in Jaffa. He walked through the sick rooms at the side of his uncle Kleber, who noticed how the face of the young man, which had so often been calm in meeting death on the battlefield or in the storm of assault, now quivered, and the paleness of death swept over his cheeks. "What was the matter, my son?" asked Kleber as he returned home from this celebrated visit to the pest house. "Why did you turn pale all at once, Louis?" "General," responded Louis, perplexed, "I know not how to answer." "You ought not to have gone with me to the hospital," said Kleber, shaking his head. "You know I didn't want you to go at first, but you insisted on it, and begged and implored so long that at last I had to yield and let you accompany us. But I'll confess it myself, it was a dreadful sight, these sick people with the swollen bodies, covered with blood and running sores. I understand now why you trembled and turned pale. You were afraid of this dreadful sickness." "No, General," answered Louis softly. "No, I have no fear. Did you not notice that I sprang forward and assisted General Bonaparte when he lifted up the poor sick man who lay on the floor before the door, and that I helped carry him into the room?" "I saw it, Louis, and I was much pleased with your courage, and was therefore surprised afterward when you turned pale and trembled, and I saw tears in your eyes. What agitated you all at once so much?" The young man slowly raised his head and looked at Kleber with his great blue eyes. "General," he said softly, "I myself do not know what agitated me so much. We were both standing before the dead of a sick man, to whom I handed a pitcher of water which he begged for earnestly. He fixed his great eyes upon me, and his quivering lips murmured, 'God bless you, all saints and angels protect you.' As he spoke these words, there resounded in my heart the echo of a time long since past. It seemed to me as if suddenly a dark curtain parted, and I looked as in a dream at a wondrous, brilliant spectacle. I saw a beautiful and dignified woman of princely figure, of noble, majestic nature. With her I saw 2 children, a girl and a boy, whom she led by the hand, and with whom she walked through a long hall which was filled with rows of beds. And as she walked there, it seemed as if the sun lightened up the dismal hall and illumined the pale faces of the sick ones. They raised themselves up in their beds and extended their thin, emaciated hands to the tall lady, and thanked her with earnest blessings for her visit and her comforting words. There was only one of the patients who did not rise, but lay stiff upon his bed, and moaned and sighed and whispered unintelligible words, which no one heeded, because the attention of all was fixed upon the great visitor. But the boy, who was walking by the side of the tall lady, had understood the sobs of the sick one. He left his mother, took the jug which stood upon a table between 2 beds, filled a glass with water from it, and held it to the dry, quivering lips of the sick one. He drank greedily, and then fixed his eyes upon the boy, and lisped the words, "God bless you, all saints and angels protect you." and all the people repeated aloud, God bless you, all saints and angels protect you. The dignified lady stooped with a heavenly smile to her son, pressed a tender kiss upon his golden locks, and repeated the same words aloud. This general was the fantasy which suddenly appeared before my eyes when the patient spoke those words today. It seemed to me as if I perceived all at once a long silent song of home. I heard the wonderful voice of the exalted lady who spoke those words. It seemed to me as if I felt the kiss which she then imprinted on the head of the 5-year-old boy, felt it to my inmost heart, and it glowed there with the fire of an undying love, and shook my whole being, and filled my eyes with tears. You will not chide me for that, General, for those are the lips of my mother who pressed that kiss of blessing on her unhappy son. He ceased. Tears choked his utterance, and, as if ashamed of his deep emotion, he hid his face in his hands. General Kleber turned away too, and put his hand over his eyes as though a film had come over them. Then, after a long pause, he gently laid his hand upon the shoulder of the young man, who was still sitting with covered face. Such memories are holy, he said, and I honour them, my dear faithful son. May the blessing which then fell from the lips of a woman who I too knew and honoured, but whose name may never be spoken between us, may it be fulfilled to you. May angels and saints protect you when men shall no longer have the power, and when fate shall separate you from those who have devoted their love and fidelity to you. The youth let his hands fall from his face, and looked at the general with a startled, searching glance. What do you mean, uncle? You do not mean to say that we must part? Yes, my dear nephew, that is what I must say, interrupted Kleber sadly. This word has long been burning in my soul, and it's necessary that I speak it. Yes, we must part, Louis. Why? Oh, why? asked Louis bitterly. Why will you too drive me away? You, the only one who loves me a little. Exactly because I love you. Exactly for that reason must I separate myself from you. Since we came to Egypt, you've been sickly. Your cheeks have become pale, the fullness of your limbs have gone, and the dry and hard cough that troubles you every morning has long made me anxious, as you know. On that account, after all the appliances of my physician failed, I applied, as you know, to the physician of the commanding general, to Corvisart, and he has subjected you to a thorough examination. It is true, said Louis thoughtfully. He has investigated me with the carefulness of a merchant who is about to buy a slave and means to test him. He made a hearing trumpet of his ear and laid it on my breast, and listened while I had to breathe as if I were a volcano. He put his ear to my heart. He told me that his father had been physician at the French court, and that the murdered queen had a great deal of confidence in him. And then he wondered that my heart beat so violently why he told me this. And the result of all these investigations is that you must return to Europe, Louis, said Kleber sadly. Corvisart had declared it an unavoidable necessity for your constitution, and the command of the physician must be obeyed as if it were the command of God. You cannot endure the climate of Egypt, so says Corvisart, and if your life is not to be shortened and you to be made a perpetual invalid, you must return to Europe as quickly as possible, for only there will you recover and grow strong. You see, therefore, Louis, that I must separate from you, although it is a sore thing for me to do, for I love you as my own son, and I have no one in the world who is nearly related to me. And I, whom else have I in the world? Asked Louis bitterly. Who has interest in me excepting you? Ah, General, do not drive me from you. Believe me, it is better for me if, for a few short and happy years, I live at your side, and then breathe my last sigh in your faithful and tender arms, than if I have to wander solitary and friendless through the strange, cold world, where no one loves me, and where I shall always be surrounded by enemies, or by those who are indifferent. It may be that my body will gain health and strength in the air of Europe, but my heart will always be sick there, for it will lose its home when it shall have lost you, my fatherly friend. General Kleber slowly shook his head. In youth one sorrows, and forgets it quickly. General, do you say that to me, after seeing me weep in the hospital because the word of a dying man called back the recollection of my earliest childhood? Oh, believe me, my heart forgets its sorrows never, and if I must return to France, to Paris, it will seem to me as if I had always to be climbing the hill of Calvary with bloody feet to reach the top where I must perish on the cross. For believe me, General, my whole life will be nothing but such a wandering through scenes of pain if you drive me from the refuge that your love has offered me. Leave me here. Let me live in secrecy and silence beneath the pinions of your love, and do not believe what the physicians tell you. Man's life lies in the hands of God, and if he will sustain it, it is as safe in the deserts of Egypt as in Paris, the capital of the world. Because God will sustain your life, Louis, for that very reason, he instructs me through the voice of the physician what my duty is, bids me conquer my own grief, and send the son of my heart to his distant home. Now, Louis, it's a decided thing. We must part. You must return to France. And if it is true, asked Louis bitterly, if I am then really to return to France, why must we part? Why must I return without you? Why, if you really love me, do you not accompany me? I heard you say yesterday that several ships with a part of our troops were to return to France. Why, then, can you not go back with me? Why? Asked Kleber sadly. I will tell you, Louis, because Bonaparte will not allow it. Listen, my son. I will communicate a secret to you. There has news come within the last few days, the first that we've received for 10 months. The newspapers which arrive bring very unwelcome intelligence. They inform us that all the advantages gained in Italy by the French army have been lost, that France is arrayed against Austria, Spain, and all the European powers, that the French government is threatened by internal factions which threaten to bring back the reign of terror. I watched Bonaparte's face as he read these papers, and I saw there what he was resolved to do. He will, as soon as he shall gain one more great victory, leave Egypt and return to France. He will not return without you, the faithfulest and boldest of his generals. You know well that you are called the right-hand man of Bonaparte. Bonaparte means to show the world that he is not only the head, but the right arm too, the heart, the foot, the soul of the French army, and because he means to show this, he will return alone to France. Only a few of his faithful subordinates will accompany him. The men who might even oppose him and put hindrances in the path of his growing ambition will remain here. Now do you believe that Bonaparte will select me to accompany him? The young man let his head fall slowly on his breast. No, he said softly. No, I do not believe he will. And I know he'll not, replied Kleber. I shall remain here in Egypt, and die here. Hush, do not contradict me. There are presentiments which do not mislead us, and which God sends to us that we may shape our course by them and set our house in order. My house is set in order. My will is made. I have given it to Bonaparte, and he has solemnly sworn to carry it into execution in all respects. Only one care is left me, to provide for your immediate future, and to arrange that you may reach France. You adhere to this? Asked Louis sadly. Yes, I abide by this. You must not run away from your own future, and this will, I trust, be a brilliant one. All tokens indicate that France is wearied with the Republic, and that it's perhaps nearly ready to restore the throne of the lilies. Young man, shall this re-established throne fall into the hands of that man who contributed so much to its downfall, who was the calumniator, the secret enemy of Queen Marie Antoinette? Would you consent that the Count de Provence should be King of France? No, never, cried Louis with blazing eyes and flaming face. That never can be. For, before the brother of Louis XVI can ascend the throne as Louis XVIII, his rightful predecessor, Louis XVII, must have died. He has died, and the French government has placed in its archives a certificate of the death of Louis Charles Capet, signed by the physicians and the servants of the temple. My son, in order to prevent the Count de Provence acknowledging this certificate as genuine, you must be prepared to place before him and the world other testimonials that Louis XVII is not dead. This is a sacred offering which you must make to the minds of the unfortunate Marie Antoinette, even if the stake were not a throne and a crown." "You are right," said Louis with enthusiasm. "My whole life shall be devoted to this sacred trust. It shall have no other aim than this, to avenge Marie Antoinette of the most cruel of her enemies, the Count de Provence, and to place the son whom, after the death of her husband, she acknowledged as King of France on the throne which really belongs to him, and not to the Count de Provence. You are right, General. I must return to Europe. I must carry to France the papers which show that Louis XVII did not die in the Temple, but was released. I am ready to go, and to endure the pain of parting from you." "May God grant that we may both be compensated for this pain," replied Kleber, embracing the young man tenderly. "There remain for us a few weeks to be together. Let us use them so that they shall afford us many cheerful recollections. Bonaparte will not leave Egypt before adding one more glory to his reputation. He does not mean to return to France as the conquered, but as the conqueror." General Kleber was right. He knew Bonaparte sufficiently well to be able to read his countenance. He understood the dumb speech of the Caesar of the age. Bonaparte wanted to gain one great battle in order to return to Europe with glory. He gained it at Aboukir, winning the day in a contest with the United Turks and English, one of the most signal victories that he had ever won. 8,000 prisoners were taken on that 21st of July, 1799. 4,000 lay dead upon the battlefield, and as many were sunk in the captured and destroyed ships of the English. On the day after the battle, the foam of the waves was tipped with blood along the shore. Bonaparte himself conducted the whole battle and personally gained the victory. At the moment when the contest seemed doubtful, he assumed command of a cavalry regiment, advanced upon the Turkish Pasha, and by his heroic courage kindled all the army afresh. Even General Kleber could not disguise his admiration of the hero of Aboukir, and when, at the close of the battle, he met Bonaparte on the field, he embraced him with passionate tenderness. "General," he cried with enthusiasm, "you are as great as the world, but the world is not great enough for you." Footnote: Denon, Memoirs, Volume 1, page 349. End of Chapter 30, Part 1. Read by Julie Jackson, Staffordshire, 30th of June, 2021. Book 6, Chapter 30, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach, the Baronne de Richemont. The victory that Bonaparte desired was thus won, and he could return with honour to France. He made secret preparations for his journey thither, fitting up 2 ships which were to carry him and his companions. The army was to hear of his departure only after he had gone, but much as he desired to keep the thing secret, there were some who had to know of it, and among them, happily, was General Kleber. Bonaparte had chosen him as his successor, and therefore he must be informed respecting the condition of affairs before the head of the army should withdraw. On the same day when this communication took place, Kleber repaired to General Doucet, who was his intimate friend, and from whom he learned that he was to be one of Bonaparte's companions on the return. The 2 generals had a prolonged secret interview, and at the close of it they both went to Kleber's house and entered the room of his adjutant Louis. General Doucet bowed with great deference to the young man, who, blushing at the honour which so distinguished a general paid him, extended his hand to him. Doucet pressed a kiss upon it, and from his eyes, unused to tears, there fell a drop upon the young man's hand. "General," cried Louis in amazement, "what are you doing?" "I am paying my homage to misfortune and to the past," said Doucet solemnly, "and the tear which I drop on your hand is the seal of my fidelity and silence in the future. Young man, I swear to you that I will cherish your secret in my heart as a hallowed treasure, and will defend with my life's blood the papers which your uncle, General Kleber, has entrusted to me care this day. I am a soldier of the Republic. I've pledged my fidelity to her, and must and shall keep it. I cannot become a partisan, but I shall always be the protector of misfortune and a helper in time of need. Trust me in this, and accept me as your friend." "I do accept you, General," said Louis gently, "and if I do not promise to love you just as tenderly as I love my uncle, General Kleber, who has been to me my father, brother, and protector, and to whom I owe everything, yet I can assure you that, after him, there is no one whom I will love as I shall you, and there is no one in Europe who can contend with you for my love. I am very poor in friends, and yet I feel that my heart is rich in love that no one desires now." "Preserve that possession well, me son," said Kleber as he took leave of his son and laid his hand on the head of the young man. "Preserve your heart tender and loving, for if fate is just, it may one day be for the advantage of a whole nation that you are so, and the heart of the man be the mediator between the people and its king. Farewell, my son. We see each other today for the last time, for in this very hour you will go to your ship with your sex. It may be that the ships will sail this very night, and if so, well, a quick and unlooked-for separation mitigates the pains of parting. You'll soon have overcome them, and when you reach Paris, the past will sink behind you into the sea." "Never, oh never!" cried Louis with emotion. "I shall never forget my benefactor, my second father." "My son, one easily forgets in Paris, and especially when he goes thither for the purpose of creating a new future out of the ruins of the past. But I shall never forget you, and if my presentiment should not deceive me and I should soon die, you will learn after my death that I have loved you as a son. Now go, and I say to you as another loved voice once said to you, and as the sick and the dying once repeated it to you, God bless you, all saints and angels protect you." They remained locked in their tender embrace, and then parted, never to meet again. That very night, before the morning began to dawn, General Doucet started, accompanied by his adjutant Louis and a few servants. Their first goal was Alexandria, whither the command of General Bonaparte summoned them and a few others. The proposed journey of the commanding general was still a carefully concealed secret, and the divan in Cairo had merely been informed that Bonaparte was planning to undertake a short journey in the Delta. On the 22nd of August, 1799, an hour after midnight, 2 French frigates left the harbour of Alexandria. On board one of them was Bonaparte, the emperor of the future. On the other was Louis Charles, the king of the past. Nameless and unknown, the descendant of the monarchs of France, with his 16 years, returned to France that seemed no longer to remember its past, its kings, and to have no thoughts, no love, no admiration for aught excepting the new, brilliant constellation which had arisen over France, Bonaparte. He had returned from Egypt to regain Italy, but he found other work awaiting him in Paris. This he brought to completion with the energy and boldness which characterized all his dealings. By a prompt stroke he put an end to the constitution which had prevailed till then, abrogated the Convention and the Council of 500, and gave the French Republic a new constitution, putting at the head of the government 3 consuls, Sieyès, Roger de Causse, and himself. But these 3 consuls were intended to be a mere transition, a mere step forward in the victorious march of Bonaparte. After a few weeks they were superseded, and Bonaparte became the first consul and the head of France. On the 25th of December 1799, France hailed General Bonaparte as the first consul of the French Republic. A new century was dawning, and with the beginning of this new century the gates of the Tuileries, the deserted palace of kings, opened to a new possessor. Bonaparte, the first consul, took up his residence there, and in the first spring of the new century, the consul, accompanied by Josephine, removed to Saint-Cloud for summer quarters. The park of Queen Marie Antoinette was given by the French nation to the first consul, and in the apartments where the Queen, with her son Louis Charles and her daughter Teresa, once dwelt, Josephine, with her son Eugène and her daughter Hortense, now abode. I would I had remained in Egypt, sighed the Dauphin often, when, in the silence and solitude of his apartment, he surrendered himself to his recollection and dreams. It had been better to die young in a foreign land, while all the stars of hope were beaming above me, than to protract a miserable, obscure life here, and see all the stars fade out one by one. Yes, the stars of hope were paling one by one for the son of King Louis. No one thought of him. No one believed in him. He had died in the temple. That was all that anyone wanted to know. The dead was lamented by all. The living would have been unwelcome to any. He had died and been buried, little King Louis XVII, and no one spoke of him more. The only subject of men's talk was the glory and greatness of the first consul. The beauty and grace of Josephine was celebrated in the same halls which had once resounded with the praises of fair Queen Marie Antoinette. The 500,000 lovers who had once bowed to Marie were now devoted to Josephine and paid their homage to her with the same enthusiasm with which they had before worshipped the Queen. The son of the general who had once given the oath of fidelity to King Louis XVI, the son of General Beauharnais, is now the adopted son of the ruler of France, while the son of the king must secrete himself and remain without name, rank, and title. It is his good fortune that Doucex is there to pity the forsaken one and to give him a place in his home and his heart. No one else knows him. He is the adjutant of General Doucex. That is his only rank and title. But he still remained the nephew of General Kleber, who had been left in Egypt, and who, at the end of the century, gained a decisive victory at Heliopolis over the Turks and Mamelukes. He remained the nephew of General Kleber, and at the end of the year 1800, the frigate L'Aiguille, on its return from Egypt, brought a great packet for General Doucex. It contained many papers of value, many rolls of gold pieces, besides gems and pearls, but it also contained a sealed black document directed to the adjutant of General Doucex. This document contained the will of Kleber, commander-in-chief of the French army in Egypt. He had given it to General Mernoux, together with his papers and valuables, with the intimation that directly after his death they should all be sent to General Doucex in France. General Mernoux followed this instruction, for Kleber was dead. The murderous bullet of a Mameluke killed him on the 14th of June, 1800. His will was the last evidence of his love for his nephew Louis, whom he designated as his only heir, and Kleber was rich through inherited wealth as well as the spoils of war. But Louis Charles took no satisfaction, and it made no impression on him when Doucex informed him that he was the possessor of 1,000,000. 1,000,000? What shall I do with it? Answered Louis sadly. Were it 1,000,000 soldiers, and I might put myself at their head, and with them storm the Tuileries, and make my entrance into Saint-Cloud, I should consider myself fortunate. But what advantage to me are 1,000,000 francs? I can begin nothing with them. I should have to establish a store, and perhaps have the custom of the first consul of the Republic. Hush, young man, hush, replied Doucex. You are bitter and sad, and I understand that, for the horizon is dark for you, and offers you no cheerful prospect. But 1,000,000 francs is a good thing notwithstanding, and one day you'll know how to prize it. This 1,000,000 francs makes you a rich man, and a rich man is free and an independent man. If you don't wish to live longer as a soldier, you have the power to give up your commission and live without care, and that's something. My next business will to be assure you your fortune against all the uncertainties of the future, which are the more to be guarded against, as we're soon to advance into Italy again for the next campaign. I can, therefore, not put your property and your papers into your hands, for they constitute your future, and we must deposit them with someone with whom they shall be safe, and that must be with a man of peace. Do you know who this man is? I know no one, General, excepting yourself, replied Louis with a shrug. Whom should I dare trust? But fortunately I know an entirely reliable man. Shall I tell you who he is? Do so, I beg you, General. His name is Fouche. Louis started, and deathly paleness covered his cheeks. Fouche? The chief of police? Fouche, the traitor who gave his voice in the convention for the death of King Louis? To him, the Red Republican, a man of blood and treachery, do you want to convey my papers and my property? Yes, Louis, for with him alone are they secure. Fouche will protect you and will stand by you with just as much zeal as he once displayed in the persecution of the royal family. I know him well, and I vouch for him. Men mustn't always be judged by their external appearance. He shows himself our enemy today, lends us tomorrow, it may be, a helpful arm and becomes our friend, sometimes because his heart has been changed and sometimes because his character is feeble. I can't with certainty say which of these reasons has determined Fouche, but I'm firmly convinced that he will be a protector and a friend to you, and that in no hands will your property and your papers be safer than in his. Footnote: Doucet's own words. See Memoir de Duc de Normandy, page 61. Louis made no reply. He dropped his head with a sigh and submitted. On, in the new century, rolled the victorious car of Bonaparte down the Alps into the fertile plains of Italy. The conqueror of Lodi and Aquileia meant to take revenge on the enemies who had snatched back the booty. Revenge on Austria, who had broken the peace of Campo Formio, and he did take this revenge at Marengo, where, on the 14th of June, he gained a brilliant victory over Austria and won all Italy as the prize of the battle. But the day was purchased at a sacrifice. General Doucet paid with his death for his impetuous onset. In the very thick of the fight, mortally wounded by a ball, he fell into the arms of his adjutant Louis, and only with extreme peril could the latter, himself wounded, bear the general away from the melee and not be trampled to death by the horses of his own soldiers. Poor Louis Charles! He now stood entirely alone. The last friend had left him. Death had taken away everything: parents, crown, home, name, friends. He was alone, all alone in the world. No man to take any interest in him. No one to know who he was. Sunk in sadness, he remained in Alessandria after the Battle of Marengo, and allowed this external wound to heal, while the internal one continued to bleed. He cursed death, because it had not taken him while removing his last friend. And when the wound was healed, what should he do? Under what name and title should he be enrolled in the army? His only protector was dead, and the adjutant was reported to have died with him. He put off the uniform which he had worn as the soldier of the Republic, which had destroyed his throne and his inheritance, and, in simple, unpretending garments, he returned to Paris, an unknown young man. Doucet was right. It was indeed something to possess 1,000,000 francs. Poor as he was in love and happiness, this 1,000,000 francs made him at least a free and independent man, and therefore he would demand his inheritance of him whom he formerly shunned, because he was one of the murderers of his father. Fouche received the young man exactly as Doucet had expected. He showed himself in the light of a sympathizing protector. He was touched with the view of this youth, whose countenance was the evidence of his lineage, the living picture of the unfortunate Louis XVI, whom Fouche had brought to the scaffold. Perhaps this man of blood and the guillotine had compunctions of conscience. Perhaps he wanted to atone to the son for his injuries to the parents. Perhaps he was planning to make the son of the Bourbon a check to the ambitious consul of the Republic. Perhaps to humiliate the grasping Count de Lille, who was intriguing at all the European courts for the purpose of raising armies against the French Republic. The son of Louis XVI could be employed as a useful foil to all these political manoeuvres, and subsequently he could either be publicly acknowledged or denounced as an impostor, as circumstances might determine. At present, it suited the plans of the crafty Fouche to acknowledge him and to assume the attitude of a protector. He put on a very respectful and sympathetic air to the poor solitary youth. With gentle, tremulous voice he called him Your Majesty. He begged his pardon for the past. He spoke with such deep emotion and so solemn a tone of the good, great and gentle Louis XVI that the heart of the son was powerfully touched. And when Fouche, with flaming words of enthusiasm, began to speak of the noble and happy Queen Marie Antoinette, when with glowing eloquence he celebrated her beauty and her gentleness in time of good fortune, her greatness and steadfastness in ill fortune, all the anger of the young man melted in the tears of love which he poured out as he remembered his mother. "I forgive you, Fouche. Yes, I forgive you," he cried, extending both his hands. "I see plainly the power of political faction hurried you away, but your heart cannot be bad, for you love my noble mother. I forgive you, and I trust you." Fouche, deeply moved, sank upon his knee before the Dauphin and called himself one of his loyal subjects, and promised to take all means to restore the young king to the throne of his fathers. He conjured Louis to trust him, and to enter upon no plan without asking his counsel. Louis promised this. He told Fouche that he was the only man who had talked with him about the past without using ambiguous language, that he was surprised at this, and compelled to recognize as true what formerly had been fettered on his tongue. He told him that he had promised his rescuer with a solemn oath never to acknowledge himself as the son of Louis XVI and King of France, till this rescuer and benefactor empowered him to do so, and released him from his vow of silence. He made it, therefore, the first condition of his confidence that Fouche should disclose his secret to no one, but carry it faithfully in his own breast. Fouche promised all, and took a sacred oath that he would never reveal the secret confided to him by the King of France. But he confessed at the same time that the first consul knew very well that the son of the king had been released from the temple, and that among the posthumous papers of Kleber there was a letter directed to Bonaparte, stating that he, Kleber, knew very well that the little Capet was still living, and imploring Bonaparte to restore the orphan to the throne of the Lilies. The consul had, therefore, quietly made investigations, and learned that Louis had taken part as the adjutant of General Dussex in the Battle of Marengo, that he had been wounded there, and remained in the hospital of Alessandria till his recovery. Since then, all trace of the young man had been lost, and he had commissioned Fouche to discover the adjutant of Kleber and Dussex and bring him to him. "You will not do that," cried Louis eagerly. "You will not disclose me." "Are you afraid of him?" asked Fouche with a suspicious smile. The young man blushed, and a cloud passed over his clear forehead. "Fear?" he replied with a shrug. "The sons of my ancestors have no fear, and I have shown on the battlefields of Abu Kir and Marengo, and in the pest houses of Jaffa, that I know not the word. But when one meets a bloodthirsty lion in his path, he turns out of the way, and when a tiger extends its talons at one, he flies. That is the duty of self-preservation, and not the flight of a coward." "Do you believe, then, that this lion thirsts for royal blood?" "I believe that he thirsts for royal rank, and that he will neglect no means to vanquish all hindrances that might intervene between himself and the throne. Do you believe, sir, that the man who, after the battle of Abu Kir, sentenced 5,000 prisoners to death, would hesitate a moment to take the life of a poor defenceless young man such as I am? He would beat me into the dust as the lion does the flea which dares to play with his mane." "It appears you know this Ion very well," said Fouche with a smile, "and I really believe you judge him rightly. But be without concern, he shall not know from me that I am aware of you and your abiding place. In order that Bonaparte shall not take me to be a bad detective, I shall show him in all other things that I am on the alert. In case of necessity, it may be that I shall have to resort to deception, and in order to save your life, inform the consul that you are dead. There are a great many young officers who fell at Marengo, or afterward died as a result of their wounds. Why should not the adjutant of General Dussex have met his fate? Yes, I believe this will be the best. I will give you out as dead in order to save your life. I will cause a paper to be prepared which shall testify that the adjutant of General Dussex, who lay there in the hospital, died there of his wounds and was buried." "And so I shall disappear from life a second time?" asked Louis sadly. "Yes, sire, in order to enter anew upon it with greater splendour," replied Fouche eagerly. "Who knows whether this shall ever be?" sighed Louis. "How shall I be able to establish my identity if I die and am buried twice? Who will be my pledge that I shall be able to convince men that I am not a deceiver, and that my whole existence is not an idle tale? There are only a few who know and believe that little Capet escaped from the temple, and went to Egypt as Kleber's adjutant. If now these few learn that the adjutant fell in battle, if the paper that testifies to his death is laid before them, how shall I subsequently be believed if I announce that I am alive and that I am the one for whom I give myself out? The seal of royalty is impressed on no man's brow, and we know from history that there have been false pretenders. You shall show with your papers that you are not such, said Fouche eagerly, and God will grant that I too shall be living when the time shall be in which you may come forward with raised voice and demand your inheritance and your throne. Hope for that time, and meanwhile preserve your papers well. Carry them always with you. Part with them neither day nor night, for in these papers rest your future and your crown. No other man besides yourself can take care of them. These papers are worth more to you than 1,000,000 francs, although even that should not be scorned. Here are the documents that give you possession of your wealth. I have deposited your funds in the Bank of France, and you can draw out money at any time by presenting these checks that I give you, simply writing your name upon them. By simply writing my name upon them, cried Louis bitterly. But, sir, what is my name? How shall I be called? I was formerly designated as the nephew of Kleber, Colonel Louis, the adjutant of Douzex. But Colonel Louis can no longer acknowledge that he is alive, and you propose to convince the first consul that the nephew of Kleber is dead. Who then am I? What name shall I subscribe to those papers? By what name shall the nameless, the dead and buried, the resurrected, the again dead and buried one, by what name shall he draw money from the bank? Very true, said Fouche. A name, or rather the mask of a citizen's or nobleman's name, must be your disguise, and it is imperatively necessary that we give you such, and provide you with papers that cannot be forged, which shall prove your existence and secure you against every assault. Very good. Then tell me how I shall be called, said Louis sadly. Be the godfather of the solitary and nameless. Well, I will, cried Fouche. In the glamour of political passions, I've raised my voice against the life of your father. Full of regret, I will raise my voice for the life of the son, and assist him to enter afresh upon life and into the society of men. Young man, I will give you a name and rank. Till the French nation restore to you your true name and rank, you shall henceforth be called the Baron de Richemont. Will you accept it? Yes, I will accept it, said Louis gently. To be the Baron de Richemont is better than to be a dead and buried person without any name. Very good, my Lord Baron, cried Fouche. I will have the necessary certificates and papers made out, and enter your property in the Bank of France under the name of the Baron de Richemont. If you please come tomorrow to me, and I will deliver you the papers of the Monsieur de Richemont. I shall come, be sure of that, said Louis, giving him his hand. It seems to me my fate to go incognito through life, and God alone knows whether I shall ever abandon this incognito. He saluted Fouche with a sad smile and went out. The minister listened to the resounding footstep, and then broke out into loud, mocking laughter. Foolish boy, he said, raising his hand threateningly. Foolish boy! You suppose that only God knows whether you will ever come out of your incognito. You mistake. Besides God, Fouche knows it. Yes, Fouche knows that this incognito extends over you like a net from which you will never escape. No, the Baron de Richemont shall never be transformed into King Louis XVII. But he shall be an instrument with which I will hold in check this ambitious Consul Bonaparte who is striving for the throne, and this grasping Count de Lisle, who in his exile calls himself King Louis XVIII, the instrument with which I threaten when I am threatened. Only, my little Baron de Richemont, I do not know what I can make out of you, but I know that you shall make out of me a rich, dangerous, and dreaded man. Poor credulous fool, how easily you fall into the pit. The Baron de Richemont shall never escape from it. I vouch for it. I, Fouche. End of chapter 30, part 2. Read by Julie Jackson, Staffordshire, 30th of June, 2021. Book 6, Chapter 31, Part 1 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. Fouche. The first consul was walking with hasty steps up and down his cabinet. His eyes flashed, and his face, which elsewhere was impenetrable, like that of the brazen statues of the Roman emperors, disclosed the fiery impatience and stormy passions which raged within him. His lips, which were pressed closely together, opened now and then to mutter a word of threat or of anger, and that word he hurled like a poisoned arrow directly at the man who, in a respectful attitude and with pallid cheeks, stood not far from the door near the table covered with papers. This man was Fouche, formerly the chief of police in Paris and now a mere member of the Senate of the Republic. He had gone to the Tuileries in order to request a secret audience of Bonaparte, who had now forgotten the little prefix of first to his consular title and now reigned supreme and alone over France. Bonaparte suddenly paused in his rapid walk, coming to a halt directly in front of Fouche, and looked at him with flaming eyes as if there were two daggers with which he meant to pierce deep into his heart. But Fouche did not see this, for he stood with downcast eyes and appeared not to be aware that Bonaparte was so near him. "Fouche!" cried the consul violently, "I know you, and I am not to be deceived by your indifferent, affected air. You shall know that I do not fear you, you and all the ghosts that you can conjure up. You think that you frighten me. You wish that I should pay you dearly for your secret. But you shall know that I am not at all of a timorous nature, and that I shall pay no money for the solution of a riddle which I may perhaps be able to solve without your help. I warn you, sir, you secret vendor, be well on your guard. You have your spies, but I have my police, and they inform me about everything out of the usual course. It is known, sir, that you are carrying on a correspondence with people out of the country. Understand me, with people out of the country." "Consul," replied Fouche calmly, "I have certainly not known that the Republic forbids its faithful servants to send letters abroad." "The Republic will never allow one of its servants to correspond with its enemies," cried Bonaparte in thundering tones. "Be silent, sir. No evasions, no circumlocutions. Let us speak plainly and to the point. You are in correspondence with the Count de Lille." "You know that, Consul, for I have had the honour to give you a letter myself, which the Pretender directed to you, and sent to me to be delivered." "A ridiculous, nonsensical letter," replied Bonaparte with a shrug. "A letter in which this fool demands of me to bring him back to France, and to indicate the place which I wish to occupy in his government. By my word, an idiot would not write a more crazy document. I am to indicate the place which I wish to occupy in his government. Well, I shall do that, but there will be no place left near me for the Bourbons, whom France has spewed out as one spews out mortal poison. These hated and weak Bourbons shall never attain to power and prestige again. France has turned away from them. France abhors this degenerate race of kings. It will erect a new edifice of power and glory, but there will be no room in it for the Bourbons. Mark that, intriguer, and build no air castles on it. I demand of you an open confession, for I shall accuse you as a traitor and a royalist." "Consul, I shall not avoid this charge," replied Fouche calmly, "and I am persuaded that France will follow with interest the course of a trial which will unveil an important secret, which will inform it that the rightful King of France, according to the opinion of Consul Bonaparte, did not die in the temple under the tender care of Simon the Cobbler, but is still alive, and is therefore the true heir of the crown. That would occasion some joy to the royalists, surely." The consul stamped on the floor with rage. His eyes shot flames, and when he spoke again, his voice rang like peals of thunder, so angrily and so powerfully did it pour forth. "I will change the peons and the joy of these royalists to lamentations and wailings," he cried. "All the enemies of France shall know that I hold the sword in my hands and mean to use it, not only against foes without, but foes within. France has given me this sword, and I shall not lay it down, even if all the kings of Europe and all the Bourbons who lie in the vaults of Saint-Denis leave their graves to demand it from me. I am the living sword of France, and never shall this sword bow before the sceptre of a Bourbon. Fresh shoots might sooner spring from the dead stick which the wanderer carries through the desert than a Bourbon sceptre could grow from the sword of Bonaparte. And all the same, whether this Bourbon calls himself Louis XVII or Louis XVIII, mark that, Fouche, and mark also that when I once say I will, I shall know how to make my will good, even if the whole world ventures to confront me. I know that, Consul, said Fouche with deference. God gave you, for the will of France, an iron will and a brain of fire, and destined you to wear not only laurels, but crowns. A flame glared from the eyes of the consul, and played over the face of Fouche, but the latter appeared not to notice it, for he cast down his eyes again, and his manner was easy and unconstrained. You now speak a word which is not becoming, said Bonaparte calmly. I am the first servant of the Republic, and in a republic there are no crowns. Not citizens' crowns, General, asked Fouche with a faint smile. I mean that this noblest of crowns can everywhere be acceptable, and no head has merited such a crown more than the noble Consul Bonaparte, who has made the Republic of France a worthy rival of its sister in North America. Bonaparte threw his head back proudly. I am not ambitious of the honour, he said, of being Washington of France. Yet you are he, General, replied Fouche with a smile. Only the Washington of France does not live in the White House which a republic has built, but in the Tuileries which he has received as the heir of the French kings. General, as the worthiest, as the greatest, the most powerful, and the most signally called, you have come into the possession of the inheritance of the kings of France, for to this inheritance belongs also the crown of France. Why do you refuse this while accepting all the rest? And what if I show you that I do not want it? Asked Bonaparte. And what if I should tell you that I do not feel myself worthy to assume the whole, undivided inheritance of the Bourbons? Would you be foolish and senseless enough to believe such an idle tale? Consul, you have already done so many things that are wonderful, and have brought so many magic charms to reality, that I no longer hold anything to be impossible, as soon as you have laid your hand upon it. And therefore you hold a concealed magician's wand, which you propose to draw forth at some decisive moment, and present to me, as the cross is presented to Beelzebub in the tale. I do not understand you, Consul, replied Fouche with the most innocent air in the world. Well, then, I will make myself intelligible. The magician's wand which you are keeping concealed is called Louis XVII. Oh, do not shake your cunning head. Do not deny with your smooth lips which once uttered the death sentence of Louis XVI, and which now are used to teach a fool and a pretender that he is the son of the murdered king. Truly it is ridiculous. The regicide wants to atone for his offence by hatching a fable and making a king out of a mannequin. General, no fable and no mannequin, cried Fouche with a threatening voice. The son of the unfortunate king is alive, and— interrupted Bonaparte triumphantly. So you confess at last. You reveal your great secret at length. I have driven the sly fox out of his hole, and the hunt can now begin. It will be a hot chase, I promise you, and I shall not rest till I have drawn the skin over the ears of the fox, or until he says his pétard pécarvi, asked Fouche with a gentle smile. Until he delivers to me the changeling whom he wants to use as his deus ex machina, replied Bonaparte. My dear sir, it helps you not at all to begin again this system of lies. Your anger has betrayed you, and I have succeeded in outwitting the fox. The so-called son of the king is alive, that has escaped you, and you cannot take it back. No, it cannot be taken back, replied Fouche with a sigh. I have disclosed myself, or rather I have been outwitted. You are in all things a hero and a master, cunning as much as in bravery and discretion. I bow before you as before a genius whom God himself has sent upon the earth to bring the chaotic world into order again. I bow before you as before my lord and master, and instead of opposing you, I will henceforth be content with being your instrument, provided that you will accept me as such. That is, Fouche, provided that I will fulfill your conditions, cried Bonaparte with a shrug. Very well. Name your conditions. Without circumlocution. What do you demand? Consul, in order that we may understand one another, we must both be open and unreserved. Will you permit me to be free with you? Certainly, replied Bonaparte with a condescending nod. Consul, you have thrust me aside. You have no longer confidence in me. You have taken from me the post of Minister of Police and given it to my enemy, Rainier. That has given me pain. It has injured me, for it has branded me before all the world as a useless man whom Bonaparte suspects. Your enemies have believed that my alienation from you could conduce to their advantage, and that out of the dismissed police prefect they might gain an enemy to Bonaparte. Conspirators of all kinds have come to me, emissaries of Count de Lille, deputies from the Royalists in Vendée, as well as from the Red Republicans, by whom you, Bonaparte, are as much hated as by the Royalists, for they will never forgive you for putting yourself at the head of the Republic and making yourself their master. All of these parties have made propositions to me. All of them want me to join them. I have lent my ear to them all. I have been informed of all their plans, and am, at this hour, the sworn ally of both Republicans and Royalists. Oh, I beg you, continued Fouche as Bonaparte started up and opened his lips to speak, I beg you, General, hear me to the end and do not interrupt me till I have told you all. Yes, I have allied myself to 3 separate conspiracies, and have become zealous in them all. There is first that of the Republicans, who hate you as a tyrant of the Republic. There is, in the second place, the conspiracy of the Royalists who want to put the Count de Lille on the throne. And third, there is that of the genuine Capetists, who want to make the orphan of the Temple Louis XVII. These 3 conspiracies have it as their first object to remove and destroy Consul Bonaparte. Yes, to reach this end, the 3 have united and made a mutual compromise. Whichever party succeeds in murdering you is to come into power, and the others are to relinquish the field to it. And so, if Bonaparte is killed by a Republican dagger, the Republic is to remain at present the recognized form of government. And if the bull of a Royalist removes you, the Republicans strike their banner and grant that France shall determine by a general ballot whether it shall be a republic or a kingdom. Well, asked Bonaparte calmly as Fouche closed and cast an inquiring glance at the consul's face, which was, notwithstanding, entirely cold and impenetrable. Well, why do you stop? I did not interrupt you with a question. Go on. I will, Consul. I have made myself a member of these 3 conspiracies, for, in order to contend with the heads of Cerberus, one must have them all joined, and in order to be the conqueror in a great affair, one must know who all his enemies are, and what all their plans. I know all the plans of the Allies, and because I know them, it is within my power to bring discontent and enmity among them, using this and the 3rd conspiracy, that of the dependents of Louis XVII, the orphan of the Temple. Through sympathy with him, I have divided the party of Royalists. I have withdrawn from the Count de Lille many of his important dependents, and even some of the chief conspirators who came to Paris to contend for Louis XVIII have recently in secret bent the knee to Louis XVII and sworn fidelity to him. This is not true, cried Bonaparte vehemently. You are telling me nursery stories, with which children may be frightened, but men not. There are no secret meetings in Paris. General, if your Minister of Police, Rainier, has told you so, he only shows that he is no man to be at the head of the police, and knows nothing of the detective service. I tell you, General, there are secret societies in Paris, and I ought to know, for I am a member of 4 separate ones. Ha! Sir, sneered Bonaparte, you are out of your head. Before you spoke of 3 conspiracies, and now they have grown to be 4. I am speaking now of secret societies, Consul, for not every secret society can be called a conspiracy. Before, when I was giving account of conspiracies, I mentioned 3. Now, when we speak of secret societies, I have to mention a 4th. But this does not deserve the name of a conspiracy, for its object is not murder and revolution, nor does it arm itself with daggers and pistols. I should be curious to know the name of your 4th society, cried Bonaparte impatiently. I will satisfy your curiosity, General. This 4th secret society bears the name the Bonapartists, or, allow me to approach you closer that the walls of the old palace may not hear a word, or the Imperialists. Bonaparte shrank back, and a glow of red passed for a moment over his cheeks. What do you mean by that? I mean by that, General, what I have already said. Your brow is made not to wear laurels alone, but a crown, and there is only one way to destroy the other 3 conspiracies, the way proposed by the 4th secret society. In order to make the efforts of the Republicans and Royalists ineffective, and to tread them under your feet, France needs an emperor. Do you want to make your mannequin Louis XVII, Emperor of France? No, General, answered Fouche solemnly. No. I want to make Consul Bonaparte Emperor of the French. The consul trembled, and his eyes flashed through the apartment, the former cabinet of Louis XVI, as if he wanted to convince himself that no one had heard this dangerous word of the future. Then he slowly bent forward without meeting Fouche's looks, which were intently fixed upon him. A pause ensued, a long, anxious pause. Then Bonaparte slowly raised his eyes again, and now it was filled as with sunlight. Is your 4th secret society numerous? He asked with that magical smile which won all hearts. It comprises artists, poets, scholars, and, above everything else, officers and generals, replied Fouche. It grows more numerous every day, and as fortunately I have only been deposed from my place of Minister of Police, but still remain a member of the Senate of the Republic, it has been my effort to gain over, in the Senate, influential members for my secret society of imperialists. If my hopes are crowned with success, the secret society will soon become an open one, and the Senate will apply to you with a public request to put an end to all these conspiracies and intrigues, to place yourself at the head of France and accept the imperial crown which the Senate offers you. But I comprehend your but, Fouche, interrupted Bonaparte eagerly. You want to make your conditions. An imperial crown does not fall direct from heaven upon the head of a man. There must be hands there to take it, and it might happen that they would be crushed by the falling crown. They must be paid for their heroism, therefore. Let us suppose, then, that I give you credence to all your stories, even that about the empire of the future. Tell me now what you demand. General, if I show you and all France by facts that the country is rent by conspiracies, that the cancer of secret societies is eating into the very marrow of the land and imperiling all its institutions, will you confess to me, then, that I am better adapted to be the head of the police than Monsieur René d'Angely, who insists and dares to say to you that there are no secret societies in France? Prove to me by facts the existence of your conspiracies, and I will commission you to help me destroy this Hydra's head. Give me the proofs, and you shall be head of police again. Fouche bowed. You shall have the proofs, General, today, at once, provided that we thoroughly understand each other. I am ambitious, General, and I have no wish to be driven back for a single day into nothingness, as I should be if my enemies withdraw their confidence in me. Now I am at least a member of the Senate, but if the Senate is dissolved and I should subsequently be deposed again from the head of the police, I should be nothing but Fouche. Fouche fallen out of favour. Voilà tout. No, not so, said Bonaparte with a smile. You will always be known as the murderer of the king. That is a fine title for a republican, is it not? Ah, General, I see that you understand me, cried Fouche. We are now talking about a name, a position, a title for me, provided that here in the Tuileries our throne is re-established. We must have a court again, men with orders, titles, and dignities. It is true, said Bonaparte thoughtfully. The world continues to revolve in the same circles of folly and vanity, and after making an effort to withdraw from them, it falls back again into the old ruts. Men are nothing but actors, and everyone wants to adorn himself with glistening rags in order to take the first part and have his name go upon the poster of history. Well, how would you be called, Fouche, if the drama of an empire should really be brought forward upon the great stage of the world? I would like the title of a prince or duke, sire. Bonaparte could scarcely suppress the smile of satisfaction that played over his face. It was the first time that he had ever been addressed as king or emperor, and this sire, which Fouche dropped into the ear of Bonaparte like a sweet poison, flattered his senses and soothed him like delightful music. But the strength of his genius soon resumed its sway, and he broke out into a loud, merry laugh. Confess, Fouche, he cried, that it is comical to hear the consul talking with a senator of the Republic about an empire and ducal titles. Truly, if the strict Republicans of your conspiracy number 1 should hear this, they would be justified in accusing us as traitors and conspirators. We must get the start of them. We must accuse them. If we possess secure means to do so, I possess them, and I will give them to you, Consul Bonaparte, as soon as the Emperor of the future assures me of a princely title, in addition to the chieftaincy of police. Very well, said Bonaparte, laughing. The Emperor of the future promises you that as soon as he is able to bake a batch of these delicacies, he will put his chief of police in the oven and roar him out as a prince or a duke. The Emperor of the future gives you his word of honour that he will do it. Are you satisfied now, my Lord Republican? Sire, completely satisfied, said Fouche, bowing low. And now, let us talk together seriously, said Bonaparte. You have spoken of conspiracies. You assert that they exist, but do not forget that you have promised me tangible proofs. Understand me well, tangible proofs. That is, it is not enough for me to see the papers and the lists of conspirators who have escaped into foreign lands. I want persons, men of flesh and blood, traitors whom I may hang, not in effigy, but in reality, and who may serve as a warning example to the whole herd of conspirators and put an end for ever to this nonsense. I am wearied of being perpetually threatened by traitors, poisoned daggers, air guns, plots and intrigues of all kinds. It is time to hunt down the chief men of these bravos who have been sent here from England, Germany, Russia and Italy, and I have had enough of illustrating the old proverb, hang the little thief and let the great one run. I mean to have the great thief and to hang him, for that is the only way of intimidating these fellows and inspiring them with respect. Sire, you shall have your great thieves, said Fouche with a smile. Give them into my hands, and I promise you they shall never escape, cried Bonaparte eagerly. It is high time to make an example, and show these people at last that I claim the right of paying back. The Count de Lille and the Duc d'Enghien are always egging their conspirators upon me. They appear to have no other aim than to get rid of me, and are unwearied with their daggers, infernal machines, and counterplots. But their own persons and those of their highest helpers always remain beyond reach. They arrange their plans always at a safe distance, and risk nothing by this, for if we take some of their subordinate tools and punish them, they make an outcry about barbarity and cruelty, and appeal to their sacred right of using all means to regain their inheritance and re-establish the throne in France. They do not deny that they would have no conscientious scruples about shedding my blood. Now, why should I have any about shedding theirs? Blood for blood, that is the natural and unavoidable law of retaliation, and woe to him who lays claim to it. These Bourbons do so. I have never injured one of them personally. A great nation has placed me at its head. My blood is worth as much as theirs, and it is time at last that I make it à pareil with theirs. I will no longer serve as a target for all murderers, and then afterward only find the dagger, instead of seizing the hands that ply it. Let me once have hold of the hands, and all the daggers will disappear forever. I will give these hands into your power, or at least some fingers of them. I want them all, cried Bonaparte eagerly. All the fingers, all the hands. You have spoken of 3 different conspiracies. I want the leaders of them, and then all others may run. If the Hydra loses its 3 heads, it must at last die. So give me the 3 heads, that of the Republicans and of the 2 Royalist parties. The head of conspiracy number 2, I know, it is the Count de Lille. He's the sly spider who always withdraws behind his nets. But I know the hand too. That is set in motion by this head. It is the Duc d'Enghien. He is an untiring conspirator, wholly occupied with infernal machines and daggers for me. Ha! Let him take care of himself, this little Duc d'Enghien. If I take him, I will exercise the right of retaliation upon him, for I am determined to have peace. We now come to your conspiracy number 3, to your Deus ex machina, the so-called Louis XVII. This Deus really exists? Yes, General, he exists. End of chapter 31, part 1, read by Julie Jackson, Staffordshire, 6th of July, 2021. Book 6, Chapter 31, Part 2 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. Fouche. Bonaparte laughed aloud, but his laughter sounded like a threat. I have heard of this story, he said. The good-natured Kleber believed it, and after his death a paper was given to me, written by him and directed to me, which stated that his so-called nephew Louis was the heir of the King of France, and implored me earnestly to take the orphan of the Temple under my protection. I instituted inquiries for him at once. It was after the Battle of Marengo, and this Monsieur Louis was, till then, adjutant of General Dussex. Yes, General Adjutant of Dussex, down to the Battle of Marengo, that is, to the death of Dussex. If I mistake not, his adjutant was wounded in the battle and lay at the hospital in Alessandria. It is so, General. I wonder how closely you have been informed respecting the fortunes of the young man. From that time all trace of him has been lost, and all my inquiries have proved in vain. The adjutant of Dussex, who fought so bravely and who bore my dying comrade in his arms, deserved advancement, and I wanted to give it to him, and therefore searched for him, but in vain. I believed him dead, and now you come and tell me about a conspiracy in favour of Louis XVII. This young pretender is still alive, then, and there are childlike souls who believe his story, are there? General, he says little, for he is very silent and reticent, but he has testimonials which speak for him, and which show that his story is not a natal tale, but a fragment of history. His papers give clear and undeniable evidence of his lineage and the course of his life. I should like to see these papers once, said the consul. He never let them go out of his hands, for he knows very well that they are his security for a crown. Then bring me the man himself, and then I shall have him and his papers, said Bonaparte with a growl like a lion's. Is not he the head of the conspiracy? Yes, General, the head of a conspiracy which I have conducted because I meant to have all the threads in my hands, if I was to see clearly. In order to prove the royalists, I threw them this bait, and many of them have taken the hook and come over to the young king. In this way, I have made a division in the ranks of the royalists, and the Count de Lille already sees the consequences. The so-called orphan of the Temple has at this hour no enemy who hates him more than the Count de Lille. But this enmity of the Count de Lille vanishes like a glowworm in the darkness. I want tangible proofs by which I can arrest my enemies. Can you give them to me? General, it will not be difficult to do this. We will speak of it hereafter. Allow me first a word about this dangerous adjutant of Dussex, Colonel Louis. You said, General, that you made futile efforts to gain information about this interesting and brave young man. Those efforts were made in the years when Monsieur René d'Angely was chief of police, in which my enemies succeeded in withdrawing the confidence of the first consul from me. But had I been chief of police at that time, I should have been able to tell you that the young man whom you were seeking, and respecting whom you obtained no information, was living here in Paris. What? Cried Bonaparte in amazement. This so-called Louis XVII in Paris, then? Gendrol, he is still here. He has been living in Paris for about 4 years, about as long as Monsieur Regnier has been head of police. And Regnier has told me nothing about it. Has he not known that so dangerous a person was living in Paris? Fouche shrugged his shoulders. Monsieur Regnier, who doubts the existence of secret societies in France and tells you that the assassins who have so often of late imperiled your life have all been sent hither from foreign parts by the pretenders to the crown, and that there are no conspirators in France. Monsieur Regnier could not, of course, know the head of this secret society. He left them to follow their own pleasures unhindered here in Paris. But I know them, and I give you my word of honor, General, that the so-called nephew of Kleber is living here in Paris. Directly after his arrival, he came to me, and I handed to him the papers and documents which Doucex entrusted to me, and which I had solemnly sworn to deliver to his adjutant Louis. The young man gave me his confidence, and when I spoke to him regretfully and with enthusiasm about his father and his mother, and addressed him as His Majesty, I won his love. He opened his heart to me, confessed that he was Louis XVII, and asked my counsel and help. I promised him both, and showed myself to him in a very compliant and devoted mood. My first counsel was that he should live incognito under a borrowed name. In order that this might be possible, I gave him the name for his incognito, and had all the necessary documents prepared, the certificate of his birth, baptism, the marriage of his parents, and the will of his relatives. And all of these documents were false and forged? Said Bonaparte in amazement. There are everywhere pliable public officials in France, replied Fouche with a smile. I did not content myself with procuring for my protégé the papers which ensured him an honourable name, respectable family position, and a life without care. I did much more for him. I followed the efforts already related with others. I had a certificate of the death of Monsieur Louis prepared so as to give him a passport out of life. In order to protect himself from every injury, I told him that he, as the adjutant of Doucex, must pass as died. He approved of it, and I took the pains to procure from the hospital at Alexandria a duly signed and sealed certificate that Colonel Louis, the adjutant of General Doucex, died of his wounds there. Good God! Cried Bonaparte. Is everything in life to be bought and sold thus? Yes, General, everything, loyalty and love, life and death. I have caused the son of the King of France to die and then rise again, and all with gold. But when the certificate arrived, a change had occurred in my relations. I had been removed from office, and Regnier was my successor. I kept the certificate in my possession, but in order to secure my protégé against what might befall me in case of my death, I wrote to him that I had received the papers and that he would live without danger in Paris under his assumed name. This letter I signed with my whole name and set my seal to it, that in case of need it might be of service to him. Fouche, you are a sly fox, said Bonaparte with a laugh. 'Tis easier to get out of the way of a cannonball than out of your snares. One might say to you, in the words of the King of Prussia, God defend me from my friends, from my enemies I can defend myself. According to this, you have caused Colonel Louis to die for friendship's sake and rise again under another name. Yes, General, that is it. Colonel Louis, that is the rightful King Louis XVII, is a tool in my hands, which I hold as a check to all parties, and which I can hold up or withdraw according as it pleases me. At present, my game is not merely to bring disunion and hatred into the ranks of the Royalists, but to bring over many Republicans who have a soft heart, to be zealous partisans of the young and unfortunate King. And afterward, said Bonaparte with a sterner tone, you might make use of this instrument to intimidate that fourth party of which you spoke before, the Bonapartists. But you have been mistaken, Fouche. This reckoning does not do. Your cunning has overreached itself. You do not terrify me, and if it could really happen that the French nation should offer me an imperial crown, at the same time that I should accept it, I should put my foot on the neck of all rebels and pretenders. With a single tread I would crush them all. I want no parties, no political factions. I want to bring all these risings and agitations to silence. There shall be no secret societies in France, and against each and every conspirator, whatever his rank may be, I will bring from this time forth the whole weight of the law. Mark this, Fouche. I mean to make an end of all parties, and only when you shall give their chiefs into my hand, not for my personal vengeance, for I cherish no vengeance against those cowardly worms of conspirators, but for the righteous punishment and retaliatory laws of France. Only when you are able, by one grand coup and one well-founded charge, to destroy all conspiracies and bring all secret coalitions to the light, only then shall you become chief of police. Only then will the future emperor give you the title of duke. General, I will build on your word, and I am sure of becoming chief of police and duke. You will put an end to all conspiracies. And to the Monsieur Louis too, said Bonaparte eagerly. It is a disagreeable and troublesome figure. So long as he lives, he would live in the ermine of the imperial cloak, like a troublesome insect which always stings and pricks. One must not allow such insects to find their way into his fur, and this Monsieur Louis must be put out of the way once for all. I hope he has entered deeply enough into the conspiracy not to come out of it again with a whole skin. General, I have told you already that the day before yesterday his dependents saluted him in a secret gathering as their king. It is true indeed that the poor little fellow strongly opposed it and obstinately refused to accept all honours, but the fact remains unchanged. And on the ground of this fact shall he be apprehended, cried Bonaparte with a threatening voice. There must be an example made, and this Louis is a suitable person for it. He must be the bête de souffrance for all the rest. He is the head of a conspiracy. We will crush this head and the limbs will fall of themselves. Besides, the sensitive souls who love nurses' stories and believe in everything, there will be no one who will weep for him. No one will lament his death, but he will be a warning to all. Direct yourself to this, Fouche, and set all the infernal machines of your intrigues in operation that we may put an end to conspiracy. General, only one thing is wanting. It is that I be at the head of the police and have the power in my hands to make my infernal machines effectual. But I have told you that I will appoint you as minister only when you give me incontrovertible proofs that your conspiracies are not the fabric of your own fantasy. Very well, General. Now that we are at one, I am prepared to give you these proofs. I have told you that the Royalists and Republicans have united for the purpose of taking your life. They have chosen 50 men by ballot in foreign parts who are to come to Paris and accomplish here the great work of your destruction. These 50 assassins have arrived in Paris, and their chief man had an interview yesterday with the chiefs of the conspiracies here. Fouche, cried Bonaparte with a threatening voice, think well what you are saying. You are playing for the stake of your own head. If these 50 assassins are creatures of your own imagination, it is you who will have to pay for it. These 50 men have been in Paris since the day before yesterday, rejoined Fouche quietly. They came hither by different roads and appearing like simple travellers, and yesterday they had their first interview with the chief of the Republican party. Who is this chief? Name him, or I will call you a liar and impostor. This chief, said Fouche slowly and measuring every word, this chief is General Moreau. Bonaparte uttered a low cry. An ashy paleness suffused his cheeks. Pressed his lips together, and his eyes flamed out such darts of rage that even Fouche trembled and lowered his gaze. Moreau, muttered Bonaparte after a long pause. Moreau, a conspirator, a traitor. Moreau in an alliance with assassins whom the Royalists are sending out against me. I knew very well that he was my enemy, but I did not think that his enmity would lead him to be a murderer. He walked up and down with quick steps, his hands folded behind his back, then stopped short before Fouche and looked him full in the face. Fouche, do you abide by your assertion that Moreau is a conspirator? I abide by it, General. And those 50 assassins whom the Royalists have sent are in Paris? Yes, General, they are in Paris, and Georget and Pichegru are their heads. Fouche, cried Bonaparte, clenching his fist and raising it threateningly. Fouche, so sure as God lives, I will have you hanged as a traitor if you have lied. General, As surely as God lives, I have spoken the truth. I came here to show you what I am and what Rainier is. I have waited here till the whole net of these conspiracies should be spread out and be fully complete. The time has come when I must speak, and now I say to you, Jean-Rol, take some steps, for there is danger on foot. Bonaparte, trembling with emotion, had thrown himself into an armchair, and took, as was his custom in moments of the greatest excitement, his penknife from the writing-desk and began to whittle on the back of the chair. Fouche stood leaning against the wall and looked with complete calmness and an invisible smile at this singular occupation of the general, when the door of the cabinet was opened and the Mameluke, Roaston, appeared at the entrance. "Consul," he said softly, "Councillor Riel is again here and pressingly desires an audience." Bonaparte rose and threw away the knife. "Riel!" he cried in a low tone. The man who was summoned immediately appeared at the open door. A tall, grave personage, with a face so pale and distorted that Bonaparte noticed it despite his great agitation. "What is it, Riel?" he asked eagerly. "Have you spoken with the condemned man?" "Yes, General, I have spoken with him," whispered Riel with pale lips. "And it is, as I said, is it not? This Dr. Curol has only pretended to be able to make great disclosures, only to prolong his own life a few hours. He has poisoned his wife in order to marry his mistress, and the poisoner is executed." "Jean-Rol," cried Fouche, almost with an air of joy, "I knew Curol, and I knew that his wife poisoned herself. Curol is not the poisoner." "What is he then, Monsieur Omniscience?" "Jean-Rol, he is a conspirator." "A conspirator?" repeated Bonaparte, and now his troubled face turned again to the councillor. "Riel, what do you know? What did the condemned man say to you?" "Consul, he swore that he was innocent of the death of his wife, but he acknowledged himself a member of a conspiracy, the object of which is to murder General Bonaparte. He asserts that the Royalists and Republicans have allied themselves, that 50 emissaries of the Count de Lille and Duc d'Enghien, Pichegru, and Georges, at their head, have crept into Paris, that they had an interview yesterday with General Moreau and with the so-called Louis XVII, who is secreted in Paris, and that at this hour those 50 men are prowling around the streets of the city and are watching the Tuileries, waiting for an opportunity to kill the first consul. The troubled eye of Bonaparte turned slowly from the pale face of Councillor Riel to the calm, sagacious face of Fouche, which guarded itself well from expressing any token of triumph and satisfaction. The consul then walked slowly through the room and with his foot pushed open the door leading into the great reception room, in which at this hour every day all the dignitaries of the Republic were assembled to receive the orders of Bonaparte. "Murat!" cried Bonaparte loudly, and at once the person summoned, General Murat, at that time governor of Paris, appeared at the door of the cabinet. "Murat," said Bonaparte in tones which he issued his commands in on the battlefield, "give orders at once that the gates of Paris be closed, and that no stranger be allowed to go out of the city till you have further orders. You will come to me in an hour and receive a proclamation to your soldiers, which you will sign. Have it printed and posted at the street corners of Paris. Make all these preparations. Go!" Murat withdrew from the room with a salutation of deference, and now the commanding voice of Bonaparte summoned his chief adjutant from the reception-room. "Duroc," said the first consul with calm, almost solemn voice, "you will go with 12 soldiers in pursuit of General Moreau, and arrest him wherever you find him." The noble, open face of Duroc grew pale, and put on an expression of horror and amazement. "General," he whispered, "I beg that," but this time Bonaparte would not listen to the soothing words of his favourite. "No replies," he thundered. "You have only to obey. Nothing more." Duroc, pale and agitated, withdrew, and Bonaparte closed the door of the cabinet. "Riel," he said, "return to the prison of the condemned man. Take him his pardon, and bring him to me, that I may hear him myself. Hasten." Riel withdrew, and Bonaparte and Fouche remained alone. "You have given your proofs, Fouche, and now I believe you. When wolves are to be hunted down, you are a good bloodhound, and we will begin the chase. I make you from this moment chief of the secret police. Your first duty will be to bring this matter to an end, and help me to tear to pieces the whole murderous web, your reward being that I will nominate you again Minister of Police." Footnote: the appointment of Fouche as the chief of police took place in June of the year 1804. I will fulfil my promise so soon as you shall have made good yours, and put me in possession of the chief conspirators. You have just arrested Moreau, General, replied Fouche deferentially. I give you my word that in a few hours Pichereau and Georget will be apprehended. You forget the chief person, cried Bonaparte, over whose brazen forehead a thundercloud seemed to pass. You forget the caricature of buried royalty, the so-called King Louis XVII. Hush! I tell you, I will have this man. I will draw out the fangs of this royal adder so that he cannot bite any more. Bring the man before me. The Republic is an angry goddess and demands a royal offering. Give this impostor into my hands, or something worse will happen. Go, and I advise you to bring me, before the sun goes down, the tidings that this fabled King Louis is arrested, or the sun of your good fortunes is set forever. Now away. Go out through the little corridor, and then through the secret gate. You know the way. Go. Fouche did not dare to contradict the imperative order, but softly and hastily moved toward the curtain which led to the gloomy anteroom, and thence through a door which only those initiated knew how to open, and which led to the little corridor. But scarcely had Fouche entered this little dismal room when a hand was laid upon his arm, and a woman's voice whispered to him, I must speak to you at once. Come, this way. The hand drew him forward to the wall. A door sprang open without a sound, and the voice whispered, 4 stairs down. Be careful. End of chapter 31, part 2. Read by Julie Jackson, Staffordshire, 7th of July, 2021. Book 6, Chapter 32 of Marie Antoinette and Her Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Marie Antoinette and Her Son by Luise Mühlbach. Josephine. Fouche did not hesitate. He followed his guide down the little staircase, along the dark corridor, and up another short staircase. He had recognized the voice, and knew that his leader was no other than Josephine, the wife of the first consul. Through the secret door at the end of the corridor they entered a small and gloomy antechamber, exactly like the one which adjoined the cabinet of the consul, and from it Josephine ushered Fouche into her cabinet. You will say nothing to Bonaparte about this secret way, Fouche, said Josephine with a gentle, supplicatory tone. He does not know of it. I have had it made without his knowledge while he was in Boulogne last year. Will you swear to me that you will not reveal it? I do swear, madame. God knows that I have not had it made out of curiosity to overhear Bonaparte, continued Josephine. But it is necessary sometimes for me to know what is going on, and that when the general is angry, I should hasten to him to calm him and turn aside his wrath. I have warded off many a calamity since this private way was opened, and I have been able to overhear Bonaparte. But what have I been compelled to listen to today? Oh, Fouche, it was God himself who impelled me to listen. I was with him when you were announced, and I suspected that your visit purported something unusual, something dreadful. I have heard all, Fouche, all, I tell you. I know that his life is threatened, that 50 daggers are directed toward him. Oh, God, this perpetual fear and excitement will kill me. I have no peace of mind, no rest more. Since the unhappy day when we left our dear little house to live in the Tuileries, since that day there has been an end to all joy. Why did we do it? Why did we not remain in our little Luxembourg? Why have we been persuaded to live in the palace of the kings? It is proper for the greatest man in France to live in the house where the departed race of kings once had their home, replied Fouche. Oh, yes, sighed Josephine. I know these tricks of speech with which you have turned the head of my poor Bonaparte. Oh, you, his flatterer, you who urged him on, will bear the blame if misfortune breaks in upon us. You have intoxicated him with the incense of adulation. You pour it into his veins daily, and hourly the sweet poison which is to destroy our happiness and our peace. He was so good, so cheerful, so happy, my Bonaparte. He was contented with the laurels which victory laid upon his brow, but you continued to whisper in his ear that a crown would add new grace to his laurels. You flattered his ambition, and what was quietly sleeping at the bottom of his heart, and what I hushed with my kisses and with my hand, that you took all efforts to bring out into the light. His vanity, his love of power. Oh, Fouche, you are wicked, cruel, and pitiless. I hate, I abhor you, all, for you are the murderers of my Bonaparte. She spoke to all this softly with quick breath, while the tears were streaming over her beautiful face, and her whole frame trembled with emotion. She then sank, wholly overcome, upon a lounge, and pressed her small hands, sparkling with jewels, over her eyes. "Madame, you are unjust," replied Fouche softly. "If you have overheard my conversation with the first consul, you are aware that the direct object of my coming was to save him from murderers and to ensure his precious life. And moreover to pour into his ear the poison of a future imperial crown," said Josephine indignantly. "Oh, I know it. With talk of conspiracies and of daggers you urged him on. You want him to be an emperor, that you may be a prince or duke. I see it all, and I cannot prevent it, for he no longer listens to me. He no longer heeds the voice of his Josephine, only that of his ambitious flatterers. And he will put on the imperial crown and complete our misfortune. Oh, I knew it! The imperial crown will ruin us. It was prophesied to me in my youth that I would be an empress, but it was added that it should be for no long time. And yet I should like to live, and I should like to be happy still. You will be so, madame, said Fouche with a smile. It is always good fortune to wear an imperial crown, and your beautiful head is worthy to bear one. No, no, she cried angrily, do not try me with your flatteries. I am contented with being a beloved and happy wife. I desire no crown. The crowned heads that have dwelt in the Tuileries have become the prey of destruction, and the pearls of their diadems have been changed to tears. But what advantage is it that I should say all this to you? It is all in vain, in vain. I did not bring you to talk of this. It was something entirely different. Listen, Fouche, I cannot prevent Bonaparte's becoming an emperor, but you shall not make him a regicide. I will not suffer it. By heaven and all the holy angels, I will not suffer it. I do not understand you, madame. I do not know what you mean. Oh, you understand me very well, Fouche. You know that I am speaking of King Louis the 17th. Ah, madame, you are speaking of the impostor who gives himself out to be the orphan of the temple. He is it, Fouche. I know it. I am acquainted with the history of his flight. I was a prisoner in the conciergerie at the same time with Toulan, the Queen's law servant. He knew my devotion to the unhappy Marie Antoinette. He entrusted to me his secret of the Dauphin's escape. Later, when I was released, Toulan and Barras confirmed the story of his flight and informed me that he was secreted by the Prince de Conde. I have known it all, and I tell you I knew who Kleber's adjutant was. I inquired for him after he disappeared at the Battle of Marengo, and when my agents told me that the young king died there, I wore mourning and prayed for him. And now that I learn that the son of my beautiful queen is still alive, shall I suffer him to die like a traitor? No, never. Fouche, I tell you I will never suffer it. I will not have this unfortunate young man sacrificed. You must save him. I will have it so. I? Cried Fouche in amazement. But you know that it is impossible, for you have heard my conversation with the consul. He himself said the Republic demands a royal victim. If it is not the so-called King Louis, let it be the Duc d'Enghien, for a victim must fall in order to intimidate the royalists and bring peace at last. But I will not have you bring human victims, cried Josephine. The Republic shall no longer be a cruel Moulouk, as it was in the days of the guillotine. You shall, and you must, save the son of Queen Marie Antoinette. I desire to have peace in my conscience, that I may live without reproach, and be happier, perhaps, than now. But it is impossible, insisted Fouche. You have heard yourself that if, before the sun goes down, Louis be not imprisoned, the sun of my good fortune will have set. And I told you, Fouche, that if you do this, if you become a regicide a second time, I will be your unappeasable enemy your whole life long. I will undertake to avenge on you the death of the Queen and her son. I will follow your every step with my hate, and I will not rest till I have overthrown you. And you know well that Bonaparte loves me, that I have influence with him, and that what I mean to do I accomplish at last by prayers, tears, and frowns. So do not exasperate me, Fouche. Do not make me your irreconcilable enemy. Save the son of the king whom you killed. Conciliate the shades of his unhappy parents. Fouche, we are in the cabinet of the Queen. Here she often tarried. Here she often pressed her son to her heart and asked God's blessing on him. Fouche, the spirit of Marie Antoinette is with us, and she will know it if you in pity spare the life of her son. Marie Antoinette will accuse you at the throne of God and plead with God to show you no compassion if you refuse to be merciful to her son. Fouche, in the name of the Queen, on my knees, I implore you, save her son. And Josephine, her face bathed in tears, sank before him and raised her folded hands suppliantly to Fouche. The minister, deeply moved, pale with the recollections which Josephine awakened within him, stooped down to her and bade her rise. And when she refused, and begged, and threatened, and wept, his obstinacy was at last touched, or perhaps his prudence, which counselled him to make a friend rather than an enemy out of the all-powerful wife of the future emperor. Rise, madame, he said. What mortal is able to resist your request, since Bonaparte himself cannot? I will save your protégé, whatever shall come to me afterward from it. She sprang up, and in the wildness of her joy threw her beautiful arms around Fouche's neck and kissed him. Fouche, she said, I give you this kiss in the name of Queen Marie Antoinette. It is a kiss of forgiveness and of blessing. You swear to me that you will save him? I swear it, madame. And I swear to you that as soon as he is saved and Bonaparte's anger can no longer reach him, I will confess all to my husband, and put it in such a light that Bonaparte shall thank and reward you. Now tell me, how will you save him? I shall only be able if you will help me, madame. I am ready for anything, that you know well. Tell me what I shall do. You must yourself direct a few lines to the young man, conjuring him in the name of his mother to fly, to save himself from the anger of the first consul, to leave Europe. Oh, Fouche, how sly you are, said Josephine sadly. You want my handwriting in order to justify yourself to the first consul in case of emergency. Very good. I will write the billet. She hastened to her table, dashed a few words upon paper, and then passed the note to Fouche. Read it, she said. It contains all that is necessary, does it not? Yes, madame, and you have written it in such beautiful and moving words that the young man will be melted and will obey you. Will you now have the goodness to put the note in an envelope and to address it? She folded it and put it into an envelope. To whom shall I address it? She then asked. Address it to King Louis XVII. She did so with a quick stroke of the pen and handed the letter to Fouche. Take it, she said. It is your justification. And in order that you may be entirely secure, she continued with a slight smile, retain this letter yourself. What I would say to this young man, I would rather communicate by word of mouth. How? Cried Fouche. You want to see and speak with the king, she said sorrowfully, to beg his forgiveness for myself and Bonaparte. Hush, do not oppose me. I am resolved upon it. I want to see the young man. But he cannot come here, madame, here into the very den of the lion. No, not here, into the desecrated palace of the kings, she answered bitterly. No, he cannot come here. I shall go to him. You are jesting, madame. It is impossible. You, the wife of the first consul, you will, I want to fulfill a duty of gratitude and of loyalty, Fouche. In my heart, I still feel myself the subject of the Queen. Let me follow the call of my heart. Listen. My courage stands ready. I was intending to drive to my friend, Madame Tallien. I will take a pleasure drive instead. In the Bois de Boulogne, I will cause the carriage to stop, send it away, and return on foot. You will await in there with a fiacre and take me to the king." "It shall be so," said Fouche. "You shall be my law. I only ask that you hasten, for you know well that I have much to do today. I shall take advantage of the time to procure for the young man the necessary passports for travel. But, madame, you must help him leave the city, for you know that the gates are all closed. I will tell Bonaparte that I am troubled to be in the city, now that it is so shut in. I will drive out to Saint-Cloud. His carriage can follow mine, and if the gatekeeper puts hindrances in the way, I will command him to let Louis pass. Now, let us hasten." An hour later, Josephine, after dismissing her equipage with the servants, entered the fiacre which was waiting for her near the fountain. Fouche received her there, and was unwearied in his complaints of the poor carriage which the wife of the first consul must use. Josephine smiled. "My dear sir," she said, "there have been times when I should have been very proud and very happy to have had such a fiacre as this, and not to have been compelled to walk through the muddy streets of Paris. Let it be as it is. The present days of superfluity have not made me proud, and I have a vivid recollection of the past. But tell me, Fouche, whither are we driving, and where does the young king live?" "We are driving, if you graciously approve of it, to my house, and I have brought the young man there, for in his own house he is no longer safe. I have had it surrounded by agents of the secret police, with orders to arrest him on his return. He will, of course, not return, and it will be easier to assume the appearance that he received an intimation of his peril and escaped in season. But here we are before my door, and if you will draw the thick veil which happily you have fastened to your bonnet carefully before your face, I hope that no one will see that the most beautiful lady in Paris honors my house with her distinguished presence." Josephine made no reply to this flattery, but drew the black lace veil closely over her face, and hastened to leave the fiacre and entered the house. "Fouche," she whispered as she ascended the staircase, "my heart beats as violently as it did when I drove to the Tuileries to be presented to Marie Antoinette. It was the first time that I spoke with the Queen of France." "And now, madame," said Fouche with a smile, "you will speak with the last King of France." "Does he know who I am?" "No, madame. I have left it to you to inform him. Here we are at the saloon. He is within. Wait only a moment, Fouche. I must collect myself. My heart beats dreadfully. Now you may open the door." They entered the little saloon. Josephine stood still near the door, and while she hastily removed her bonnet and the thick veil and handed them to Fouche, her large, brilliant brown eyes were turned to the young man who stood in the window niche, his hands calmly folded over his breast. In this attitude, with the calm look of his face, the gentle glance of his blue eyes, he bore so close a resemblance to the pictures which represented Louis XVI in his youth that Josephine could not repress a cry of surprise, and hastened forward to the young man, who now advanced out of the window recess. "Madame," he said, bowing low before this beautiful and dignified lady, whom he did not know, but whose sympathizing face made his heart tremble. "Madame, doubtless you are the lady whom Monsieur Fouche said I might expect to meet here." "Yes, I am she," replied Josephine, with a voice trembling with emotion, her eyes flooded with tears, all the while being fixed on the grave, youthful face which brought back so many memories of the past. "I have come to see you, and to bring you the greetings of a man whom you loved, who revered you, and who died blessing you." "Of whom do you speak?" asked Louis, turning pale. "Men called him Toulan," whispered Josephine. "Queen Marie Antoinette termed him Fidèle." "Fidèle!" cried Louis in a tone of anguish. "Fidèle is dead! My deliverer! He whose fidelity and bravery released me from my dreadful prison? Oh, madame, what sad thoughts do you bring back with his name?" Josephine turned with a triumphant look to Fouche, who was still standing behind her in the neighbourhood of the door. Her look said, "You see, he is no traitor. He has stood the proof." Fouche understood the language of this look perfectly, and a smile played over his features. Then Josephine turned again to the young man. "You did not know that Toulan was dead?" she asked softly. "How could I know it?" he cried bitterly. "I was taken at that time to a solitary castle where I remained several years, and then I went to Germany, and from that time I have always lived in foreign parts. Since I have been in Paris, I have made the effort to learn something about him, but no one could inform me, and so I solaced myself with the hope that he had really gone to America, for that was his object, as the other gentleman who assisted me in my release informed me at that time." "This other gentleman," said Josephine softly, "was the Baron du Chachet, and the child who was carried into the temple was the son of the Comte de Frotte," rejoined Louis. "Fouche, it is he!" cried Josephine. "It is the son of my noble, unfortunate Queen Marie Antoinette. Oh, sire, let me testify my homage to you as becomes a subject when she stands before her king. Sire, I bow my knee before you, and I would gladly pour out my whole life in tears, and with each of these tears beg your forgiveness for France, for us all." And the beautiful, passionate Creole sank upon her knee, and raised her tearful eyes to the young man, who, perplexed and blushing, gazed at her, then hastily stooped to her and conjured her to rise. "No, sire," she cried, "not until you tell me that you have forgiven me, that you have forgiven us all." "I forgive you? What have I to forgive in you? Monsieur Fouche, who is this lady who knows me and my destinies, and who brings me greetings from Fidèle? What have I to forgive in her? Who is she? Tell me her name." "Monsieur," said Fouche, slowly approaching, "this lady is—" "Hush, Fouche. I will tell him myself," interrupted Josephine. "Sire, when your beautiful, exalted mother was still living in Versailles, I had the honour to be presented to her, both at the grand receptions and at the minor ones. One day, it was already in the unhappy reign of terror, when the Queen had left Versailles and Trianon, and was already living in the Tuileries, I went thither to pay my respects." "That is to say, madame," cried Louis, "you were a brave and loyal woman, for only the brave and the loyal ventured then to go to the Tuileries. Oh, speak on, speak on. You wanted to pay your respects to the Queen, you were saying. She received you, did she not? You were taken into the little saffron saloon?" "No, sire, the Queen was not there. She was in the little music hall, and because at that time etiquette was no longer rigidly enforced, I was allowed to accompany the Marchioness du Tourzel into the music room. The Queen did not notice our entrance, for she was singing. I remained standing at the door and contemplated the wondrous picture that I saw there. The Queen, in a simple white dress, her light brown, slightly powdered hair concealed by a black lace headdress, sat at the spinet on which her white hands rested. Near her, in the window niche, sat Madame, engaged with her embroidery. Very near her sat, in a little armchair, a boy of 5 years, a lovely child with long golden locks, with large blue eyes, and looking like an angel. The little hands surrounded by lace wristbands leaned on the support of the chair, while his looks rested incessantly upon the countenance of the Queen, and his whole child's soul was absorbed in the gaze which he directed to his mother. The Queen was singing, and the tones of her soulful voice resound still in my heart. The song was this: Dors, mon enfant, close ta paupière, tes cris me déchirent le cœur. Dors, mon enfant, ta pauvre mère a bien assez de sa douleur. And while she sang, she turned her head toward her son, who listened to her, motionless and as if enchanted. "See," cried Madame, the sister of the pretty boy, "I believe Louis Charles has fallen asleep." The child started up, and a glowing redness suffused his cheeks. "Oh, Teresa," he cried, "how could anyone go to sleep when my Mamma Queen was singing?" His mother stooped down to him, pressed a long kiss upon his brow, and a tear fell from her eyes upon his golden hair. I saw it, and involuntarily my eyes filled. I could not hold back my tears, and went softly out to compose myself. Sire, I see you still before me, this beautiful queen and her children, and it is with me today as then. I must weep. And I, oh my God, and I, whispered Louis, putting both his hands before his quivering face. Even Fouche seemed moved. His lips trembled and his cheeks grew pale. A long pause ensued. Nothing was heard but the convulsive sobbing of the young man, who still held his hands before his face and wept so violently that the tears poured down in heavy drops between his fingers. "Sire," cried Josephine with a supplicatory voice, "sire, by the recollection of that hour, I conjure you, forgive me that I now live in those rooms which Marie Antoinette once inhabited. Oh, it has not been my wish, and I have done it only with pain and grief. Believe me, sire, and forgive me that I have been compelled to live in the palace of the kings." He took his hands from his face and gazed at her. "You live in the Tuileries? Who are you? Madame, who are you?" "Sire, I was formerly Viscountess Beauharnais. Now I am—" "The wife of the first consul," exclaimed the prince, drawing back in terror. "The wife of him who is pursuing me, and who, as Fouche says, means to bring me to the scaffold." "Oh, sire, forgive him," implored Josephine. "He is not wicked, he is not cruel, but circumstances compel him to act as he does. God himself, it would seem, has chosen him to restore, with his heroic sword and his heroic spirit, peace and prosperity to this unfortunate land, bleeding from 1,000 wounds. He was the saviour of France, and the grateful nation hailed him with paeans, and full of confidence laid the reins of government in his hands. Through his victories and his administration of affairs, France has again grown strong and great and happy. And yet he is daily threatened by assassins. Yet there are continual conspiracies whose aim is to murder the man to whom France is indebted for its new birth. What wonder that he at last, to put an end to these conspiracies and these attempts upon his life, will, by a deed of horror, inspire the conspirators with fear. He is firmly resolved on this. The lion has been aroused from his calmness by new conspiracies, and the shaking of his mane will this time annihilate all who venture to conspire against him. Sire, I do not accuse you. I do not say that you do wrongly to make every attempt to regain the inheritance of your fathers. May God judge between you and your enemies. But your enemies have the power in their hands, and you must yield to that power. Oh, my dear, unfortunate, pitiable lord, I conjure you, save yourself from the anger of the first consul, and from the pursuers who have been sent out to seek you. If you are found, you are lost, and no one in the world will then be able to save you. Fly, therefore, fly. Fly while there is still time." "Fly," cried the young prince bitterly, "evermore fly. My whole life is a perpetual flight, a continuous concealment. Like the wandering Jew, I must journey from land to land. Nowhere can I rest, nowhere find peace. Without a home, without parents, without a name, I wander around, and, like a hunted wild beast, I must continually start afresh, for the hounds are close behind me. Well, be it so, then. I am weary of defying my fate longer. I surrender myself to what is inevitable. The first consul may send me as a conspirator to the scaffold. I am prepared to die. I shall find that peace in death, at least that life so cruelly denies me. I will not fly. I will remain. The example of my parents will teach me how to die." "Speak not so," exclaimed Josephine. "I have pity on me, have pity on yourself. You are still so young. Life has so much for you yet. There remains so much for you to hope for. You must live, not to avenge the death of your illustrious parents, but to make its memory less poignant. Son of kings, you have received life from God and from your parents. You may not lightly throw it away, but must defend it, for the blessing of your mother rests upon your head, which you must save from the scaffold." "You must live," said Fouche. for your death would bring joy to those who were the bitter enemies of Queen Marie Antoinette, and who would be your mocking heirs. Will you grant to the Count de Lille the uncontested right of calling himself Louis XVIII, the Count de Lille who caused Marie Antoinette to shed so many tears?" The prince flamed up at this, and his eyes flashed. "No," he cried, "the Count de Lille shall not have this joy. He shall not rest his curse-laden head upon the pillow with the calm consciousness that he will be the king of the future. My vision shall disturb his sleep, and the possibility that I shall return and demand my own again shall be the terror that shall keep peace far from him. You are right, madame. I must live. The spirit of Marie Antoinette hovers over me and demands that I live, and by my life avenge her of her most bitter enemy. Let it be so, then. Tell me, Fouche, whither shall I go? Where shall the poor criminal hide himself whose only offence lies in this, that he is alive, and that he is the son of his father? Where is there a cave in which the poor hunted game can hide himself from the hounds?" "Sire, you must away into foreign lands. The arm of this first consul is powerful, and his eagle eye scans all Europe, and would discover you at any point. You must for the present find a home beyond the sea," said Fouche, approaching nearer. "I have already taken measures which will allow you to do so. There are ships sailing southward from Marseille every day, and in one of these you must go to America. America is the land of freedom, of adventures, and of great deeds. You will there find sufficient occupation for your spirit and for your love of work." "It is true," said Louis with a bitter smile. "I will go to America. I will find a refuge with the savages. Perhaps they will appoint me as their chieftain and adorn my head with a crown of feathers instead of the crown of gold. Yes, I will go to America. In the primeval forests with the children of nature, there will be a home for the exile, the homeless one. Madame, I thank you for your sympathy and your goodness, and my thanks shall consist in this, that I subject myself wholly to your will. You loved Queen Marie Antoinette, a blessing on you and all who love you." He extended both his hands to Josephine, and as she was about to press them to her lips, he stooped toward her with a sad smile. "Madame, bless my poor brow with a touch of those lips which once kissed the hand of my mother." Josephine did as she was asked, and a tear fell from her eyes upon his fair hair. "Go, sire," she said, "and may God bless and protect you. If you ever need my help, call upon me, and be sure that I will never neglect your voice." An hour later, the wife of the first consul drove out to Saint-Cloud. At the corner of the Rue Saint-Honore, a second carriage joined her own, and a young man who sat in it greeted Josephine deferentially as she leaned far out of the carriage to return his salute. At the barriers, the carriage stopped, for the gates of the city were still closed, but Josephine beckoned the officer of the guard to her carriage, and fortunately he knew the wife of the first consul. "It is not necessary," said Josephine with a charming smile. "It is not necessary that I should procure a permit from the first consul to allow myself and my escort to pass the gate. You do not suppose that I and my secretary, who sits in the next carriage, belong to the villains who threaten the life of my husband?" The officer, enchanted with the grace of Josephine, bowed low and commanded the guard instantly to open the gate and allow the two carriages to pass. And so the son of the Queen was saved. For the second time he left Paris to go forth as an exile and an adventurer to meet his fate. End of chapter 32. Read by Julie Jackson, Staffordshire, 7th of July, 2021.